Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Gets the Flying Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Lake Kawaguchi, one of the 5 lakes of MT Fuji. Of the Fuji 5 lakes, Lake Kawaguchi is the second largest and situated at the lowest elevation, 800 meters, which accounts for its relatively cool summers and frequently icy winters. It's the cool summers, along with a tremendously long shoreline, that have allowed for Lake Kawaguchi to become a popular vacation spot in Japan, with many people going there to camp and get away from the world. This is very much the reason for a certain couple to be vacationing there. "Alright, all set," was said by a man after starting a campfire, the process done by breathing fire out of his own mouth. "Beautiful night for a fire, right honey?" "It sure is, dear," the woman he was with said. Her face lacked the same positivity that her words were meant to convey. "You're lying, aren't you, Inko?" "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are. The night is very subpar, tons of clouds blocking the stars, and this is a very shoddy campfire. Look at this log arrangement. Absolutely no presentation value in here. I wouldn't be caught dead next to this fire if I wasn't the one who made it. Hisashi, please. We both know it's not about the fire." Muttering something under his breath, Hisashi kicked up a bit of dirt before sitting next to Inko on a log facing the fire. "I'm just frustrated, Inko," Hisashi said, putting his head against her shoulder. "I know. I am too," Inko said. "It's not your fault though. It's not your fault either. I don't want you to think that. I don't want you to think it's your fault either. I know that, but if it's neither of our faults, then that means we can't point fingers at anyone and go, 'Nice job screwing us over, jackass.' Things would be so much easier if we could do that, you know." "I know, Hisashi. Life's just not like that though. Sometimes things just happen, and there's no one to get mad at. Life is sometimes." I know, Inko said in a somber tone. After that, no more words were spoken between the two of them. They simply sat next to one another, gazing at the fire and doing their best to enjoy each other's company. That was the plan right up until Hisashi's phone rang. "Talk about a mood killer," Hisashi said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He was about to decline the call, but paused when he saw the name in the caller ID. "It's work. It might be important, but..." "Go take it. I can be by myself for a few minutes." Hisashi nodded his head, pushed Inko's green bangs apart, and kissed her forehead before stepping away from the campsite. Hisashi ended up walking just a few meters away from the campsite, surrounding himself with trees and putting his wife out of view. Finally, he answered his phone. "Good evening, Professor," Hisashi said. "No, wait, it's gotta be morning in the States, right?" "Indeed it is, Hisashi," the voice on the other line, the professor, said. "About 8 in the morning, last time I looked at my watch. Never too early to get started on a bit of work. It is for normal people, you know." "Then how come I've seen you getting up at 5 to work?" "I'm just able to fake weirdness, I guess." "Yes, well, going off of that, I've noticed that you've neglected to re-engage your weirdness, as I haven't gotten a single response for the latest reports I sent you." "Wait, this sheet," Hisashi cursed, rubbing the back of his head. "We both know how important this project is, Hisashi." "I know. The entire world itself could be changed from the work we're doing, Hisashi." "I know," Hisashi shouted, a small burst of fire escaping his lips. The conversation went dead for a few seconds. "I'm sorry for that, Hisashi," the professor said. "I know you know how important this is, and I shouldn't be talking to you like you don't. Even still, I should have gotten a response from you. What's going on?" "Nothing. I've just been busy with this getaway for my wife and me, and I guess I let work get away from me." "You're on vacation? At a time like this?" "It was kind of an emergency vacation. Not for pleasure, really just to get away from everything for a while." "If it's not too intrusive, would you mind telling me what happened?" Hisashi leaned back against a tree and exhaled another line of fire. It really was a poor substitute for a cigarette. "Remember how I told you that my wife and I are trying to start a family?" The professor acknowledged it. Well, we got back from the doctor the other day dash. And she PR'd in T. Congratulations, Hisashi, my boy. You're going to be a great father, I just know it. Can I be the godfather? I've always wanted to be a godfather, Hisashi. Yeah, well that's not going to happen because we can't have any kids. Once again, fire shot out of Hisashi's mouth, this time hitting a tree branch and knocking it to the ground, fully aflame. In a panic, Hisashi quickly stamped out the fire, cursing under his breath all the while. Well, now that you've finished whatever that was and I've finished removing that foot from my mouth, allow me to apologize again, the professor said. No, that's fine, professor. If I didn't get mad at you, I'd probably just get mad at some kid working the register at Big Belly Burger for giving me the wrong change. Inko and we spent weeks and weeks trying to do it the old-fashioned way, but every time she took the test, it came up negative. We finally decided to just go to the doctor and see what we were doing wrong. Turns out that the issue wasn't with the technique, but the people trying to use it. Oh my, the professor said. You have my greatest of sympathies, Hisashi, for as much as that might be worth. It's worth a lot, honestly, Hisashi said, letting out a relaxed breath of fire. So, yeah, that's why I didn't get around to checking my email. Right after we got the news, I took us out of town to get away from everything for a bit. Have you two considered other options at all? I mean, we haven't talked about it, but I know we're both thinking about it. It's just that we both really want some time to calm down before getting back into it. Plus, stuff like surrogates and adoption take a lot of time and money that I'm not sure we really have. Too bad babies don't just fall out of the sky. Yes, that truly is a crying shame. If I may offer some advice, Hisashio, shoot. Sorry, I have to attend to something. I'll be back in a minute. Take your time. I got nowhere to be. Footsteps went through the other end of the line, and Hisashi moved his phone away from his ear and slouched down into the dirt. With no one to talk to, the only thing keeping his mind occupied was a bit of stargazing. A clear night like this, away from the city lights, the sky was filled to the brim with celestial lights. Even with the green palace in the sky shining as bright as it did, their luminescence remained unchallenged. The one that seemed to be getting bigger was especially unchallenged in that respect. Bigger at an increasingly fast rate, it seemed. In the direction of his general area, too. Oh shit! Hisashi shouted. Before Hisashi knew it, a giant fireball was in the sky, plain enough for anyone to see. Lake Kawaguchi was lit up as if someone was shining a massive spotlight on the water's surface. Hisashi could feel the heat coming off of it even from how high in the sky it was. Mesmerized by its sudden appearance and intense beauty, he found himself immobilized, unable to do anything else but stare in awe. Very fortunate for Hisashi, this did not result in his untimely demise, as the fireball veered right well before it could hit him and kept to that path until eventually hitting the ground with a tremendous crash. Sorry about that, Hisashi needed to take care of something with the project. The professor's voice came back out of the phone. Now, about you and your wife Dash. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you back. Hisashi hung up his phone before the professor could say anything and took off in a sprint. When Hisashi returned to the campsite, Inko was facing in the direction the fireball flew in, eyes wide and jaw dropped. I'm guessing you saw it too, Hisashi said. Aha, Inko said. Man, not every day you see a shooting star crash into the planet. Aha. I think I'm gonna turn into a walrus and start living on the moon. Aha. After a few seconds, Inko finally decided to turn around towards Hisashi and pay attention to him. Let's go check it out. Really? Are you sure that's the best idea? Come on, Inko, you know every camper this side of the lake's gonna be over there in 5 minutes, so might as well try to beat them to it. Besides, beats sitting here feeling all sad and stuff. Inko hummed to herself and drummed her fingers against her thigh. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt us. That's the spirit. Hisashi grabbed onto Inko's hand, and the two took off in the direction of the crash. If Hisashi was being honest with himself, he felt as nervous about this as his wife clearly did, but like he said, it served as a much better way of getting their minds off of life than just moping around a fire. Besides, If it turned out to be a meteor composed of an as-of-yet undiscovered element that could be named after himself, why wouldn't he want to take a look at it? As it turned out, what had crashed into the forest was not a meteor composed entirely of hisacium. Instead, lying in the center of a crater, dirt upturned and trees scattered about, was some sort of large, metallic contraption. "Oh my God," Inko said, breath taken as she and Hisashi made their way into the crater. "Right? Wonder what it is," Hisashi said, rubbing his hand against the surface of the object. "The metal's so smooth and the design so professional, far more than anything we have in Japan. Might be a satellite from an American company, like LexCorp or Wayne Powers. I think it belongs to whoever owns this symbol." Inko directed Hisashi's attention to the partially crushed lid of the machine. On it was a large, black-colored pentagon with what looked like the letter is inside of it. No matter how much Hisashi thought about it, he couldn't remember any company that had that kind of insignia. "Wait, what the hell?" Hisashi moved away from the insignia and towards the back end of the machine. "Look at this propulsion system, Inko. The shape of the engine, the placement of these fins, this isn't the kind of stuff you find on a satellite." "Yeah, it almost looks like a spaceship," Inko said, her face contorted into a position of awkwardness. "Hey, that's not funny, Inko," Hisashi replied with shallow laughter. "That's the kind of joke that makes everyone on the train turn to you with disgust. We don't make spaceships anymore, and if it really is one, there'd be something in here that we really wouldn't want to be in here." Then Hisashi heard it. He heard crying. Crying coming from inside the ship. "Oh no," Hisashi gasped. "Oh no." Inko shouted as the crying got louder. "Is there a baby in there?" The second the words left her mouth, Inko pointed her hands at the lid and then threw them back towards her body. The lid, ever so slightly, started moving in the same direction. "Inko, what are you doing?" Hisashi's question fell on deaf ears as she repeated the action. "Inko, don't you know that this is a bad idea?" Hisashi's question fell on deaf ears as she repeated the action. "Inko, won't it get really bad if someone sees you doing this?" Hisashi's question fell on deaf ears as she repeated the action. Hisashi wanted to ask a fourth question, but before he could, he heard what sounded like footsteps and muffled conversation. "Ah, damn it." Cursing to himself, Hisashi ran over to the lid of the spaceship and started lifting it up with all of his might. It wasn't much might. "Hisashi," Inko asked, all motion in her body ceasing. "Don't just stand there, Inko, keep pulling." With a quick head nod, Inko went back to using her quirk on the lid of the spaceship. Hisashi could tell just by looking at Inko that she was pushing herself. Her quirk was at its best when used to move something that was small, lightweight, or some combination of both, so expecting her to just make a large, heavy piece of metal fly into the air was out of the question. Hisashi wasn't much better in that regard, having the build of a bamboo shoot and all. Always spent far more time in the lab mixing chemicals than he did in the gym lifting weights. But even if they couldn't accomplish something like this alone, together just might be a different story. And a different story it was. With Hisashi's strength and Inko's quirk combined, the lid was pulled upwards and torn off of the ship entirely. Thanks to that, Hisashi and Inko had a perfect view of the contents of the ship. Just as Hisashi thought, just as Hisasshi feared, inside there, crying at the top of its lungs, was a baby. A tiny little thing with 8 freckles and a small clump of black hair on its head, a spit curl sitting in the center of its forehead. "It really is a baby," Inko said with a big smile. Surprised that it looks so human, Hisashi thought as he pulled the baby out of the spaceship. As soon as it was free of the confines of the ship, the frightened child looked at Hisashi's nervous face, stopped crying, and smiled at him. Without even realizing it, Hisashi smiled back. "Think it's somewhere around here," a voice said amongst footsteps. "Do you think it is?" Another voice asked amongst footsteps. Thought Green Lantern was up in space stopping this kind of stuff from happening. A third voice said amongst footsteps. "Okay, we need to go now." Hisashi shouted to Inko, handing the baby over to her while he grabbed the torn lid. With that, the two of them ran from the crash site and were gone before anyone could spot them. After returning to the campsite, Hisashi and Inko shoved everything back into their car and drove away from Lake Kawaguchi as fast as was legally allowed. They drove for 2 hours before reaching the Shizuoka prefecture, barely saying a word to each other all the while. Eventually, they found and checked into a small hotel in Shizuoka City, and as soon as they were in their room, Hisashi turned on the TV. Conveniently, he turned it on to a news program. "What we believe to be an alien spacecraft," a reporter said, standing in front of the very same spaceship they discovered. "Hours ago, multiple campers here at Lake Kawaguchi either heard or saw what was initially believed to be a meteor landing in the campgrounds, but as you can see here, it was anything but. Judging by the size of the craft, there would only be room for one person, and with the top completely open like this, whatever was inside has long since disappeared. Police and local heroes are searching the area of MT Fuji for any signs of alien life and will soon expand their search to the surrounding cities. Everyone should be cautious and go outside as little as possible until further notice." Hisashi turned off the TV and threw the remote onto the floor. "We took an alien. We took an alien. Oh my God. We took an alien. I can't believe we did something so stupid and dangerous. I've never even gotten a speeding ticket before, and now I'm stealing little alien babies. What the hell is wrong with us? If my father was alive to see this, he'd go, 'Hisashi, I didn't fight in no lantern war for you to just go and pick up some lil spaceman off the street. We should have just gone straight to the authorities when we got the thing out, no, when we saw the ship, but this makes everything so much worse. Why did we take that baby? Why didn't we tell anyone? Why am I the only one freaking out about this? Inko, freak out about this with me." Hisashi turned around to face his wife, only to see her sitting on the bed, holding the baby and tickling it, making it laugh over and over again. "Inko, please." "Oh, sorry, honey," Inko said, ceasing her tickling. "This is serious, and you're not even paying attention." "No, I heard you just fine. You were rambling on and on about how we shouldn't have taken an alien with us and how we're going to get into a ton of trouble for doing this, right?" "Well, yes, that more or less sums it up. Still, I shouldn't be the only one freaking out about this. If anyone finds out that we were the ones who took it dash." Inko cut in. "What?" I looked inside the diaper, and the baby isn't in it, it's the boy. Fine. If anyone finds out that we were the ones who took him, our lives are over, Inko. I work in government, I hear whispers about this all the time. Guys in black suits will be at our doorstep in the dead of night to cart us off for interrogation and torture. After that, all of our neighbors and family will think we just disappeared, when really we disappeared. Do you want that to happen? No, Inko said, body shaking slightly. But in that case, we just have to make sure no one finds out about this, right? We left before anyone else got to the ship, and camping there didn't require any reservation, so I don't think they'll be able to find us. True, that would be pretty hard. Even so, there's still a 112-ounce problem we need to deal with. What are we supposed to do with it with him? I actually have an idea about that, Hisashi. Glad one of us does. What is it? Inko smiled at Hisashi before looking down at the baby again. Hisashi's face fell. No. He looks like a normal baby dash. No. And everyone's probably looking for a big, green, monster man. No. It's hard to find something when it's hiding in plain sight dash. No dash. So if we don't want anyone to know we were involved in this, I was thinking that dash. No. A large stream of fire shot out of Hisashi's mouth, singing the wall behind Inko's head. I was thinking that we could keep him, Inko said, ignoring all of that. Are you insane? You want us to raise an alien baby? So what if he's an alien? It's not like all aliens are evil. The Martian Manhunter certainly wasn't evil. Besides, he's just a baby, and babies can't hurt people. Yeah, but the people they grow up to be can. Besides, how do we even know he's even actually a baby? Hisashi stepped over to Inko and bent down to look the baby in the face. For all we know, he comes from a planet of beings that just look like babies, and they all try to use their overwhelming cuteness to infiltrate societies and destroy them from the inside. The baby giggled and squeezed Hisashi's nose. This doesn't disprove the theory, Hisashi said, removing the baby's hand from his nose. Hisashi, don't you think that we need to be doing this? Inko asked. The whole reason we were there was because we wanted to forget about the fact that we could never have a child of our own, and then a baby falls into our laps? That can't just be a coincidence. It is absolutely a coincidence. If you looked up coincidence in the dictionary, the definition would read, what is happening to Hisashi and Inko right now? So what should we do then? Leave him outside an orphanage? Drown him in the bathtub? Hisashi didn't answer her. He sat down at a desk and stared out the window, his expression unreadable. Hisashi, this is the right thing to do, and you know it. Not just for us, but for this poor child who's all alone in the world. If you didn't already know that, if you didn't already care about that, then you wouldn't have helped me take him out of his ship, right? Hisashi still didn't say anything, instead opting to knock all the pens off of the desk with a forceful sweep of his arm. Okay, Hisashi finally said. First thing in the morning, I'll call up the professor and tell him what's going on. Get him to make us some fake adoption papers. We'll wait an extra week before going back to Mizudafu and tell everyone we left to adopt a baby. Hisashi, Inko said with a smile. Hisashi got up from the desk and moved onto the bed, wrapping Inko up in his arm. I still don't feel good about this, but I'd feel even worse about leaving some defenseless little baby out on his own. Plus, maybe I'm like you and I don't want this to be just a coincidence, as crazy as that sounds. I don't think it sounds crazy at all. Of course, I was the first one to bring it up, so I might not be the best person to ask, Inko said, planting a kiss on Hisashi's cheek. What are you going to name him? Right, we said that if we had a kid, I'd name it if it was a boy, and you'd name it if it was a girl. Well, all the men on my side of the family have the same kanji in their name that reads as, it's been a while. This little guy, I don't know where he came from, but he had to have been forced to leave his home. He had to leave, and it must have taken him a while to get here, so I was thinking that we combine some of those characters and make Izuku. What do you think? I love it. Our own son, Izuku Midoriya. The baby, now christened as Izuku Midoriya, laughed as his new parents kissed him on each cheek. You probably figured it out already, but that baby there with? That's me. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm an alien. I was sent off from whatever planet I was born on to live here, and Hisashi and Inko Midoriya took me in as their own. Even though I was an alien, even though no one liked the kind of thing I was, they never treated me like I was anything other than their son. It's thanks to their love and support that I became the person I am today, and it's because of their love and support that I was able to become the greatest hero in the world. Japan. April 20XX, present day. Midoriya-kun, am I reading this right? A junior high school teacher asked. Yes, sir. I really don't want to be a hero, came a meek reply from scared-looking boy with his head against his desk. I should probably mention that there were some bumps in the road. 9th grade. Just one more year of slumming it up with useless peons until Katsuki Bakugo could move on to the big leagues. The anticipation was almost too much for him to bear. Almost. All right, settle down. The homeroom teacher shouted, his name Bakugo could never be bothered to remember. Now, then, I'm supposed to be handing out career forms for you to fill out today. The teacher grabbed a stack of papers off of his desk, looked at the class for 2 seconds, then tossed them into the air. Why bother though? You all want to be heroes, don't you? In an instant, the majority of the class of 20 cheered and showed off their quirks, in response. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But you're not allowed to use your quirks in public. Please, remember the school rules, everyone. Bakugo smirked as everyone deactivated their quirks. As if they actually had anything worth getting in trouble for. Please, don't lump me in with the rest of these losers. Bakugo shouted. Unlike them, I actually have a quirk that isn't total garbage. Shut up, Bakugo. You're not so great. Someone in the class shouted, having as much presence as a TV extra. Bakugo just laughed. Well, since Bakugo's making himself the center of attention, I might as well mention that he's planning on applying to UA, the teacher said. UA? Everyone collectively gasped. That's the toughest hero school in the country. Only the best of the best can get in there. I want to be a hero, but I want to be realistic. None of what was being said surprised Bakugo one bit. That's right, I'm in a different league than all of you. Bakugo shouted, jumping on the top of his desk. I already aced the mock exam, so the real thing will be a walk in the park. I'm gonna get into UA, then I'm gonna be the best hero there is. Not even All Might will be able to take me on. Bakugo erupted into a roar of laughter as everyone's confidence faded away. As it should. How did these people expect to become heroes if their only claim to fame was stretching out their eyeballs? Or making their neck long? Trash should just own up to being trash. That way, Bakugo wouldn't have to waste time beating down people who weren't worth his time. Not like there really even was anyone who was worth his time. Oh, now that I think about it, the only one who didn't say anything about going to a hero school is Midoriya. Bakugo stopped laughing. Everyone's eyes moved away from him and onto another student, a scrawny little kid with a bunch of freckles and a black spit curl sitting on his forehead, sinking further into his chair as more and more people turned towards him. What? Deku, you piece of shit! Bakugo shouted, calling Midoriya by his childhood nickname. In response, Midoriya threw his head against his desk. Wait, let me double-check that, the teacher said, opening up a folder from his desk. Yes, I was right. Midoriya's only listed high schools focused on general education, not one hero school. Midoriya, am I reading this right? Yes, sir. I really don't want to be a hero, Midoriya said, not once lifting his head from his desk. Almost immediately, the class fell into a series of whispers. Is he serious? Someone like Midoriya doesn't want to be a hero? One student whispered. With a quirk like his? What a waste. Another student whispered. I'd apply to UA in a heartbeat if I could do half the stuff he could, a third student whispered. I'd put way more money on Midoriya being the next All Might than Bakugo, any day, a fourth student whispered. As the teacher went back to the day's lesson, Bakugo jumped back into his seat, his attention nowhere near the chalkboard and focused squarely on Midoriya. The bell for the end of the school day rang, and everyone started filing out of the classroom. Bakugo, noticing that Midoriya was slow to move, took advantage of his lackadaisical pace and ran up to his desk. You got a lot of nerve, you know that, Deku? Bakugo asked. Good afternoon to you too, Kaken, Midoriya mumbled, calling Bakugo by his own childhood nickname. Don't ignore me, a-hole. What the hell was that crap from this morning, huh? At this point, some of the students who were leaving stopped to observe the two, some of whom were rolling their eyes and looking at the scene with a look of familiarity. The exact same stuff we've been over for 10 years. I know you thought I'd just grow out of it, but I'm serious, Midoriya said. You think you're so special, don't you, Deku? You think that you can have a quirk like yours, show me up one time, and then just get away with not having the ball to settle things. I don't think I'm special and I don't want to be special. Midoriya stood up from his desk, grabbed his bag, and started walking towards the door. So what, you're just gonna live the rest of your life like these pathetic little pissants? Just let everything that makes you worth a diamond go to waste. Maybe I am. Not everyone's as obsessed with being validated as you. The crowd started snickering. Bakugo started scowling even harder than before. He was about to shout out another insult, but before he could, he caught sight of a notebook left on Midoriya's desk. So, being a hero's really beneath you, is it? That's not what I dash. Then what the hell's this book, Deku? Bakugo picked up the notebook. It was a small, standard-issue school notebook, with a title written in pencil reading, Hero Analysis Number 13. Kaken, give that back, Midoriya said, stopping in his tracks to turn to him. Why should I? You don't give a shit about heroes, right? You've been saying that for years, yet here you are with a notebook all about them, and it's the 13th one too. Hell of a lot of notes to be taking for a guy who says he doesn't care. I don't care about being a hero, Kaken. That doesn't mean I don't care about heroes at all. Midoriya shouted, looking at Bakugo with a nervous expression. So you're just half-butting everything then? That's not dash. Before Midoriya could say another word, an explosion of fire shot out of Bakugo's hand, burning the book to a near crisp. You really piss me off, Deku, Bakugo said, tossing the burnt book out an open window. Half a second later, before most of the people in the room had time to blink, Midoriya threw Bakugo against the wall, lifting him off the ground with just one hand around his shirt collar. The crowd turned to them with wide eyes, some from shock, others from anticipation. The latter ended up going unsatisfied, though, as Midoriya quickly put Bakugo back on his feet. Bakugo looked down and saw that his shirt was open. That figured. Every time I think you're gonna surprise me, you just go and pull the same sheet, Bakugo spat as Midoriya started walking back towards the door. Stop being a little bitch and face me already, Deku. Midoriya gave no response as he left the room and walked off into the hall. Man, sometimes it seems like you're asking him to kick your butt, one student said to Bakugo. Why do you keep antagonizing him, anyway? Another student asked. You know the guy can punch a hole straight through your skull. Pfuff. Midoriya's notebook, he later discovered, fell into the koi pond in the courtyard. On top of being burnt, now it was wet and had pieces of it swimming around in the guts of various fish. As if he really needed all of that. Following that, Midoriya went on his way back home, head hanging towards the street the entire time. Stupid Kaken. Why can't he just leave me alone? Midoriya asked no one. One more year and we don't have to see each other again, right? I wish he'd just lay off already. In a brief moment of anger, Midoriya kicked a nearby can on the sidewalk. The can went flying through the air, higher than any of the surrounding buildings, and eventually turned into a small speck. So what if I don't want to be a hero? Everyone loves food, but that doesn't mean we're obligated to try and become professional eaters. And just because I love heroes doesn't mean I have to be one. Doesn't mean I deserve to be one either, Midoriya said, tears in his eyes. Like I said, there were some bumps in the road. Even though I loved heroes as much as the next guy, maybe even a little more than him, for the longest time, I didn't want to be a hero. Not because I didn't have any interest in it, but because it didn't seem right for someone like me. It all started back when I was 4 years old. At that age, everyone is supposed to start developing their quirks, their own unique superpowers, but after a few months, I was the only one in my class to not have a quirk. My mom took me to the doctor to look into it. We were both hoping, at least I thought we were both hoping, that I really was just a little slow, that I'd just have to wait a little longer before I could be just like everybody else. But the doctor dashed all of that aside with just 6 words, "You should probably give up already." The doctor explained that the major factor in determining whether or not someone would develop a quirk was their pinky toe. 1 joint in the toe meant they'd have a quirk, 2 joints meant they wouldn't. I had 2 joints in my pinky toe. I would never have a quirk. I would never be a hero. The one thing I wanted to do in life was completely out of reach. At least for a little while. Japan. September 20XX, 11 years prior. The entire ride home, Izuku was silent, no matter how much Inko prodded him for conversation. Not like she couldn't understand it, though. When you just find out that all of your hopes and dreams are ruined, and through no fault of your own, it takes a while to get back into the mood to talk to others. She should know. She'd been there. Izuku, do you want to talk about it? Inko asked. Izuku just slowly shook his head. That's okay, sweetie. Whenever you want to talk, mommy will be right here to listen. You know that, right? Izuku just slowly nodded his head. Pulling up to the curb, then walking up the stairs to their apartment, Inko still couldn't get a word out of Izuku. It made her want to cry. No parent should have to see their child so distraught, so beaten down, and not have any idea what they can do about it. Inko was almost glad that Hisashi was overseas so there wouldn't be 2 sad parents in the building. Speak of the devil, Inko's phone started ringing, and caller ID showed it was Hisashi. Izuku, mommy has to make a phone call. Could you close the door and go to your room, please? Once more, nothing but a silent nod of the head. With a heavy sigh, Inko walked into the kitchen and answered the phone. Hello, dear, Inko said. What's wrong? Hisashi asked. That fast? I couldn't hide it from you for even a second. I'm a scientist, Inko. Being super smart is what I do. That it is, Inko said with a bit of a smile. So what happened? Izuku had his doctor's appointment today, right? Yes. They took an X-ray of his foot, and well, he's quirkless. A moment of silence came out from the other end of the line. Oh my God, Hisashi sighed. I know. I can't even imagine what our little boy's going through. He and Kaken always spend so much time talking about how they want to be just like All Might, and then this happens. Well, it's not like we didn't know it was a possibility. I mean, sure, he's been like a normal human from day one, but would someone like him even be able to develop a quirk in the first place? Even so, what are we going to do, Hisashi? There's nothing we really can do that we aren't already doing. We just need to make sure that Izuku never thinks that we'll treat him any differently because of this. He's upset, and rightfully so, but he's 4. Once he's older, he'll learn that you don't need powers to make a difference in the world. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's all we can do. If that's really all we can do, then Inko didn't finish her sentence. It was cut off by a loud crashing sound. What was that? Hisashi shouted from the other end. Izuku! Panic in her face, heart pounding against her chest, Inko ran towards the source of the noise, praying that whatever was happening wasn't putting her son in danger. Once the source of the noise was located, Inko's jaw dropped at the sight of 2 things. The first was Izuku, completely unharmed and laughing and smiling as if this wasn't the worst day of his life. Inko, what happened? Is Izuku all right? Hisashi shouted from the phone. He's all right. He's perfectly fine, Inko stuttered. Really? That's a relief. What was that noise then? Izuku just broke something. What did he break? The plate? A lamp? The door? A moment of silence from the other end of the line. I'm sorry, Inko, I think I'm getting bad reception over here. For a moment there, it sounded like you said that Izuku broke the door. He did. Right off its hinges. There's big, jagged holes around the parts it was torn from the wall. Torn from the wall by our son. Huh. Mommy, look. I did that. Izuku shouted, still smiling, still laughing, now ignoring how confused his mother looked. I went to my room like you told me to, but I forgot to close the door, so I went to do that, and when I closed it, the door came flying off. I did that. I pulled the door right out of the wall. Does this mean I really do have a quirk? It seems so, Inko said. But I have a quirk. I can be a hero just like All Might. Yay! Literally jumping for joy, Izuku bounced off the floor with apparently enough force to propel himself into the ceiling. The impact left a series of cracks, but when Izuku came back to the ground, he was still acting excited, as if he didn't feel any pain. You heard all of that, right? Inko asked into her phone. Yep, Hisashi said. Do you think we should be worried? I have no idea. In the span of an hour, I went from feeling like my life was over to being on top of the world. As far as I knew, the doctor was wrong, and I did have a quirk. A quirk like All Might's too. It was everything I ever dreamed of. At least until it became everything I didn't even know I was afraid of. A week had passed since Midoriya unlocked his quirk, and his smile hadn't faded in the slightest. He'd spent all of his free time rewatching All Might videos, drawing costume sketches, coming up with fighting moves to take down bad guys, anything he could do to prepare for when he'd become the best hero. Everyone got started before him, so if he wanted to have his shot at being number 1, he needed to be trying twice as hard as everyone else. On this particular day, Midoriya was playing in the local park when, from the top of a slide, he caught sight of a kid being bullied by 3 other kids. Midoriya recognized all of the bullies. One was a skinny kid wearing a hat, another was a fat kid floating above the ground with reptilian wings, and the third was an angry-looking kid with spiky white hair. Midoriya especially recognized that one. It was Katsuki Bakugo, his best friend, Kaken, normally a very stand-up guy. You better apologize before I beat your butt, you piece of shit. Bakugo shouted as his compatriots laughed and the kid cried. Midoriya couldn't stand to watch this, and he knew that he shouldn't. Now that he had a quirk, now that he was on his way to becoming a hero, he couldn't stand idly by as injustice took place before his very eyes. Even if the source of said injustice was someone like Kaken, it was still wrong. Heck, that just made it even more wrong. It was time to put his double effort into action. That's enough, Kaken. Midoriya shouted at the top of his lungs. The heads of the 4 kids turned in Midoriya's direction. Their attention caught. Midoriya jumped off the slide and propelled himself 10 meters forward to meet them with a 3-point landing in front of the crying child. The distance was met, but the landing wasn't stuck, as Midoriya landed flat on his face in the dirt. Deku, the hell were you doing here? Kaken shouted as Midoriya picked himself up. I'm here to help, Midoriya said, dusting the dirt off of his face. You shouldn't bully other people, Kaken. Hey, he deserves it. Someone's gotta teach him what happens when you cut someone in line and take the last cupcake. Even so, he's already crying, so stop it. I won't let you go any further. You won't let me? Ha! Kaken laughed, along with his compatriots. You finally get your quirk way after everyone else, and now you think you can take me on, Deku? As if you might not be quirkless anymore, but that doesn't mean you still aren't a loser. Let's kick his butt, guys. Kaken and the other two charged forward. The skinny kid made his fingers stretch out and wrapped them around Midoriya's face. A week ago, that would have been enough to put Midoriya on edge, but a week ago, he wasn't on his way to becoming like All Might. Therefore, he effortlessly pulled the skinny kid's hand off of his face and tossed him into the fat kid, knocking him out of the air and causing the two of them to fall into a pile. What the sheet? Kaken shouted as the other two groaned over their quick defeat. Fine. If you guys are gonna SCK this much, I'll just kill him, myself. Kaken ran up to Midoriya and got within arm's length before he had time to move. Midoriya was always impressed by how athletic Kaken was, but now wasn't the time for defending, so as quickly as he could, Midoriya brought his arms up in front of his face. Kaken kept going though, grabbing onto his arms with one hand before activating his quirk and unleashing a fiery explosion. Not so tough now, are ya, you frickin' nerd? Kaken laughed as smoke floated about. The laughing quickly stopped when the smoke cleared and revealed that Midoriya was still standing and looked completely fine. What the foo dash? Kaken never finished his sentence, for Midoriya punched him in the face and knocked him onto the ground, flat on his back. I did it. I beat Kaken. Midoriya cheered. I can't believe I really did it. Oh wait. Midoriya turned his attention back to the crying kid. Are you alright? Why yeah, the crying kid said, sniffling a bit while getting off the ground. I thought those guys were gonna hurt me, but you fought them all off like they were nothing. Thank you so much, Dekuan. Actually my name isn't Deku, but don't mention it. I'm just doing what any hero would do. Midoriya said, chest puffed out and arms put in akimbo. Deku. A weight suddenly found itself on Midoriya's back. It was Kaken, blood spilling out of his nose and decidedly not defeated by Midoriya's earlier attack. Don't think for a second that I'm going down with one weak butt punch. The crying kid started screaming. Kaken's compatriots, having regained their bearings, started cheering him on. Midoriya tried to shake Kaken off, but his grip was too tight. He kept releasing small explosions against Midoriya's body, and while they didn't hurt that much, individually, all of them together started to take their toll. He needed to do something to get Kaken off of him. Something All Might-esque, hopefully. All Might, that's it. A memory flashed in Midoriya's head. It was a video he saw of a fight between All Might and the villain Lord Deathman. Lord Deathman had attached a powerful bomb to his body and wrapped himself around All Might. Because of his powerful regeneration quirk, the bomb would only kill All Might, and he'd be perfectly fine in an hour. In order to save both himself and the homeless shelter that the Prime Minister was visiting, All Might spun his body around with such great speed that Lord Deathman was propelled off of his body and into an area where an explosion wouldn't cause any casualties. As Midoriya recalled, that maneuver was one of All Might's signature techniques. Oklahoma Smash. Giving the best impression of his idol, Midoriya put all of his strength into spinning his body around as fast as he could, giving the sight of a miniature tornado to any onlookers. Midoriya came to an abrupt stop, and the sudden lack of motion was enough to throw Kaken off of Midoriya's body. As Kaken flew through the air, Midoriya couldn't help but smile at what he hoped was his victory being fully cemented. Kaken's going really far, really fast, Midoriya thought to himself. I thought he'd fall by now, but he's almost at the edge of the park. Kaken crossed the edge of the park. Midoriya's smile faded. He's going into the street. I've got to do something. Midoriya put all of his strength into his legs and charged at Kaken, praying to whoever would listen that he'd be able to reach him in time. Unfortunately, Midoriya's body couldn't race as fast as his thoughts. Kaken escaped his grasp and flew into the street. Fortunately, through a slide of luck, Kaken managed to avoid getting hit by a single car. Even more unfortunately, through a slide of misfortune, Kaken crashed into a building with enough force to break a hole through the wall. What the hell was that? Someone shouted. Holy shit, it's a kid. Is he dead? Is a villain attacking? A second person shouted. Someone call an ambulance. Quick. A third person shouted. What kind of monster would do this to an innocent kid? A fourth person shouted. The skinny kid, the fat kid, and the crying kid all ran away from the scene, the crying kid with some hesitation. Midoriya could bring himself to do no such thing. No such thing besides stand there and cry. The police and ambulances showed up a few minutes after Kaken took his hit. A few heroes showed up too, inspecting the area for a possible villain. The police and heroes quickly discovered that there wasn't a villain anywhere in the area, so they started questioning people about what happened. The questioning came to an end when they talked to a crying Midoriya, who told them all about how it was his fault this happened. They told him not to cry because it was an accident, but that didn't help in the slightest. The EMTs let Midoriya ride in the ambulance with Kaken to the hospital, something he assumed was out of pity. The entire ride, Midoriya didn't say a word. He simply stared at Kaken with wide, scared eyes. None of that changed when they arrived at the hospital and Kaken was rushed to the emergency room. Not that he'd even have a chance to say anything with the doctors pushing him into the reception area almost as soon as he was inside. Izuku. At some point, Inko and Hisashi had arrived at the hospital. Midoriya had no idea how much time had passed when they did. Mommy. Daddy. Midoriya said, barely looking at them. Izuku, we got a call saying that you came here after the Bakugo's son got into an accident. What happened? Hisashi asked, looking him straight in the eyes. I was in the park, and Kaken, she was bullying someone. I just wanted to make him stop. I just wanted to be a hero, but then I lost control, and Kaken. More crying emerged, but it wasn't from Midoriya. Standing not too far from the Midoriyas were Kaken's parents and a doctor. Kaken's father was crying without abandon, and Kaken's mother just fell back against the wall with a pained, confused expression. Oh God, were the words that ran through Midoriya's head. Kaken was bad enough, but now his parents? He wanted to vomit so badly. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya? Someone asked. It was a woman. That's us, Inko said. Can we help you, Miss Dash? No Kajiri. Officer Tamako no Kajiri. Officer. Midoriya felt a shiver run through his body as he looked at the woman. She was a tall woman with a muscular build, much more so than any other adult woman Midoriya had seen. She had a bob of what looked like blonde hair, but it looked jagged and hard, like it was made of stone, and her eyes appeared to be some sort of light-colored gemstone. Standing next to her was a heavy-set man with pink skin and a scowl on his face. Midoriya felt another shiver. This was the woman who was going to send him to jail. I'm not taking you to jail, if that's what you're thinking, Tamako said. We just need to talk to your parents for a little bit. What? Why? Inko asked. I don't know. Could have something to do with your kid throwing his pal through a brick wall, but maybe that's just me, the pink man said. Hey! Hisashi shouted, stepping towards him. Tamako didn't waste any time stepping between the two of them. Look, we just need to get an understanding of what happened. Detective Shitsujin will take you and the Bakugas somewhere to ask some questions, and I'll keep an eye on your son. Okay? Fine, Hisashi said, stepping away from Tamako and the pink man, now identified as Shitsujin. Izuku, the nice lady is going to stay with you while we go and talk for a bit. Is that okay? Inko asked. Midoriya just nodded without a word. Inko gave him a quick hug before turning away and following Hisashi and Shitsujin out of the reception area, Kaken's parents quickly joining them. Hey kid, Tamako said, sitting down next to Midoriya. This was an accident. It was just some horseplay that got out of control. I need you to understand all of that and understand that this wasn't your fault. Do you understand? Yes, Midoriya said. No, Midoriya thought to himself. Even if you try and say that, I'm still the reason Kaken isn't here. If they can't help him, how can you even say something like that? Midoriya jumped out of his seat. That was Inko's voice he just heard. But that didn't make any sense. He just saw her leave a minute ago. What? You want me to beat around the bush? Act like your kid didn't almost kill another kid. That was Detective Shitsugen's voice. Just like Inko, he wasn't anywhere in sight. You don't have to act like we need to put him in Tartarus. That was definitely his father. That was definitely Hisashi's voice. That was definitely the voice of someone who wasn't present. Midoriya could only come up with one explanation: super hearing. It was rather unfortunate that the current circumstances stopped him from being excited about his new ability. Look, Hisashi, the fact of the matter is that your kid sent his friend into there and caused property damage to do it. Someone needs to be held accountable for all of this, Shitsugen said. Oh, this is all about money then? How much is it gonna cost to get you off my back? Hisashi asked. Don't get snippy with me. You don't want to know what I do to people who try to mouth off to me. Please, can we just stop all this? That was Kaken's father, still not through with his crying. Katsuki, he's still alive, isn't he? That's all I care about, and I don't want to think about anything else. Yeah, well, life ain't about the things we want to do. Why do we have to drag this out so much, though? That was Kaken's mother, confused and melancholic. It was an accident, wasn't it? When I was a kid, my friends and I got carried away with our quirks and hurt each other all the time. It was never this bad, but this is just something that happens. So that means we just brush it off as kids being kids? Midoriya heard a loud bang. Shitsugen must have slammed his fist against something. That kind of attitude is what makes people think they can do whatever they want, and thinking like that is what leads to people becoming villains, and we got enough of those as it is. Doesn't matter if you all want to just go home and forget about this, we need to figure how this even happened and make sure we all know how it won't happen again. Again, what's there to know? Hisashi asked. My son was messing around with his quirk. Does he even have a quirk, though? What? What? Midoriya asked. What? Tamako asked, staring at him. Midoriya said it was nothing and went back to listening in on the conversation. Said that your son was quirkless. I wasn't lying about that. That was the voice of the Dr. Midoriya saw last week. It appeared that he was there as well. I ran the test exactly as it's supposed to be run, checked over the results multiple times alongside other experts in the field, so there shouldn't have been any doubt that Izuku would never develop a quirk. Huh. Midoriya knew Tamako heard him, but he didn't respond to her. He was too busy trying to process what he was hearing. That doesn't mean that he can't have powers, though. Inko said, sure, quirks are the easiest way for someone to have powers, but they aren't the only way. We know, and we already tested for them, the doctor said. There are no traces of metal in Izuku's blood, so that means he isn't a metahuman. There's no history of magic on either side of his family, so that can't explain things, because an untrained first-generation magic user wouldn't be able to use that much power. He also wasn't exposed to any radiation or dangerous chemicals or anything of the sort, so that also can't be taken into account. Even if he did have a quirk, he wouldn't have anything close to super strength, Shitsugen said. A person's quirk can only be derived from the quirks of their parents. The only exceptions to that are quirk mutations, and people like that are 1 in a million. But I'm guessing you never told your kid that, right? So, you see, this isn't just a question of, how did this happen? No. This, you see, is a question of, what made this happen? Midoriya must have said something to make Tamako look at him again, but he didn't know what came out of his mouth and had no idea what, if anything, he said to get her to turn away. Now that he thought about it, he remembered the doctor saying something about how a person's quirk worked in relation to their parents' quirks. In all the excitement over the emergence of his powers, he must have forgotten about it and never bothered to try remembering it. Then there was what the detective had said, about this being a question of what made this happen. There was a vagueness to it, but Midoriya could read between the lines. He knew that the what was supposed to be him. But if what the doctor was saying was true, and he wasn't supposed to have any powers, what sort of what Did that even make him? That's far enough, a new voice said, accompanied by a multitude of footsteps. Hey, who the hell are you guys? Shitsujin shouted. What's going on over there? Midoriya thought to himself. You've done fine work here, detective, but now we'll handle Dash. The new big belly buster, at only 500 yen. Midoriya jumped back in his seat. The new people who just showed up were there too. Talk about Big Belly Burger? No, that didn't make sense. It sounded more like a TV commercial. We just want to talk to Dash. Someone about this leaky roof Dash. I can't take this anymore. More random words flew into Midoriya's ears. The last sentence didn't even sound Japanese. His hearing had gone from normal hearing to being able to pick up conversations in a building to being able to pick up conversations around the world in the span of a few minutes. So what should Dash? Fire that burned 3 people alive Dash. Instant death Dash. The victims had multiple stab wounds Dash. And so many of them were bad. Even with the words that Midoriya couldn't understand, he could tell when someone was saying something bad by the tone of their voice. I'll kill you. Police arrested 300 protesters Dash. Villain has taken the entire group hostage Dash. Signs of SXL assault Dash. Thousands will be losing their jobs by the end of the month Dash. Beaten into a coma Dash. It was getting worse, and Midoriya didn't know how to stop it. Didn't know what to do about it but cover his ears and try to block it out. It didn't work. Who was suspected of being an alien was arrested today Dash. Countless lives in jeopardy Dash. Stole hundreds of millions in Dash. Gang violence has magnified Dash. No survivors Dash. Missing for over a week Dash. Committed suicide Dash. Refused all offers to negotiate Dash. Destroyed in a freak storm Dash. There were no heroes Dash. Midoriya wasn't sure how many more he picked up before he passed out. When Midoriya woke up, he wasn't in the hospital. A quick survey of the area told him that he was lying on the couch in his living room. Hopefully that meant everything that happened over the last few hours was just a dream. Unbridled chaos Dash. Riots in the street Dash. No such luck, Midoriya remarked as he hit the side of his head. Everything was real. Kaken getting hurt, the police questioning his parents, the apparent impossibility of him having powers. It was all real. The only upside to the day was that hitting the side of his head seemed to shut off his super hearing. Mindlessly, Midoriya got off the couch and started walking around the apartment until he ended up in the dining room. Both of his parents were there, and their faces lit up as soon as they saw him. Izuku, you're awake. Inko cheered as she and Hisashi hugged him. When we got back, the policewoman said you had a panic attack and passed out in your chair. We were so worried. You gave us a hell of a scare there, little guy. Are you feeling all right? Hisashi asked. Yes, Midoriya lied. That's great. Let's get some dinner in you and then we'll all head to bed. Hisashi sat Midoriya down at the table while Inko went into the kitchen to get everyone's dinner together. What did the detective say? Midoriya asked. That guy? Oh, nothing important. He just wanted to make sure we all knew that it was an accident. No one's in trouble, Hisashi said. It was a lie. And Kaken? He's gonna be alright. It was a close call, but he's gonna make it through. You probably won't see him in school for a while, though, but small miracles, right? Right. The conversation between the two dropped. The only sound in the room came from Inko's humming and food and dishware being shuffled around. Hey, Daddy. Yes. Why do I have these powers? Midoriya asked. Hisashi stared blankly at Midoriya for a few seconds without saying a word. What kind of question is that, Izuku? It's just your quirk. But it's not like your quirk or mommy's quirk. True, but Dash. I could only do this if I had a mutation, but the detective said that those almost never happen, and the doctor said that he was certain I didn't have a quirk. The sound of a shattering plate sounded through the room. Midoriya and Hisashi turned to see Inko staring at them with a bunch of food at her feet. Izuku, how did you know that? Inko asked. The policewoman said you never left her side, so how Dash? I heard it, Midoriya said. I didn't leave where I was, but I still heard everything you were saying. Then I started hearing things from around town, around the country, and even things in different languages. It all just kept coming in, and I didn't know what to do. Dash. Why did that happen? Why did any of this happen? If I don't have a quirk, or any of the other powers someone can have, then why did I hurt Kaken? Please, just tell me what I am. Tears started falling out of his eyes, even as he finished talking. Inko put a hand over her mouth while Hisashi directed his gaze to the table. This went on for a minute before Hisashi stood up and walked out of the dining room, muttering something about wanting to wait until he was older. Izuku, honey, there's something you need to know, Inko said, putting a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. 4 years ago, Daddy and we were trying so hard to start a family, harder than anyone else we knew. But even with all of that, the doctors said that we would never be able to have children of our own. But then how does that mean I'm adopted? Yes, but it's a little more complicated than that. As if on cue, Hisashi returned to the dining room and placed a metal box with a coded lock on top of the table. He pressed a series of buttons before a loud beep sounded off and the top of the box opened slightly. Hisashi pulled the lid up completely, and Midoriya looked over to see what was inside. A long piece of metal bearing a black pentagon with what looked like the letter S inside of it. What's this? Midoriya asked. This is the lid of a spaceship, Hisashi said. A spaceship? Why would you have been near something like that? What does that have to do with me? Another question tried to escape Midoriya's mouth, but he stopped it from happening as everything came together. 4 years ago, your mother and I were camping near Mount Fuji when a ball of fire crashed near us. It wasn't a falling star, but a spaceship from an unknown civilization. The only thing inside the ship was a baby, and that baby, well, that baby was you. Midoriya stopped crying. At this point, he felt more confused than he did sad. So the reason I have powers when I shouldn't have powers? It's because I'm an alien? Midoriya asked. That seems to be it, Hisashi said. And very conveniently, you awakened your powers at the same age that the vast majority of people born here awaken their own. So that means I hurt Kaken because I'm a monster. That's not true. Inko shouted. You're not a monster, Izuku. Yes, I am. People who aren't. Monsters don't hurt their friends the way I hurt Kaken, even if their friends were being mean. That was an accident. They happen literally every day. Hisashi shouted. It doesn't matter where you came from, Izuku, you're still our son Dash. Even if you say that, it's not true. Midoriya cut in. If I was really your son, then I wouldn't have any powers and Kaken wouldn't have gotten hurt. But all of that happened. Because I'm someone who doesn't belong here. Midoriya jumped out of his seat and ran to his room, ignoring his parents' pleas for him to come back. He slammed the door shut and jumped on his bed, now ignoring the pounding against his bedroom door. The only sound he was paying attention to was the sound of his tears coming back in full force. Kaken came back to school a month later. He had scars all over his chest and titanium screws in his left arm, but other than that he was fine. He didn't say a word to me for the rest of the year, only ever scowling at me in silence. For someone like Kaken to not lay into someone who sent him to the hospital, they must have made him so angry that he was at a loss for words. I ended up being the person to make that happen. All because I'm an alien. All because I don't belong here. Whether it's a quirk, magic, the metagene, or some kind of mutation, roughly 90% of the world has some kind of superpower, yet I have powers in the one way that everyone hates. Ever since heroes and villains first appeared, the ones who have been responsible for the most destruction have always been aliens. The Lantern War, where the Green Lantern and Red Lantern Corps got into a huge fight and used Earth as a battleground, had one of the highest death tolls in history, and to this day, Alan Scott still orbits the planet in the Green Palace to shoot down invaders before they can come anywhere near here. I'm the same kind of person as the people who caused all of that. My parents said that they didn't care about that and that I shouldn't either. If they don't care, that's fine, but I couldn't just stop myself from caring about it, especially since I had proof that I was dangerous. So I decided not to bring attention to myself. I'd live a normal life where I didn't rub any shoulders or turn any heads, and that meant not being a hero. Someone like me didn't deserve to be a hero, anyway. Someone like me would only get people hurt and cause more harm than good. Japan. April, 20XX, present. Why do I have to think about all of this right now? Midoriya asked, wiping his face as he kept walking. Stupid Kaken. Just leave me alone and let me live my life. I'll let you live it, kid. For about another minute, anyway, a voice said. Midoriya turned around to see who was talking to him and felt his jaw drop. Shooting out of a manhole a few steps away from him was a giant mass of sludge, staring at him with wild eyes and smiling at him with jagged teeth. Before Midoriya could say anything, the sludge had shot forward and wrapped itself around him, shoving some of itself into his mouth. There was no mistaking it. Midoriya was being attacked by a villain. You really saved me, kid, the sludge villain said. I was being chased by the hero of all heroes, and lucky me, I find a nice-looking body for me to hide in. Midoriya tried clawing at the sludge villain, but it just laughed at him. I'm liquid, you moron. You might as well stop struggling. It'll make things easier for the both of us. The sludge villain started wrapping itself around Midoriya's face, covering the entirety of it in a matter of seconds. He was hoping for that. As soon as it happened, Midoriya's eyes started glowing red underneath all the sludge with an intense heat. In a few seconds, the sludge around Midoriya's face started bubbling up like a boiling pot of water, and it started spreading across the entirety of the sludge villain's body. With an angry scream, the sludge villain flew off of Midoriya's body, which, in turn, allowed for twin beams of red light to shoot out of Midoriya's eyes and into the sky. Ow, ow, goddammit! The sludge villain shouted. That hurt like hell, but the fact that you've got a quirk like that makes things even be dash. Before the sludge villain could finish talking, Midoriya puckered his lips and breathed in its direction, releasing a giant gust of wind that sent its body flying backwards. I've got to get out of here. Midoriya shouted. I need to find a hero and get them to come over here and arrest him. Wait, but if I do that, he'll probably be gone by the time I get back. Should I try to detain him myself? I might be able to freeze him with my ice breath, since his body's like a liquid. But what if I get in trouble for vigilantism? They might go easy because it was self-defense, though. Even still, I'd be more likely to get in trouble than I would be to not get in trouble. As Midoriya rambled on, the sludge villain regained its composure and wrapped itself around Midoriya's leg. The sudden presence of some slimy substance on his skin made him take pause. Will you shut up already? I've had enough of you. It's over, kid. You're right. It is over, a new person said, his sentence punctuated by the sound of heavy weight crashing into pavement. Why, you asked? Oh no, the sludge villain cried. Midoriya, meanwhile, stared in awe at the person in front of him. That muscular build, those blue eyes hidden in dark shadows, that blonde hair stylized into antennae. It was weird that he was dressed in such a casual t-shirt and jeans and holding a plastic shopping bag, but there was no mistake about this. I have arrived. There was no mistake that this was All Might, the #1 hero in the world. Oh no! Texas dash. Goddammy dash. Smash. All Might reeled back an arm and let loose a punch in the direction of the sludge villain. He didn't actually touch it, though, instead punching the air with so much force that a massive shockwave was sent forward. The shockwave hit the sludge villain dead on, and its body was completely broken apart and scattered around the street. All Midoriya could do was stand there in awe at his idol. Said idol, meanwhile, took a bottle of water out of his shopping bag and emptied it out onto the street. Once it was emptied out, he sped around the area to every spot that pieces of the sludge villain ended up. Midoriya wondered what he was doing, but after a few seconds, he saw that the street was spotless and the entirety of the sludge villain was contained in the water bottle. With that, he returned to standing in. Sorry you had to get involved in this, kid, All Might said, putting the water bottle in his pocket. That guy robbed a bank earlier, and I took it upon myself to take him down. I almost had him, but then a can fell out of the sky and hit me in the face, giving him an opening. Seriously, a can falling out of the sky. How does that even happen? I wouldn't know, Midoriya stammered. Anyway, he used that to escape, and I had no idea where to find him. But then, I saw a beam of light being fired into the sky. I figured that someone was getting into a fight, and given the timing, it was possible that it would have been with this BSTRD, right here. It looks like I was right on the money too. What's your name? Aizuka Midoriya, sir. Well, young Midoriya, I have to give you my props. That guy must have given you a hard time, but you still stood your ground. Very nice. Thank you, All Might. Midoriya shouted, bowing repeatedly at such a low angle that he nearly hit his head against the ground. I'm actually a bit curious about how that all went down. Mind telling me about it? Oh, of course not. An extended conversation with All Might. With that, Midoriya was suddenly having one of the best days he'd had in a while. Wow. That's an amazing story, Midoriya, my boy. To think that kids these days could be so cool under pressure is astounding. Why yeah, Midoriya said, scratching the back of his head. Truth be told, the entire situation was one of the scariest things Midoriya ever had to deal with in his life, but there was no way he was going to let that show. This was All Might after all. Everyone's hero. His hero. And he'd been holding an actual conversation with him that the man was actually enjoying. This was the stuff of dreams. Like he'd died and gone to heaven. Come on, be a little prouder of yourself. You did great for someone without even an ounce of training. Wish I had that kind of natural-born talent when I was your age. All Might said, slapping Midoriya on the back. Much to his surprise, he had to fight to keep on his feet. What do you mean? Well, I mean, you don't think I was born as this pinnacle of muscular heroism, do you? All Might started flexing his body left and right, his biceps stretching the fabric of his shirt. Would it be too embarrassing to say that I did? Anyway, the point is that I had to work my butt off 7 times to get to be who I am. If someone like you did the same, well, there's no telling how far you'd go. Really? Midoriya shouted. Really? Midoriya, my boy, you're going to make a fine hero, someday. Really? Thank you. Thank you. Midoriya started bowing so low and so rapidly that he started carving away at the pavement. If Midoriya was happy before, now he was being propelled all the way to OA with excitement. Meeting your hero was one thing. Holding a conversation with them was another. Said hero telling you that you have a bright future ahead of you? Priceless. Priceless until you remembered the immeasurable cost of it. What am I doing? Midoriya asked himself, his bowing coming to a sudden halt. This isn't something I should be happy about. The idea of being a hero, even if it's coming from All Might, I can't do it. I just can't do it. Memories flashed before Midoriya's eyes. A memory of him throwing Bakugo into a building. A memory of learning that Bakugo would have died if it took a minute longer to get him to the hospital. A memory of being told that it happened all because he was born the exact kind of thing that would do that. Someone like him didn't deserve to be a hero. Midoriya knew that, yet he let himself forget in the excitement of meeting All Might. Kaken's right, I am a hypocrite, Midoriya told himself. I keep trying to put hero stuff behind me, but I can't get myself to fully commit. One way or another, I always find myself falling back into it, only to start running away again when I remember how much I don't deserve it. Midoriya knew that he couldn't keep doing this. He couldn't keep floundering between ideals and resolutions, like he'd always been. He needed to commit to something, but he couldn't. Thinking about becoming a hero always brought him back to what he did to Bakugo and how, and he knew he shouldn't aspire for anything other than a normal life. Thinking about living a normal life always brought him back to his childhood dreams of heroism and made him remember how badly he wanted it. It was an Ouroboros of contradictory thoughts. Childhood dreams. All Might. All Might. I'm talking to All Might. Midoriya screamed in his head. All Might's my idol. The best hero there is. He knows more about being a hero than anyone else in the world. If I tell him about this and ask for some advice, he'll be able to tell me what to do. Well, I'm off. Gotta take this guy to the authorities, you know. See you in the big leagues, kid. All Might exclaimed. All Might bent his body into a crouching position before jumping up and propelling himself far into the air, the pavement cracking as an after effect. I know. Wait. Midoriya could feel his chance slipping away from him. Not wanting to lose anything, he did the one thing that would be sensible at the moment. He performed a similarly superhuman jump into the air at the same angle as All Might and grabbed onto his leg, taking extra care to not accidentally break it in two. Hey, what gives? All Might shouted. The picosecond Midoriya latched onto him. Midoriya, my boy, as much fun as it was talking with you, I really need to get going. I know, and I'm really sorry, but I've got to ask you one more question. I'm sure you have a million questions for me, but now isn't the time. You need to let me be. But if I let go now, I'll fall and well, I don't know if I'd die from this height, but dash. Fine. I'll set us down somewhere. Thank you. Midoriya shouted. Midoriya had succeeded in getting more time to talk with All Might. He felt so happy about that he didn't even question why a drop of blood had flown out of All Might's mouth. Another day, another fight with Midoriya that fell apart before it could even become anything. If there was one thing Bakugo could be happy about, it was that a year from now, he'd never have to deal with that headache again. The more he thought about that, though, the more he thought about the slew of additional problems that would just end up creating. Thus the birth of a whole new headache. Man, you really set Midoriya off, Bakugo. I thought he was gonna kick your butt for sure. The two peons following him around certainly didn't help dealing with it. Seriously, the guy could probably stop a train with his bare hands, and you keep starting shit with him. It's like you're MCST or something. Peon number 1 laughed as peon number 2 handed him a cigarette. The hell I am. I just can't stand that piece of shit Deku acting like he's better than me all the time, just so he can run away with his tail between his legs whenever someone tries to make him put his money where his mouth is, Bakugo said. Bakugo turned around, grabbed the cigarettes from peons number 1 and 2, and disintegrated them with his quirk. Hey! Peon number 2 shouted. I told you morons not to smoke when I'm around. If you're caught, it'll go on my record too, dipshits. The peons' mouths dropped. Their bodies started shaking. Weird. These two had clung to Bakugo's sides long enough to not get like that when he went off on them, so that didn't make any sense. Bakugo turned back around and saw a giant mass of sludge with jagged teeth glaring at him. Now it made sense. A body with a good quirk. After being in the air for several more seconds, All Might landed on top of a nearby building. Midoriya never knew he could feel so thankful to be on solid ground. So, All Might looking over to his hero, Midoriya saw that All Might had his back completely turned away from him. I wasn't lying when I said I was in a hurry, so what's so important? All Might asked. Do you want more autographs or something? Which people who definitely aren't you should I make them out to? No, it's not that. I wouldn't waste your time with something like that. I mean, it's not that I didn't believe you when you said you were busy, so I'm only still bothering you because I have something really important to talk to you about. That being said, I wouldn't object to getting more autographs, but now isn't the time or place for that, and it's not really something that will kill me if I don't get it. Okay, you're sorry and this is important, I get it. Just come out with it already. Right, sorry. Midoriya took in a breath, then let it go. He took it back in, he let it back out. Now or never. Earlier, you said that I can be a hero, but what I want to ask you is, well, should I be a hero? Should you be a hero? That's rather subjective, isn't it? But the fact that you would ask the question at all, why do you think you shouldn't be a hero? It's my powers. I'm really happy that you praised the way I used them before, but I wasn't always able to use them like that. When I was a kid and I just got them, I wasn't that good or careful with them, and they aren't the kind of powers that are fine to not have a handle on. Yes, but now you can handle them. No one's an expert with their quirks from day one, that's why we have power counseling. If you ask me, you're being too hard on yourself. Just because you did something a little stupid when you were younger doesn't mean you need to give up on being a hero. Almost killing my friend isn't a little stupid. Midoriya shouted. Losing himself, Midoriya stomped on the ground so hard that a small hole formed under his heel. All Might finally turned around to face him, his trademark smile nowhere to be found. What happened? I just got my powers after everyone else in my class had theirs for months. Everyone kept saying that I was going to be quirkless, even the doctor told me I'd never have a quirk, but then I ripped the door to my apartment off its hinges. That meant everyone was wrong and I did have a quirk, right? That's what I was thinking. After that, I got it in my head that even though I was still a kid, I needed to be more proactive to play catch-up. One day, I saw my friend picking on another kid, so I got into a fight with him to get him to stop. He jumped onto my back, so I thought it'd be cool if I tried using one of your moves on him, and I sent him flying into a building. They had to put screws all over his arm, his chest is covered in scars, he couldn't go to school for a month, he almost died. My best friend was nearly killed, and it was all my fault. Midoriya could feel tears welling up as he forced himself to remember everything. All the pain he caused, all the turmoil he induced, all the revelations thrown in his face. He didn't hear any tears hitting the ground, however, as before they could, All Might was in front of him, wiping each one off his face. Midoriya, my boy, I need you to be honest with me, All Might said. When I first entered the top 10 ranking, I was told that in the summer of 20XX, an alien pod crash landed near the base of MT Fuji. It contained a humanoid child, and 4 years later, that child was involved in an incident where a human child nearly lost his life. Are you that alien? Midoriya jumped back, getting out of arm's length of All Might. A cold sweat was shooting out of his pores. His hands were shaking, his pupils dilating. He wanted to engage in flight without even thinking about fight. Calm down. And he did. Very slowly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to send you into a panic, All Might said. I just wanted a full understanding of the situation. Please don't think for a second that I, or anyone else who knows the truth about you, would want to put you in danger. Do you understand? Midoriya nodded his head, his breathing becoming slightly more steady. So, you're an alien. If it was just an accident caused by misusing your powers, that'd be one thing. But being an alien, well, that adds a whole other layer to it. Yeah, Midoriya said, eyes glued to the ground. After my parents told me that, it made sense why I was able to hurt my friend even without a quirk. Because I'm the same kind of terrible monster they always say aliens are in school. I almost killed him when I was just 4 years old, and I'm getting stronger and stronger every year, without even trying. Someone like me doesn't deserve the right to be a hero. By the time I'm old enough, I just destroy everything around me. Just like a monster. But even though that much is obvious, I can't stop myself from dreaming about becoming a hero. I still watch the UA Sports Festival every year. I record every piece of hero-related news. I even take notes on my classmates and pro heroes so I can analyze them for future reference. I keep getting drawn back to heroes, even though I know that I shouldn't try to have anything to do with them. So that's why I'm still bothering you, All Might. You're the best hero in the world, so I want you to be honest with me. Even though I'm an alien who's probably only good at hurting people, should I try to be a hero? Midoriya started crying again, but this time, he held in his tears and stared at All Might. The expression on Midoriya's face was part fearful, part hopeful, and everything in between. With heavy anticipation, he waited for All Might's answer. Before All Might could say anything, however, a cloud of steam exploded out of his body. All Might! Sheet! I really was out of time. Midoriya heard All Might shout. What's going on? Are you alright, All Might Haheya? When the smoke cleared, Midoriya found himself screaming, for All Might was gone. Standing in his place was a man who stood at the same height, but had so little muscle mass that his clothes looked 3 sizes too big. The hair was the same color, but this man's hair made it look like he hadn't gotten out of bed in a week. The eyes were the same blue covered in shadows, but the bags under this man's eyes gave an implication of fatigue rather than mystique. The face lacked All Might's trademark chiseled appearance, instead possessing a sunken, angular look far more suited for a man with some sort of disease than the symbol of peace. There was a very simple explanation. You're not All Might. Yes, I am, the man said while simultaneously coughing up blood. There's no way. How? Well, you know how the members of the Shazam family all get really buff when they use their powers? It's like that. Seriously? At this point, Midoriya had forced himself to accept that this was, in fact, All Might, even if it made no sense for that to be the case. Now you see why I was in such a hurry, All Might said, sitting down on the ground with a sigh. Since we've gotten here, I might as well tell you the truth. Might even be relevant for your problem. Just don't go telling anyone about this, okay? Without realizing it, Midoriya must have stammered out some form of agreement, for All Might then started pulling up his shirt as if it was important to do so. To us. Underneath his shirt was an utterly ugly mess of skin. The left half of his torso was rough and scarred and covered in stitches, with all the damage converging onto a circular patch of skin around where his heart would be. Midoriya hated how looking at such ugly scarring made him remember what Bakugo looked like under his shirt. 5 years ago, I got this wound from a powerful villain. My respiratory system was destroyed, and they had to remove my entire stomach. The aftereffects of dozens of surgeries have caused my body to waste away to the point where I can only fight for 3 hours a day. No wait, was that from when you fought the atomic skull? As if a punk like that could do me in like this. No, the guy who did this to me was way above him, and I only got away with my life because I managed to hit him as hard as he hit me. What's? So the guy who did that to you got it just as bad. Probably worse. There were, well, other factors at play that I won't get into, but even though it's been 5 years, that guy shouldn't be moving around anytime soon. No way. Midoriya put a hand over his mouth. He felt sick. He felt short of breath. He felt like vomiting, but he couldn't make anything come out. This is what they don't teach you about being a hero. The public acts like it's all a squeaky clean business, like all you do is strap on your tights, punch some people trying to rob a bank, get the key to the city, and go back home while shooting a sly wink to the fans. But even back in the golden age, it was never that simple. Sometimes you can't just play it safe. Sometimes, the bad guys won't go down in just a few punches, and when you're too naive to realize that, they'll start hitting you and everyone around you hard. When that happens, you can't be afraid to do the same to them. A hero should never go out of their way to kill or severely hurt someone, but they can't be afraid to do so if there aren't any other options. Midoriya couldn't form any form of response. Every ounce of power he put into thinking was focused on trying to make sense out of everything. He had no idea what his face looked like at that moment, but if All Might expression was any help, it couldn't have been anything good. That's what I thought, All Might said, standing up. What's what you thought? Midoriya asked. After hearing all of that, your expression didn't change for the better. If anything, it just got worse. You're so racked with guilt and fear over repeating what you did 10 years ago that the idea of being forced to do just that leaves you shaking in your boots, even if the target would be a villain. What's so crazy about that? If someone like you suddenly says that I need to be ready to tear people apart, how am I supposed to dash? And that's the other problem. All Might cut in, dashing right in front of Midoriya and making his spindly form tower over him. The other reason you're taking this so poorly is because of your own confirmation bias. You weren't really looking for my honest opinion, you just wanted me to tell you exactly what you wanted to hear so you could stop having doubts about your future. Life doesn't work that way, though. It's good to go to others for help, but in the end, you need to decide on how your life will go, all by yourself. Midoriya, my boy, I still think you can be a hero, but whether or not you should be one, I honestly can't say, and it's not because you're an alien, it's because of a shortcoming you could have had, even if you were human. All Might stepped away from Midoriya, asked him one more time not to tell anyone about his injury, and exited the rooftop via the connecting stairwell. Midoriya just stood there, looking at nothing, listening to nothing, thinking about nothing. Then he cried once more, and no one was able to stop his tears from flowing. Some minutes later, Midoriya left the rooftop. Not because he was feeling better, though. There was no point in standing there petrified, and he needed to get home before his mom started worrying. If it wasn't for that, he had no idea where he'd be going right now. So much for All Might being able to help me, Midoriya thought to himself. It's not like he was wrong though. I was just hoping that he'd just give me another one of his big smiles and say, "Who cares if you're an alien? Go be a hero." I never even thought about him saying anything I didn't want to hear. That was stupid. So stupid. Midoriya was at a loss. Meeting with All Might did nothing to help with his conflicting ideals and motivations. If anything, the meeting simply served to exasperate them. After all, if someone like All Might was calling him a hypocrite, it was hard to try and argue with that. If someone like All Might told you to figure things out on your own, there was really no choice in the matter. If making this kind of decision was easy for Midoriya, though, he wouldn't need to have talked to All Might in the first place. I need to take my mind off this. I was having a bad day, then I was having a good day, now I'm having a bad day again. Need to do something to bring this back to a good day. As the thought went through Midoriya's head, he heard an explosion sound off through the air. There was a large crowd of people across the street. It must have come from over there. The crowd kept getting larger, and with his enhanced sight, it looked like a lot of people were smiling. There must have been heroes and villains fighting over there. Midoriya gave a solemn shrug and started crossing the street. Something like this probably wouldn't do much, but he did make it a habit of watching heroes fight whenever it happened near him. Not only that, but it could be fun to see what villain was being taken down. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun in any way, shape, or form. The villain causing a ruckus was, without a doubt, the sludge villain All Might had apprehended earlier. Midoriya couldn't forget that slimy body of his, and the roaring flames only served to make it look even more threatening. Back when I grabbed All Might's leg, I must have knocked the bottle loose. It must have fallen out of his pants, and the villain got free. Midoriya thought to himself. Listening in on the chatter of the other onlookers, Midoriya learned that the sludge villain had taken someone hostage and was manipulating their body. The hostage must have had a fire-based quirk, and that was where the flames had come from. There were heroes on the scene, of course, but they were all useless. The plant-based hero Kamui Woods could barely move around, unless he wanted his body to catch fire and turn to ash. Because of said fire, rescue specialist Backdraft was too busy putting them out with his hydrokinesis quirk to deal with the sludge villain. Newbie heroine Lady had a quirk that turned her body into a giant, but only a giant, so in that crowded street, she couldn't move around. The only hero not being inhibited by the environment was Desudagoro, but he was a strictly physical fighter, so he couldn't do anything without hurting the hostage. The most disheartening reality, though, was the lack of All Might's presence. People were talking about how they saw All Might chasing the sludge villain earlier, and now they were confused as to why he was nowhere to be seen. Only Midoriya knew why All Might wasn't around. He couldn't be around. Because he reached the limit of his quirk for the day. Because Midoriya bugged him with useless questioning. And it was because he set out to do that the sludge villain was using someone to cause chaos and wasn't sitting in a jail cell, right now. This is all my fault. All of this is happening because I was so stupid. Because of me, innocent people are going to get hurt. Again. All because of me. Midoriya felt like his heart was going to fly out of his chest. It felt like he was having a heart attack. Could whatever he was even have a heart attack? It was probably psychosomatic, but either way, he hated this. Hated that people were getting hurt. Hated that All Might told him he shouldn't be a hero. Hated that people were suffering because of his carelessness, just like Bakugo did. In an incredible moment of happenstance, the sludge villain's body shifted around just slightly enough for Midoriya to see that the hostage was Bakugo. He looked like he was going to cry. Before Midoriya knew what he was doing, he had jumped away from the crowd and was running towards the sludge villain. "Hey kid, what the hell are you doing? Get back here!" Desudagoro was yelling at Midoriya to stop, but he didn't listen. He couldn't listen. Nothing in his body was allowing him to listen. "You again?" The sludge villain, a hint of panic in his voice. Before the sludge villain could make any sort of move, Midoriya had jumped on top of him and Bakugo. He grabbed onto Bakugo's arm as soon as he found it among the sludge and started pulling on it with all of his might. "Izuku, you gotta stop," a voice in the back of his head told him. "You know what you can do. You can tear his arm off. You nearly killed him once, and now you're going to do it again." "I know what I did." Midoriya shouted back at it. "I know what I can do too. I know that I can tear his arm off. I know that I can rip his organs out of his body. I know that I can throw him up into the clouds and make him a pancake on a sidewalk 3 towns over. That's not important, though. Nothing that pops up in my head is important. What's important is making sure no one dies." Simultaneous with Midoriya's shout of triumph, he pulled Bakugo completely free of the sludge villain and threw him in the air in MT Lady's direction. With the timing of a true pro, She activated her quirk and caught him like an outfielder at Koshien. The crowd went wild. God damn it. Why you do keep getting in my way, brat? The sludge villain shouted. Not this time. I'm taking you out for good. And this time, you won't have All Might to save your. What won't he have me to do? A new, familiar voice shouted. Midoriya turned around. He didn't want to believe. He couldn't believe it. Even now, with him looking right at it, he could still barely believe it, but there he was. There was All Might, looking just like people expected him to look, making the sludge villain stammer in fear. It's just like I told you before. If you want to be a hero, you can't be afraid to go all out. All Might shouted, blood spurting out of his mouth. Detroit Smash. Before the sludge villain could even move, All Might hit him with a downward punch with so much force that three things happened as a result. The sludge villain's body was completely broken apart, the resulting air pressure extinguished all of the fires on the street, and that same air pressure created a rising air current so powerful that it started raining. Midoriya smiled as the crowd cheered. This was exactly what the #1 hero was capable of, a lot more than him. All Might left as soon as everyone was sure that the villain was defeated. Everyone thought he was just going off to fight somewhere else, but I knew that that was far from the case. The remaining heroes collected the scattered pieces of the sludge villain's body and handed him over to the police so he could be put into custody. I was scolded for interfering in hero business and putting myself in danger. Kaken, meanwhile, was praised for being so brave in the face of danger. Neither of those statements were true, though. Anyone who looked at Kaken back there would have known that he was scared out of his mind, and anyone who knew me would have known that I put everyone except myself in danger. I could have hurt Kaken all over again, I knew that, yet I still went in to save him. What did that say about me then? After the heroes and police were done talking to Midoriya, he went back on his way home. The day started out bad, then it got good, then it became bad again, and it finally evolved into something he couldn't really recognize. Either way, all he wanted to do was go home, go to sleep, and put everything behind him. He'd have to put a pin in that. Kaken? Midoriya asked, turning around to see Bakugo standing near him. This doesn't change anything, Deku, you know that. I could have beaten that guy by myself. I didn't need help from a FING coward like you. Don't go around thinking I'm gonna start kissing your butt because of this. You haven't done anything to earn that, and you never will when you're just gonna be a hypocrite all your life. You stupid nerd. Bakugo kicked a trash can over before turning around and walking away, muttering obscenities under his breath. Even though he didn't want to show, Midoriya could tell that, in his own way, Bakugo actually was thanking him. At the same time, though, he was just repeating what he always said. He didn't deserve Bakugo's respect if he couldn't commit to anything. Not like that's changed at all, Midoriya told himself as he continued his walk home. I am here. Before he could make even one step forward, All Might ran in front of him, smiling in his muscular form. All Might, what are you doing here? Surprised, aren't you? I would have talked to you back at the scene of the crime, but I needed to get away from all those reporters. Wasn't hard to do though. After all, I'm All Me Dash. All Might started coughing up blood and reverted to his powerless form. He was really pushing himself, and Midoriya knew that he was partly responsible for that. All Might, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't tried to bug you with my problems, that villain wouldn't have gotten free, and then you wouldn't have had to push yourself past your time limit and dash. Actually, young Midoriya, it's I who owe you an apology, All Might interjected. What? Ever since I received my injury, there had been too many incidents like the one today, situations where I forced myself to the sidelines because I was scared of going over my limits and hurting myself further. But you, who told me how scared you were of taking action and putting other people at risk, you cast aside all of your doubts and moved to save your friend. That selflessness made me remember that a hero can't be slowed down by their personal hang-ups. All that matters is that they go out and save people who need help. Their own crap can be dealt with later. That's how I need to start acting again, and it's clearly how you want to act. Even if you say that, though, I'm still just Dash. You're still just someone who has the resolve to save a life. Even though All Might's form looked nowhere near as strong as usual, Midoriya still found himself being moved by his words, absorbing every syllable into his body. Like a weight was being lifted off his shoulders that even his incredible strength couldn't move. Today, I gave you the wrong answers and you asked me the wrong questions. It's not about whether or not you can be a hero, and it's not about whether or not you should be a hero. Midoriya, my boy, there's only one question that matters. Do you want to be a hero? It was a question Midoriya had been putting out of his mind for 10 years. Ever since that day, it never felt like it was what mattered compared to the question of whether or not it was actually right. That might have been wrong though. If today was worth anything, it meant that he had been going about things the wrong way for 10 years. I almost killed my friend because I was so reckless with my powers. His body's always going to be messed up because of that. No matter how much good I do, I can't ever fix that. Yes, that's true. No matter how good a person you are, you can't change the past. I don't have a quirk, I don't have the metagene, I can't use magic, I didn't fall in a vat of toxic waste. My powers aren't anything that belong on Earth. I'm not anything that belongs on Earth. A lot of people would agree with that. Ever since the Lantern War, people haven't been very kind to aliens. Renegade, Starfire, Martian Manhunter, we lost a lot of great heroes at the height of the paranoia. It's not like that's even over. Up in the sky, the sun's setting, so if you look closely, you can see the light of Alan Scott's Green Palace. The space station he's been living in for almost a century to shoot down anyone like me who comes anywhere near here. And everyone's okay with that. That's true. If anyone ever found out about you being an alien, you'd probably get a hero or two sent to capture you. If that happened, you'd need to pray that Alan Scott doesn't personally go after you. Even still, I want to prove that one mistake shouldn't define who I am. As you should. Even still, I want to prove that I have the right to be here, even if I wasn't born here. Everyone should have that right. Even still, I want to prove that I'm not like the aliens they talk about in the history books and in the propaganda films. No one would want to be like that. I want to prove this to everyone, but most of all, I want to prove it to myself. Even still. With watery eyes, Midoriya turned his head up to the sky, looking straight in the direction of the Green Palace. I want to be a hero. Then be one, and don't let anyone stop you. That was when it all truly started for me. That was the day I stopped wavering and strengthened my resolve. From that day onward, I reclaimed my childhood dream of becoming a hero, and thanks to that, I started walking the path towards becoming the greatest hero of all time. Despite what a lot of people think, though, the next step for me wasn't going to a hero school. The next step for me was figuring out who I really was. People always asked Harrison Wells why he founded SR Labs. Some thought it was to secure lucrative patents for all of his inventions. It wasn't. He was smart enough to get those without starting a giant laboratory. Some thought it was to conduct experiments on quirk users and metahumans that the government couldn't be linked to. It wasn't. He was no Niles Calder, despite the wheelchair. No, the reason Harrison Wells founded SR Labs was simple. He wanted to use science to help people. Whether it was through a new invention that furthered people's understanding of reality or providing occasional assistance to the Flash family, Wells was driven by nothing more than a desire to help his fellow man. Tonight was a good example of this trait of his, in action. As Wells was getting ready to go home after a full day of work, he ran into the night security guard in the hallway and noticed the sad expression on his purple face. Wells asked him what was wrong, and the security guard lamented that he forgot to buy his daughter a birthday present, and the toy store was going to close in an hour. Wells, understanding perfectly well how hard it was to try and balance a job with being a parent, told him that he'd keep watch for an hour so he could buy the present. The look on his face was exactly why Wells got into this business. Some people might call him naive, including some he worked with on a regular basis, but making others happy was all that really counted. Even so, this is pretty boring, Wells said as he zipped around the labs. All he was doing was going into one room after the other, making sure that no one was there, and then starting over once he reached the end. It was mind-numbing. If the security guard came back a little later than an hour, he honestly wouldn't be upset. At the start of his fifth roll-around, Wells heard a loud rattling coming from the weapons development lab. Hello. No response. It'd make sense if it was a rat, but that was far too loud a sound for a rat. There also would never be a rat in SR Labs, he'd never allow for it. Mr. Jones? Still no response. Very suspect. As Wells rolled towards the door, he put the thumb, index finger, and middle finger of his left hand into the shape of a gun, and a small blue flame appeared at the tip of his fingers. Welding wasn't much of a quirk when it came to offense, but it was good enough for a surprise attack. The surprise, though, was on him. As Wells reached for the door handle to the lab, the door slid open. Standing in the doorway was a large man with a bald head, a light-colored body, and a wicked grin on his face. Wells barely had time to form even a single thought before he was hit in the head and lost consciousness. When Wells woke up, he wasn't at all surprised to find himself in the medical ward. He also wasn't surprised to see his own face staring back at him. Another head of short, brown hair, another set of eyes hidden behind circular-rimmed glasses. It was a perfect reflection. Except for the baseball cap on top of the head. And the fact that it wasn't a reflection. I'm guessing you're mad at me, Harry, Wells said. What was your first clue? The man, now identified as Harry, asked. Well, I have enough experience with being me to know what I look like when I'm mad. Being a version of me from an alternate reality means that there'll always be some little idiosyncrasies that we'll both share, no matter how different we may act. Then you know that, just like you, I don't take kindly to people acting like idiots. Harry shouted. That is true. What were you thinking, Wells? You could have gotten killed. Thank God whoever broke in here didn't know that the alarm was programmed to go off whenever a Wells lost consciousness, otherwise he would have finished you on the spot. Don't berate me like I'm a child who needs to be told why they're on timeout, Harry. I know I screwed up, but we won't fix anything if you waste time simply reminding me. Hee-yo. A new voice said, one that was identical to Wells and Harry's. Into the medical ward entered another person sharing Wells' face, this one holding a six-pack of beer and wearing a fedora, a black and white striped scarf, and a large grin on his face. HR, what are you doing? Harry asked. I got your text. You said it was urgent, so let's rock. Can't believe I included you in the group text by mistake, Harry muttered under his breath. HR, when Harry said it was urgent, he meant danger to Central City, urgent, not emergency game night, urgent. Ah man. So I brought beer and secret Hitler for nothing? Wells and Harry shot HR a glare and he backed up a step. Sorry, not cool. Switching to serious mode now. Hello there, fellow councilman. I heard there was an emergency. What happened? There was a break-in, Harry said. One of the security guards, a man by the name of Rudy Jones, was paid to use his clearance codes to let a villain into SR Labs, an action he got away with because our fearless leader over here fell for a sob story about him needing to buy a present for his kid. Not one of my proudest moments, I'll give you that, Wells said as he pushed himself off the medical bed and back into his wheelchair. If it makes you feel better, I probably would have fallen for it, HR said. Yes, but you're an idiot, Harry said. Before anything else could be said, a red blur flew into the room faster than anyone could blink. The blur quickly materialized into a man wearing red spandex and yellow boots, a lightning bolt inside of a white circle adorning his chest. Hope you have good news for us, Flash, Harry said. And bad news, unfortunately, Flash said, taking off his cowl to reveal a handsome face with a full head of blonde hair. The bad news is that I couldn't find the villain. I searched SR Labs with my forensic analysis quirk, but I couldn't find anything to go off of. He must have been using something that allowed him to mask his presence, either a quirk or some advanced technology. Speaking of, what did he steal anyway? Some laser cannons, some plasma grenades, a skeleton key, and some blueprints for various projects. Nothing world-ending but still dangerous, Harry said. There is some good news though. I was able to find Rudy, no problem. Didn't put up much of a fight, though not from lack of trying, and CCPD took him in. It didn't take much to get him to talk either. He didn't give me the name of his partner, but he did say that he was planning on heading to Japan. Why Japan? Maybe he's gonna make a Godzilla? Interest. Everyone looked at him with skepticism. What? It's what I do. Of course it is. The main point, of course, is that we know where to catch him, Wells said. We need to have the authorities lock down the roads, airport, and docks, if they haven't already. Then, as an extra precaution, we need to alert all the major hero agencies in Japan that a bald villain with a light-skinned body and probable super-genius intellect is fleeing there with stolen SAR Labs technology. Dr. Wells, I'll head over to Japan if you need me to, but between Black Hole and the Rogue's newest scheme, the Wallace and I are stretched pretty thin right now, Flash said. Don't worry about it, Mr. Allen. We all know how much Central City needs you. Japan's heroes can handle this, and if they can't, well, it's a good thing that one of our associates is already over there. Flash nodded his head at Wells before putting his cowl back on and zipping out of the room. Wells knew he screwed up, but this didn't change anything. He maintained a sense of pride in seeing the good in people, and it was thanks to that he earned the trust of people who would be able to fix this. Sue, Secret Hitler? Interest. Only because you brought beer. Hello there, citizens. I am the man who needs no introduction, but here it is, anyway. I'm All Might, the #1 hero in the world. I'm the guy that everyone can count on to help them out of a jam. House burning down? I'm there. Royal Flush Gang robbing a bank? I'm there. Cute kitty cat caught in a tree? You better believe I'm there. Though, if I'm being honest, underneath all this bravado is something a little less than glamorous. 5 years ago, I had a fight with the most dangerous and vile villain in the entire world. I defeated him, but I was nearly killed in the process. It's not like I've never had a bad fight, but this one was definitely the worst of the worst. Even though I survived, the aftermath of the battle still hasn't faded from me. To this day, I'm only able to HRNSS my power for a few hours a day, and the rest of the time, I can do nothing else but stand aside and hope that other people can pick up my slack. What a load of crock. An even bigger load is that it took me 5 years to realize that, and I have one Izuku Midoriya to thank for that. The boy's lived his whole life afraid of hurting people with his powers, but when push came to shove, he put all of his fears aside to save his friend. Just like the hero everyone thinks I am. Just like the hero I need to get back to being. I don't remember the last time I was so grateful towards someone. Young Midoriya's recommitted himself to becoming a hero, and I'm going to do whatever I can to help him. That starts with his latest mission in life, finding out who he is. Golden Week. A week of assorted holidays that gives everyone a chance to relax, a little. Schools and businesses are closed for most of the week, families take their children out on vacations, heroes get to take some time off to go to festivals. Even villain activity is noticeably lower during the week, showing that some bad guys are human enough to need a break every once in a while. Midoriya would like to believe that he was human enough to go along with the festivities, just like everybody else. A few weeks had passed since Midoriya's meeting with All Might. Thanks to All Might's brutal honesty, Midoriya was able to put his fears behind him just enough to fully fall back into his old desires of wanting to become a hero. Obviously, that meant he'd be applying to UA, because why wouldn't he try to go to All Might's alma mater? Of course, Midoriya had only just started 9th grade, so all of that was a year away. No need to rush anything. In the meantime, Midoriya knew he had to put his effort into something else. He had to find the spaceship that brought him to Earth. Technically, it wasn't something that was really necessary. Everything that had to do with him being an alien was a problem only he was aware of. But when it came down to it, that was the point. Midoriya was who he was today because he was an alien and had all the things that came with whatever sort of being he was, warts and all. He could make an attempt to just ignore it, but if he wanted any sort of closure, he needed to at least try and figure out where he came from and why. When Midoriya told All Might that he wanted to find his spaceship after they finished discussing another matter, he didn't hesitate to offer his assistance. All Might had a busy schedule, though, and Midoriya, himself, still had school to worry about, so they agreed to meet up again at the start of Golden Week to discuss it. It would also give All Might a chance to gather up any information on the matter that only someone in his position could gain access to. A few weeks went by after the incident with the sludge villain. Even with the attention he got from his involvement, Midoriya just kept his head down, acting the same as always, even if no one knew that things were different. Once Golden Week officially started, Midoriya bought a ticket for the first train out to Roppongi and headed out the door. Fortunately, he didn't have to stammer out a terrible lie to his mother, as when he mentioned he was going to Roppongi, she made an assumption that was highly convenient for him. Of all the expensive, high-rise buildings in the expensively trendy neighborhood of Roppongi Hills, none stood out more than All Might's hero agency, Might Tower. The building stood 56 stories above the street, even more if you counted the large, planet-like structure that sat atop the roof of the building. The inside of the building was just as impressive to look at, with each floor containing things like high-intensity training rooms, cafeterias stocked with food befitting the class of Roppongi Hills, Big Belly Burger, as per the sponsorship deal, daycare centers for the children of the hundreds of employees, and a small museum chronicling some of All Might's greatest achievements in his career, dating all the way back to when he set the record for most points obtained in the UA entrance exam. That still had yet to be broken. On any given holiday, Midoriya would have loved to do what his mother thought he was doing and go there for a guided tour, as he had done so many times in the past that he had nearly memorized the tour guide's script, word for word. He wasn't there for that. It was just business. Business with All Might, of course, but still business. That still makes it great, though, Midoriya thought to himself as he stood in the elevator. Because of all the work All Might does, he's hardly ever at Might Tower, and when he is here, he locks himself in his office and never leaves. In all the years that I've come here on birthdays and holidays and just when I try to get away from people, I've never been able to see him, but now I get to be the first civilian to actually hang out with All Might inside Might Tower. Even though this is actually really serious, I'm so happy. The elevator door opened up at the top floor, where All Might's office was naturally located. Compared to the spectacle of the lower levels, the top floor was very low-key, very much a standard office, aside from the giant statue of All Might, obviously. Because it was still All Might's boring-looking office space, though Midoriya still found himself walking around in awe, even as he ended up bumping into the reception desk. "Can I help you, kid? Are you looking for the tour?" The receptionist asked. No, Midoriya said. "I'm actually looking for an employee. His name is, what was it again?" "Oh, right, Toshinori Yagi." "You're here to see Mr. Yagi? Are you his son?" "No, he's, a friend of my dad, and I wanted to talk to him about possibly getting a job here." "Oh, just give me a second to call him over," the receptionist said, picking up the phone at her desk. In all honesty, Midoriya didn't know who this Toshinori Yagi person was either. All Might just told Midoriya to ask for him when he came to Might Tower, but all of the emotional beats of their meeting and the awkwardness of their other conversation made him forget to ask before All Might took off. If All Might was getting a third party involved, then Toshinori must be someone he trusted enough to tell about this. Maybe he was an alien too. Probably not, though. What would be the odds of All Might being friends with an alien? "Mr. Yagi, he's over here," the receptionist called out, interrupting Midoriya's thoughts. "I see him, thank you," a new speaker said. It had to be Toshinori Yagi. Midoriya turned to greet the mysterious new face only to discover that it was neither mysterious nor new. It was, as it turned out, a very familiar, sunken face holding a laptop case and wearing a yellow suit that looked a few sizes too big. "All Might!" Midoriya shouted, putting a hand over his mouth immediately after. "Did he just say, All Might?" the receptionist asked. He said, all right. As in, all right, Mr. Yagi. Let's get this party planning session started. Isn't that right? Midoriya just nodded his head, afraid of saying something even stupider. Wait, I thought he was here to dash. Well, we best be going. Cars don't get practice driven by themselves, you know. Unless they're self-driving cars, but, again, goodbye. Toshinori, actually All Might, grabbed Midoriya by the arm and dragged them both into the elevator, the doors closing behind them a second later. All Might brought Midoriya to a small cafe overlooking the street and sat them at a booth in the back corner. Midoriya was initially surprised that he brought them somewhere so mundane, but then All Might said that it's easy to keep an eye on the street, so it made sense. Sorry I forgot to tell you about this, Midoriya. It just completely slipped my mind at our last meeting, All Might said. Must have been quite a shock to see your hero working a 9 to 5, right? Well, no, not really, Midoriya said. If you can only use your quirk for a few hours a day, then you have to be doing something with the rest of your time. You probably make enough money to not have to work, but considering how much hero work you do in a day, you probably wouldn't want to just sit around doing nothing. But, Toshinori Yagi? Your real name is supposed to be Hikaru Hinata, so are you using a fake name here? Actually, the name I use here is my real one. When I first started my training, my master advised me to create a new identity for myself, as it would make certain things easier later in life. After receiving my injury 5 years ago, however, I needed someone to be associated with both of my forms. So as far as the world is concerned, Toshinori Yagi is a normal secretary who manages All Might's private affairs, and Hikaru Hinata is his boss, the #1 hero nobly protecting innocence, day in and day out. That's so cool. It's like how heroes disguised themselves as normal people before the Golden Age Act was passed. I know, right? That was the only thing on my mind when I came up with it. Who doesn't love a bit of nostalgia, right? Right? Wait, this isn't why we're here. That's true. All Might put his laptop case on the table and pulled out a Wayne Powers brand laptop. That must be where it was being stored, Midoriya surmised. Any information All Might had gathered on the ship that brought him to Earth must have been on that laptop. So what's on the laptop? Midoriya asked, taking a sip of a cup of tea. Nothing, All Might stated. Midoriya tried his hardest not to engage in a spit take, but a little bit of liquid still ended up on his lower lip. No, that's not really accurate. It's not that there's nothing so much as it is there's nothing that you were looking for. What do you mean? Midoriya asked. Best if you see for yourself. All Might turned the laptop around so it was facing Midoriya. On the screen was a paused video. Behind the paused icon was a message that Midoriya's limited English told him read, "Classified information. Viewing is permitted only for Department of Extranormal Operations operatives and special personnel." With an anxious gulp, Midoriya plugged in his Beats by Canary headphones and started the video. The video started off with a shot of a forested area. Dozens of adults were either standing around or shuffling about, some dressed in JSDF uniforms, some dressed in black suits and sunglasses. A few people were lifting a large metal object into the back of a military truck. They were having a conversation that wasn't fully captured by the recording, but Midoriya was able to pick up fragments along the lines of Crash, Search Party, Mad, Director Bones, and Spaceman. The timestamp on the bottom of the screen was the last confirmation Midoriya needed. The timestamp was July 15th, 20XX. The day he landed on Earth. This was the aftermath. The pod was fully loaded into the back of a. One of the men shouted to the rest that they had to move out and head back to base, and everyone shuffled into different vehicles. They all started driving out of the campsite in single file, the truck containing the spaceship in the center of the line. Out of nowhere, a giant dent emerged in the roof of the truck containing the spaceship. What the hell was that? Someone asked before another dent appeared. Everyone stop. Another person shouted. A third dent appeared as all the vehicles came to a halt. About a dozen people stepped out and walked over to the source of the problem. One man cautiously approached the vehicle, gun pointed straight ahead. A split second later, a giant metal claw shot through the truck, grabbed the man, and tossed him into the air in an arc until he landed in Lake Kawaguchi with a plop. Holy sure dash! The same claw cut off the next speaker as it knocked him into a tree. Suddenly, the truck is filled with dents all over before exploding in a fiery blaze. The metal claw shot out of the flames, followed by another, then 2 more. The ends of the 5 claws shot upward into the air, revealing that they were, in fact, attached to the spaceship. Chayad Kup W Koja. Came a mechanical voice from the ship in an unknown language. Whatever it was trying to say didn't mean anything as the soldiers and black suits started attacking it. Some with guns that fired bullets that instantly bounced off of its shell. Some with quirks that, for all of the enhanced punching and energy-based attacks, only moved the ship ever so slightly. Chayad Kup W Koja. Soko Thronevad Rayop. A tiny ball of green light appeared at the tip of the spaceship. It started getting bigger, and bigger, and bigger. In a few seconds, the ball was twice the size of the ship. In a panic, everyone started running back to their vehicles, but it was too late. The ball was launched towards the ground and engulfed the entire area in a green explosion. When the light faded, all of the vehicles were destroyed and everyone had lost consciousness. At the very least, Avrig Kup W Tiv Shed Gavaja. Thranai Vu W Kalalash. The ship ran away from the wreckage on its claws, never turning back once. The video ended there. As Midoriya removed his headphones, he didn't know what sort of expression he was making, and he honestly didn't want to know. Crazy stuff, right? All Might asked. That's putting it lightly, Midoriya said. Those people, did they dash? No one gave me a straight answer when I asked. Midoriya's crest did an excellent job of falling. After I watched the video the first time, naturally, I inquired about the ship's current whereabouts. Sadly, by the time local heroes and law enforcement arrived at the campground, there was no trace of it anywhere. Even after searching the area for a week, they found nothing, and there haven't been any reports of anything like it in the 15 years since that night. If this isn't a dead end, I don't know what is. Midoriya stared down at the table, lost in thought from everything he just saw and everything he just heard. As quickly as that happened, though, he found markings on a trail leading to an answer. Shouldn't we go to MT Fuji then? Midoriya asked. What? If that's the last place anyone saw the ship, then we should at least look there, right? It's not like we could look anywhere else. Plus, since it's the ship that brought me here, maybe me going back there will trigger some sort of beacon that will lead me to it. I guess that's not too crazy an idea. But are you okay with that? Do you really want to go to MT Fuji, of all places? All Might asked. I'd like it if I could avoid something like that, but I don't think that I have a choice. I don't know if I can actually find the ship, but if I'm going to try and be a hero, I know that I have to at least try. If that's your answer, then I'm still with you all the way. All Might exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and flashing a smile. The next day, Midoriya had a harder time lying to his mother about what he was doing. He told her that he was going camping until at least the end of the holiday season, but he stammered through so much of it, there was no reason for anyone to believe him. Midoriya could tell just by looking at her that she didn't, yet in spite of that, she still let him out the door under the promise that he try not to have a repeat of the incident with the sludge villain. Walking 10 minutes away from his apartment, Midoriya saw All Might waiting for him outside a convenience store. He was standing next to a yellow car that was definitely showing signs of age in not all the wrong places, but certainly ones that warranted concern. Sorry we have to go there like this, young Midoriya. We could get there in a few minutes if I was powered up, but that'd draw too much attention, All Might said. No, it's fine, Midoriya said. On the plus side, this gives me a chance to show off my car. Manufactured only in 198X, built in GPS, and 3 cup holders. No Batmobile, but she's still a real beaut, ain't she? All Might asked, hitting the hood of the car and laughing. One of the rearview mirrors came detached from the car. A little wear and tear is manageable. Just look at me. All Might laughed as he popped the mirror back into place. We should go now. Okay, Midoriya said. It was about a 2-hour drive to MT Fuji, so Midoriya and All Might had a lot of time to kill. Midoriya played around with the beat-up CD player and put on whatever All Might had lying around, which was mainly Beatles, Savage Garden, Music Meister, and the assorted arrangements of Hoyts. Curtain. The two also shared various anecdotes about their lives with one another, also taking care not to bring up their other conversation. Midoriya old stories of him and his parents, All Might various stories about villains he'd fought and accidents he'd prevented. At some point, probably around the time All Might finished his story about the time he worked with the Doom Patrol to stop the Brotherhood of Evil from destroying London, Midoriya started liking that this could have been a normal vacation under different circumstances. Whoa, that's a lot of traffic. Now it really felt like a vacation. We must be really close, Midoriya said. GPS says we'll be there in 10 minutes. Think. Screen's kind of fuzzy, All Might said, tapping against it with his finger. It's fine, I know we're close. It's pretty obvious. It is? How do you Alien beating stick. Get your alien beating stick? Right here. Only 500 yen, guaranteed to smash any alien's head in. A man carrying a box of sticks shouted from the side of the road. Trust me, ma'am, these skis are specially designed to lure out any and all aliens in the area, and you and only you are getting a special deal on them, a person at a makeshift stand was saying. Mommy, if we see the alien, is All Might gonna come and beat it up? A kid in the neighboring car innocently asked his parents. Man, when I see that little green dude, I'm gonna go all welcome ta irf on his butt. Just you wait, man. A punk-looking kid said to his friend as they both laughed. It was the same all around them. People selling novelty alien goods. People selling alleged alien traps and weapons. People going on about how they were going to take down the alien if they managed to find it. Midoriya really didn't want to go to MT Fuji. When an alien comes to Earth for the first time in decades, people don't just forget about it the next day. It was big. Super big. And like all super big things, people started making a super big joke about it. For the last decade and a half, MT Fuji has been nothing but a tourist trap, drawing in anyone interested in finding the alien. From bogus maps to doctored photos, even all sorts of low-grade weapons that people can use in the hopes of beating up the alien themselves. I don't know what makes me more sick, the fact that people are doing this, or the fact that they're allowed to do this, without any sort of repercussions. No wonder my friend doesn't like talking about this place. What decent person would enjoy this? If this was the only hurdle young Midoriya and I had to pass through, though, that would have been more than manageable. After getting through all the traffic, All Might was able to pull into the Lake Kawaguchi campgrounds, bringing their long drive to an end. The two exited the vehicle, Midoriya's eyes locked on the dirt. I'm sorry you had to see all of that, All Might said. It's fine, Midoriya said. Really it is. I already knew what MT Fuji was going to be like during the holidays, so I knew what I was getting into. It's just a little shocking actually seeing it in person. I'll get over, so it's not worth talking about. All Might could tell that Midoriya was trying to put on a brave face, but he had a point. There were more important things going on that needed attention, and they needed to give it to them. Okay, Midoriya, my boy. Let's get started. With a smile on his face, All Might slammed his door shut, only for it to reopen immediately after. It took 5 more comedic tries for the door to actually stay shut. Batmobile it was not. Now, let's get started. All Might shouted. Okay. Midoriya shouted. The two ran off from the car towards the most obvious place to start, where the ship first landed. The crater was as deep and the surrounding trees were as broken up as they looked in the video file. There was also, obviously, no multi-clawed, metal spacecraft lying in the middle of the dirt. There was, however, a massive crowd of people gawking around it. That was also obvious. If they could see people making fools of themselves over alien business simply on the way over to Lake Kawaguchi, then the actual site would be swarming with them. The two of them had people bumping into them from every angle, and All Might couldn't stop thinking about how weird it was for something like this to happen to him when he wasn't using his quirk. Mr. Yagi. This way. Midoriya shouted, reaching an arm around a rather fat tourist. All Might grabbed hold of Midoriya, and a second later, he put all of his effort into keeping his lunch down as Midoriya leapt high into the air, dragging All Might along with him, all the way up until they landed outside of the crowd on the opposite side of the crater. Thankfully, everyone was so absorbed by the crash site that they didn't notice any of that. I owe you one, Midoriya, my boy, All Might said. The crater's as empty as it was the day you came here. We're not going to get anything done staying here. There might be something that the government people missed in the crater, but we'll never get over there like this. Let's come back here at night and just try and search around the other parts of the area. Until then. That sound good to you? I'm only asking because I've been talking for a while, and you haven't said a single word to me. This was true. What was also true was that Midoriya wasn't even standing near All Might. When he looked around for the boy, he saw that he was walking off in what seemed like a random direction. I know what this seems like, but it's not a random direction, Midoriya said, stopping and turning back towards All Might. When I said, this way, I didn't just want you to grab onto me, I meant that I figured out which way to go. What? How? Well, I knew that there wouldn't be anything out in the open, so I started thinking that I needed to look at things in a different way. When I did, I noticed a trail of radiation all through the air and the grass that isn't on our electromagnetic spectrum. I know because it's the same kind of radiation that my body gives off. The ship has to be from whatever world I'm from, so this radiation must be traces of it. We can follow it and figure out where the ship is. That's amazing. Not just that revelation, but that power of yours. Why you think so? Midoriya asked, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. I've had this electromagnetic vision since I was 9, but I never really found anything useful for it. Hearing you talk about it so highly is pretty great if I'm being honest. No need to be so modest, my boy. Having 2 different kinds of visions is definitely something to be proud of. Well, it's more like 5. Or 6. Or 7. No, not 8, definitely 7 at most. All Might felt his jaw hit the ground. Great Caesar's ghost. Now that's incredible. Why, you really think so? You better believe it. I can't even begin to imagine how many times One for All would need to be wielded to gain something like that. There was the revival of the conversation they were trying to avoid. All Might shouldn't have let himself get caught up in his excitement. Look, All Might, I'm really sorry that I let you down, Midoriya said. No, you're not letting me down. All Might countered. There's no rush for me to pass my quirk on to anyone, so getting turned down isn't the worst thing in the world. But you seemed so happy when you were telling me about One for All. Well, how could I not be? I mean, One for All is a quirk that can be transferred from one person to the next, granting its owner the combined power of everyone who came before them. It's a quirk that's been contributing to a peaceful society ever since quirks first appeared. It's a quirk that allowed me to become the symbol of peace. And when you asked me to inherit it, I said no. Well, maybe if you weren't so quick to the draw, All Might said, scratching his head. Well, as great an offer it was, and it really was a great offer, I'm still really thankful for it. Receiving a quirk like that would be kind of redundant when I'm already really strong, right? Redundancy isn't the issue, even if it's a good point. But more than that, I want to try and get a full handle on the powers I already have, and I don't think I'll be able to do that if I have another power to work on. So like I said before, I don't think I can accept your offer. Not yet, anyway. Maybe. I don't know. Let's just get back to this, please. Yes, of course. All Might was glad that Midoriya chose his own path. He really was. The last thing he wanted to do was force a responsibility onto him that he didn't want to take. There were other people who would surely be worthy. It didn't have to be Midoriya. Hopefully he'd have enough time to find someone else. All Might continued following Midoriya around as he followed the radiation trail. As they kept walking further and further away from the crater, the number of tourists and gawkers started decreasing further and further. After what seemed like hours of walking, most likely because it was hours of walking, there was no one around them. Nothing but trees and the wind. Midoriya, my boy, are you sure we're going the right way? All Might asked. I'm pretty sure, Midoriya said. I'm still picking up the same radiation, so we have to be going the right way. I'll trust you on that, but still, it's getting dark out, you know. If we want to finish this up in time for dinner and a good night's sleep, we need to pick up the pace. You mean? Midoriya stopped in place and turned to All Might. All Might couldn't tell if the stars in his eyes were from admiration or a side effect of his electromagnetic vision. We haven't seen any nosy tourists for over 2 hours, so I don't think I need to worry about calling attention to myself. Smoke started shooting out of All Might's body. His muscles began to grow, his face started becoming chiseled. In an instant he would be back in the muscular form everyone knew him to possess. Then, as quickly as he started, he stopped. Someone's coming! All Might shouted. W-huts! Midoriya shouted. When my ears powered up, I heard someone approaching from the air. Really? If I was using my own super hearing dash. Never mind that. Just act natural. They'll be here any second. Any second turned out to be 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the new person dropped out of the air right in front of the two of them. I know who it is, just let me handle it, the new arrival said to no one. You're pretty far away from the crash site. Care to explain? The new arrival spoke with authority, but he hardly looked like a police officer. His eyes were white and without pupils or irises, and his dress consisted of a red bodysuit that even wrapped around his head, a head that appeared to be on fire. Over the bodysuit were yellow gloves, yellow boots, and a yellow vest with 3 white lines that were intersecting at a red circle on his left beard. Now that he thought about it, All Might recognized this man. "You're Firestorm," Midoriya shouted, confirming All Might's suspicions. "Oh, you know who I am?" Firestorm asked. "How could I not?" 9 years ago, an explosion at the Hudson University nuclear plant in New Carthage, New York caused 2 scientists to gain the ability to fuse together into a single person, the nuclear man, Firestorm. With the powers of pyrokinesis, energy manipulation, and transmutation, you're a super powerful hero who wins basically every fight he goes in. Like the time you stopped Multiplex from stealing a nuclear warhead. Or the time you took down the first Killer Frost after she froze downtown Brooklyn because you wouldn't marry her. Or the time when Dash. "Okay, I get it, kid. I've done a lot of impressive stuff, just settle down." Firestorm cut in. Sorry. I'm just a really big fan, especially since there aren't that many Japanese heroes who work internationally. Not even All Might goes out of the country that often." Midoriya glanced over at All Might and his face went red. And not that there's anything wrong with that. It doesn't make him less of a hero in any way. I'm sure it doesn't. And I'm sure that if All Might could fly, he'd be fighting crime around the world, nonstop. No need to bring up stuff that I am sure he already knows. All Might said. "I don't know what they're doing either," Firestorm said to no one. "Anyway, back to business. What are you 2 doing out here? The crash site is a long way away from here, and this isn't anything close to a hiking trail. We're, actually looking for the alien, somewhere else. I've been doing some research and I think I have a good idea of where it might be, or at least might have gone," Midoriya said. That was sort of a lie, All Might knew, but it was good enough. It's not like they were doing anything illegal. Even so, you shouldn't be out here, it's not safe. "What do you mean?" All Might asked. "A few days ago, my associates at the main STAR Labs branch in Central City informed me that they were robbed by an unknown villain. That villain made off to Japan for unknown reasons, and my investigations have led me to believe that there's somewhere in this area. I don't know where, exactly, so this entire area needs to be off limits, and you need to leave." "We can't," All Might said. "Why not?" All Might didn't think that far ahead. In his current form, he was nothing more than an ordinary citizen, and nothing he could say would change a hero's mind. He could say that he was also investigating the apparent robbery on All Might's behalf, but then that would raise the question of where All Might was. He could say that he was All Might, but while that might be useful in the short term, it was too risky to tell that to someone he was meeting for the first time. I think I can actually help," Midoriya said, interrupting All Might's thoughts. "Do?" Firestorm asked. "Why, you see, my eyes are able to pick up radiation. That's actually what I've been doing to try and find the alien, following a really weird level, but I've noticed bits of radiation that are completely different from what I've been following. I didn't pay much attention at first, but then I noticed that there was more and more of it the further along Mr. Yagi and I went. If a villain is hiding out here with stolen SR Labs technology, they might have gone in the same direction. Now that you mention it, I did pick up bits of radiation while I was surveying the area, but none of it was all that clear. If you can see radiation that clearly, though, then that means you'd be able to help me track this guy down. That's what you're getting at, am I right?" "Well, I don't want to impose." Midoriya acted modest, but All Might could tell that there was more to it than that. What quick thinking he used. What an impressive turnaround he made. It seemed like there was definitely more to Midoriya than just incredible raw power. "I don't like it either, but we don't really have a choice," Firestorm said to no one. "Okay then, kid. What's your name?" "Izuka Midoriya, sir." "All right, Midoriya, it appears that I'm going to be needing your unique set of skills today. Use your eyes to lead me to the end of the radiation trail, and after the villain is apprehended, you and your older friend here can go back to your business." Really? Why, you want me to help you?" "That's right. Consider yourself deputized." Thank you very much, Firestorm. Please follow me. After giving a set of rapid bows in Firestorm's direction, Midoriya jumped in an arc high above the treetops and landed hundreds of meters away. Sorry about him. The kid gets really excited about heroes, All Might said. I know the type, Firestorm said with a grin. Do you have a power that can keep up with him? No. Alright then. Just get on my back while I follow him. Thank you. Firestorm bent down towards the ground, allowing All Might to get situated on his back and prepared for takeoff. Wow, you're toasty. They don't call me Cold Storm, you know. Twin flames shot out of Firestorm's feet, and he, along with one passenger, was in the air following Midoriya's lead. With Midoriya free to move at full speed, and Firestorm following closely behind him, the three of them reached the apparent end of the trail in just a few minutes. Midoriya, my boy, are you sure this is the place? All Might asked as he climbed off of Firestorm's back. This is where the trail ends. Both of them, actually, Midoriya said. This can't be right, though. I'm getting a huge spike in radiation. This has to be it, Firestorm said. But there's just no way. All Might had every right to be skeptical. When Midoriya and Firestorm finally stopped, they ended up at none other than MT Fuji itself. But that didn't make sense. Even if most people nowadays only came to the area to see the crash site at Lake Kawaguchi, MT Fuji was still a national treasure that drew in hundreds of thousands of people every year. Something like an alien spacecraft couldn't be there and not go unnoticed, and someone like a villain couldn't hide out there without immediately drawing attention to themselves. Even if it doesn't make sense, that's what it's looking like right now, Firestorm said. Maybe this villain has some sort of lair inside the lava of MT Fuji. Wouldn't be too out of the question, All Might said. No, he couldn't have built something like that so fast, and I doubt something like that could have already been here. Midoriya, what do you think? I think I have the answer, Midoriya said, kneeling directly in front of the mountain. Come over here and look at this. All Might and Firestorm headed over to Midoriya's side to see what he was looking at. It was dirt. It's not just the dirt, Midoriya said. If you look closely, the dirt and the grass is being pushed back, almost like something is being unnaturally forced against it. The radiation trails also seem to be centering around this part of the mountainside, so dash. There must be a hidden door. Great thinking, Midoriya, my boy. All Might exclaimed. He is smart, isn't he? Firestorm asked no one. Going by the shape, the door should be around here, Midoriya said, feeling up the mountainside at random. After a few seconds, a section of the mountain was pushed in, like Midoriya had pressed a button. A rectangle of green light at All Might's height formed in the mountainside, and the rocks inside flew out in a perfect rectangle nearly too fast for Midoriya to get out of the way. The rectangle reached the part of the dirt Midoriya had discovered before stopping, floating up into the air, and flying back into MT Fuji, melting into the mountainside. Not exactly the kind of thing you see every day. Look, there's a staircase inside, All Might said. The alien or the villain, one of them has to be at the top of it. The radiation keeps flowing up there, so that has to be it, Midoriya said. Firestorm, can we still go with you? Well, it looks like our two goals are on the same path, so you might as well, Firestorm said. Both of you need to stay behind me, though. I'm the hero here, so I'm the only one allowed to get hurt. Got it? Got it. All Might and Midoriya both said, the latter giving a salute while doing so. With that being concluded, the three of them walked inside the mountain, the hole instantly repairing itself a second after they were all inside. All Might truly hoped that this trap was a manageable one. Midoriya didn't like how at ease he was feeling. Here he was, climbing up through a mysterious stairwell in the side of a mountain, the only light source coming from Firestorm's head, yet he didn't feel nervous in the slightest. Whatever this was, it was probably the lair of whatever villain robbed SR Labs, plotting some crazy scheme for Japan with whatever powers he had and whatever technology he stole, yet he felt oddly calm. He shouldn't. With how obviously dangerous the situation was, there was no way to justify how relaxed he felt. Was it because All Might was here? Because Firestorm was also here? Because he was finally going to get some answers about his past? If he had to guess, it was probably the last one. The stairs are leveling out. Whatever's in here's going to be at the top, Firestorm said. Midoriya, my boy, are you ready? All Might asked. I don't know, but I don't have a choice anymore, Midoriya. Following right behind Firestorm and All Might, Midoriya climbed to the top of the staircase, entering an entirely different space. Just like the staircase, there were no lights present outside of the one on Firestorm's head. There was also no villain maniacally concocting a wicked plan, nor was there a spaceship hopefully holding all the answers he was seeking. Instead, all that was before him was a large, open space as long and as wide as a baseball field, and the ceiling being about the same length above them. Another staircase ominously stood in the corner as it fed into the wall. Multiple tunnels stretched out from all corners of the area, but there was nothing around that Midoriya was interested in. Except one thing, perhaps. Look at all these markings, All Might said. They're like cave paintings. From a technical standpoint, at least, Firestorm said. Sure enough, there were, indeed, strange markings scattered all around the area. They weren't pictures of any kind, just various assortments of circles, squares, and lines displayed in various ways. Rubbing his hands against the ones on the wall, Midoriya could tell that they were carved into the stone, and not at all recently. If he had to guess, the carvings had to have been at least a decade old. There was something else to them. They seem familiar, Midoriya said, surprising even himself. That's really weird. I've never seen these markings before in my life, so why would they look familiar? Does this mean that dash? There was a tapping on his shoulder. Hold on, I think I'm onto something. There was a tapping on his shoulder. Do you think you could stop that, please? Stop what? All Might and Firestorm asked. Midoriya stopped moving. There was a tapping on his shoulder. Very slowly, Midoriya turned around to see what was there. It was a robot. It came up to about his height and was very clunky in design, with a can-shaped torso, big arms and legs, and a head that was completely spherical. It had no mouth, yet it still screamed as it threw a punch at Midoriya. Look out! The punch, however, never connected, for Firestorm shot a ball of fire at the robot, blasting it into the wall and leaving it a smoldering pile of ash. Are you all right? Firestorm asked, a look of heavy concern on his face. Why yeah, it didn't even touch me. Thanks, Midoriya said. Can't believe there was a robot here, if you could even call it that, All Might said. That thing wouldn't hold a candle to Red Tornado or any of the robot men, but it still proves that the villain's here, Firestorm said. Change of plans, you two are leaving. What? We can't leave. The alien could still be in here. Midoriya shouted. That robot shows that the villains gained access to enough materials to start constructing weapons. If I had known they could do that, I wouldn't have allowed you two in here. Please, Firestorm, I have to see this through. No. I'm not letting you get hurt just so you can chase after some stupid alien crap. It's not stupid to me. It's dash. It's my whole life, was what Midoriya wanted to shout in his face, but he stopped himself short of doing so. I know what I'm doing, just let me handle this, Firestorm said to no one. I'm not going to argue about this. You two are marching back down those stairs. End of discussion. The discussion did end, but no one marched back down those stairs. No one marched back down those stairs because a laser beam shot the wall behind the three of them and sent a massive pile of rocks down to block the path. All three of them whipped their heads around to see another robot identical to the first one standing at the mouth of a tunnel, only with a laser gun in place of a right arm. Another one. I'll take care of Dash. Before Firestorm could finish, the robot screamed and music started playing from nowhere. What the hell? This song sounds familiar, Midoriya thought to himself. Isn't this? Midoriya never got the chance to finish his thought. Before he could, a multitude of robots started filing out of the tunnels. Some were short with stubby limbs and chainsaws on their torsos. Some were quadrupeds with wire cutters at the ends of their legs. Some were taller than even All Might with massive arms or massive legs that were attached on a sort of rail system and wrapped in electricity. There were other variations, but the main point was that they didn't look friendly and they were coming after the three of them. Oh my goodness! All Might shouted. You don't have to tell me twice. Firestorm shouted at no one before grabbing Midoriya by his collar and picking him off the ground. What are you dash? Midoriya found himself screaming before he could finish the question he already knew the answer to, the answer being that Firestorm was tossing him into the air onto the second staircase. Okay, Mr. Yagi, your turn dash. As Firestorm motioned to throw All Might, a small machine brandishing a knife leapt over and stabbed him in the thigh. Firestorm cursed as he fell to one knee and let out a wave of fire, destroying about a dozen robots, although about a dozen more immediately came in. Firestorm! Midoriya cried. He'll be fine, you need to keep going. All Might shouted. Don't forget why we came here, young Midoriya. I'll make sure nothing happens to Firestorm and that we can join you as soon as possible, so don't worry about us and finish what you've started. All Midoriya wanted to do was jump back down from the stairs and join back up with them, even as the number of robots Firestorm was pummeling reached ever closer to 100 strong. But that wasn't the right choice. Firestorm was still more than capable of fighting, and if the situation truly worsened, All Might would activate his quirk and take care of everything. A novice like himself would just slow the professionals down. He didn't like it, but he needed to take advantage of this chance they were giving him. With hesitation, Midoriya turned away from the scene and ran up the stairs. The second staircase wasn't any larger than the first, but the stress of Midoriya's situation made it feel as if it was stretching endlessly. It didn't help that the absence of Firestorm meant that there was no light surrounding him. Even if his eyes could work around that, it was still rather unsettling. Nevertheless, he kept running and running and running some more. They'll be fine, Midoriya told himself. Firestorm's a great hero, so they'll be fine. All Might's there too, and he's the greatest hero there is, so they'll be fine. Rather than slow down people who have a handle on things, I need to finish what I started and try to get help as soon as possible. As long as I do that, they'll be fine dash. A metallic claw snapped Midoriya out of his rambling as it threw him against a wall belonging to an area nearly identical to the previous one. The claw was attached to a large robot that had a feminine upper body, but a lower body that was more spider-like. It laughed as it brought its visored face in close and began charging a laser from its mouth. Midoriya wasted no time in firing a blast of heat vision at its arm, detaching the limb from the body and allowing him to get away from the wall before the laser hit him. When the attack subsided, the robot screamed and swiped its other claw at Midoriya. Midoriya ducked just in time and ran away, the robot wasting no time in chasing after him. Even with Midoriya's superhuman speed, the metallic footsteps of the enemy were never too far behind him. Still, he felt that he could get away. At least until a tail knocked him onto the ground. What? Midoriya thought to himself as a metallic foot slammed into his body, pinning him to the dirt. When did there's a hole in the ceiling? It must have dropped down from there when I wasn't looking. That was how Midoriya justified the large, T-Rex-like robot being able to get the drop on him. I'm not done yet. Midoriya shouted as the female robot charged another laser and smoke bellowed out of the T-Rex robot's mouth. I came here for a reason, and I'm not going to let you or your friends or any little foxes stop me. Midoriya grabbed onto the T-Rex robot's foot and started pushing up against it, a struggle surfacing from the robot increasing the pressure. Stop, came a voice from nowhere. In an instant, both robots did just that. Midoriya stopped moving out of confusion, and the foot of the T-Rex robot fell back onto him. Who's there? Midoriya shouted. Boy, the voice from nowhere said once more. Just now, you said that you weren't going to let any little foxes stop you. Why say something like that? Well, because of the music. This is the cunning little vixen, isn't it? There wasn't a reply for several seconds. Indeed it is. Someone like you is familiar with the works of Leos Janicek. Yes, some of them. Wait, what do you mean, someone like me? I mean someone who exhibits no signs of culture and refinement whatsoever. Just from taking one look at you, I'd be hard-pressed to think you'd know any music that wasn't featured in a podcast naming the most schwai drops of the month. Schwai? Midoriya whispered. He knew that word. It was a slang word that meant cool, most commonly used in Gotham City and other parts of the United States. Most people in Japan didn't even know the word, though, so if this person was using it, there was a strong likelihood that he was American, and given the way he controlled the robots, he had to be the villain. Lights from nowhere lit up the room, getting rid of every trace of darkness. Footsteps started sounding through the cavern. They got louder and louder until Midoriya saw a figure emerge from one of the tunnels. A bald, albino gorilla standing with perfect, human posture that was wearing a red metal HRS on his body. You're clearly a cut above the rest of your generation, so allow me to give you a more proper death. A death more fitting for those who try to cross the Ultrahumanite. Ultrahumanite. Real name unknown. Real age unknown. IQ points, incredibly high. A super genius who was decades ahead of his time when he was born, and is still decades ahead even now. Unfortunately for the good people of our peaceful society, he chose to use his mind for evil, making himself a menace to the world ever since the days of the Justice Society. What's truly horrifying about Ultrahumanite, though, is how he's managed to live so long. He hasn't done it by extending his lifespan through scientific advancements or magical spells. He's done it by killing innocent people and putting his brain into their bodies. Ultrahumanite is someone no one should go up against, unprepared. I'm sure young Midoriya already knew that, but in the end, that foresight ended up being meaningless. In the end, young Midoriya was forced to confront his second major hurdle of the day, all by himself. And as the forester grieves over the loss of both the vixen and Tarinka, a frog jumps onto his lap, the grandson of the very same frog that did so in Act 1. He takes one look at the frog and understands that death is but a part of a cycle that leads into new life. With that, the forester is able to, at last, obtain peace of mind. Finn. The T-Rex robot and the female robot applauded the Ultrahumanite as the music finally came to an end. Yes, thank you. For machines that I built in a cave with a box of scraps, you are quite receptive of the arts. Of course, that all goes back to the fact that I made you, but still, it's nice to have people with a common interest. Don't you agree, boy? The boy in question, Midoriya, just nodded. Come now, you're not still alive just so I can hear myself talk. Speak. Are you really the Ultrahumanite? Midoriya asked. Who did you think I was, Kite Man? Ultrahumanite asked with a chuckle. It's the gorilla body, isn't it? My last one was getting rather rank, so I got this one from an old associate of mine in Africa. Haven't gone public with it, though. That's probably why you didn't recognize me. No, that's wrong, Midoriya thought to himself. I just needed to be sure that I really was in that crazy a situation. I just needed to be sure that I was really being held hostage by someone who's been a villain since the days of the Justice Society, something he's done by being crazy enough to cut out people's brains and put his own in their bodies. Receiving confirmation on all of that didn't make Midoriya feel any more comfortable, though. The fact that there was still a mechanical T-Rex foot on top of him didn't help, either. Why, you probably already know this, but firestorms down on the lower level, destroying all of your robots. Once he's done with that, he'll come up here and defeat you, so you might as well stop whatever plans you have for Mount Fuji, right now. What? You think my plans involve taking control of a volcano? You realize that I'm not a greenhorn, right? Huh. Ultrahumanite snapped his fingers. You're probably wondering about all the caverns, then. Well, when I first arrived in Japan in preparation for my actual endeavor, I needed to lay low for a little while until I could find a suitable place to set up shop. While scanning the prefecture for areas with minimal hero activity and satellite detection, I discovered that Mount Fuji, of all places, was covered in an invisible field of energy that was sending slightly falsified imagery up to the satellites above. Curious, I decided to sneak over and investigate at the source. I very quickly discovered the hidden entrance, and it took little effort to hack through its programming with the skeleton key I stole from Star Labs. The wording made Midoriya take pause. If Ultrahumanite had to hack his way through the door, then he, All Might, and Firestorm shouldn't have been able to get inside, as there's no way someone as smart as him would leave the door unlocked. That meant that everything that happened from Midoriya simply touching the mountainside didn't immediately happen for Ultrahumanite. Midoriya hoped that was a good thing. While Midoriya was pondering, one of the robots with the can-shaped torso and large limbs walked in through a tunnel and placed a large bag full of gadgetry on the ground next to him. Imagine my surprise to discover that the mountain had been hollowed out some time ago, eliminating all the time I'd normally have to put towards constructing a lair. Imagine my surprise to discover all of these mysterious symbols that I still haven't managed to decipher. Imagine my surprise a third time. 4 more robots of the same variety came in through another tunnel, all lifting an object, together. They weren't bringing in another bag of hopefully miscellaneous objects, though. The object they were carrying was very large in size, was covered in dents and scorch marks, had what looked like fins and an engine, and made Midoriya go pale with shock. Imagine my surprise a third time to discover the fabled spacecraft of a decade and a half ago. The spaceship. It really exists? Midoriya asked, trying to not let too much emotion shine through. Indeed it does, boy. The thing tried to kill me when I first discovered it, but I was able to beat it into Esbimson, and it's been quiet ever since, Ultrahumanite said, patting the ship with one of his large, evil, simian hands. The very act was infuriating for Midoriya to watch, but, again, he couldn't let his full emotions shine through. I still haven't been able to access its AI programming or locate any sort of black box, but that's what makes it even more fascinating if you ask me. To think that there would be anyone in the universe capable of creating something even I couldn't take apart in an instant. I haven't been challenged this thoroughly since the heyday of heroism. It's quite exciting, honestly. Because you have a new weapon? Midoriya asked. The T-Rex increased the pressure on Midoriya's body. Do you know why I was playing the cunning little vixen, boy? Because I feel a kinship with the titular character, Ultrahumanite said. In the first act, the vixen is forcibly made a pet by the forester and forced to live with a conservative old dachshund. After years of this, she becomes fed up with a life of conformity and escapes back into the wilderness. It's perfectly understandable. When you're forced to live with people who only want to suppress your talents and are satisfied with mediocrity, you eventually reach a point where you can't stomach it any longer and lash out against the world. That's me. For all the decades I've been alive, everywhere I've been has been filled with idiots and layabouts who have no appreciation for the things in life with even a modicum of substance. Worst of all, they expect me to just play along with their stupidity. Could you even imagine that? Bringing yourself down to everyone's level and never allowing yourself to be at your best. A little bit, actually, Midoriya said. The Ultrahumanite smiled. Then it shouldn't be such a stretch to imagine why I care about having a brand new way of expanding my gifts, of expanding my understanding of the universe, of expanding my stronghold against mediocrity. I guess, Midoriya lied. So if you didn't find the spaceship until you first came to Japan, what's your real plan? Yes, I suppose I haven't gotten around to that old cliché yet. Well, you're going to die anyway, so I'll ask you a question. How much do you know about Endeavor? If All Might had any doubts about Firestorm's abilities, they had all completely vanished from his mind at this point. After all, it would be hard to legitimately doubt the abilities of a man who single-handedly destroyed nearly 200 robots. And take that, Firestorm said, now finishing destroying exactly 200 robots. Hey, come on, I should be allowed to gloat a little bit, Firestorm said to no one. How often do I get to destroy exactly 200 robots? I wasn't bothering you about it. It's pretty cool, honestly, All Might said. Wasn't talking to you, I was you-know-what? Never mind. We're done here, so let's hurry up and get to Midoriya. Hopefully all he's run into is alien stuff and not more murderous robots. Probably not, so that's even more reason to get a move on. All Might and Firestorm turned away from the metallic carnage and started running for the stairs. It only took them a few minutes to get to the top of the last set of stairs, so the same should apply for this one. At least, that's what he hoped. That's what he hoped as he climbed up the stairs ahead of Firestorm. That's what he hoped as a flying metal object slammed into his arm and knocked him off his feet. Hope could only go so far, it seemed. Mr. Yagi! Firestorm shouted. I'm fine, All Might said, picking himself up from the ground. I guess there's still robots trying to fight. I don't see anyone here, so that must have been a long-range attack. Judging by the angle it hit you at, If the projectile can't be curved, then the attacker would be in this tunnel. Firestorm turned around and shot a blast of fire into a tunnel on the far left side of the area. There was a calm in the air, a silence that could be felt as easily as the sweat on their skin. What could be felt even easier than that, though at least All Might wanted to assume, was the pain Firestorm had to have felt when an entire line of 4 circular metal discs, the same one that hit him in the arm, slammed into his body and knocked him against the wall. Firestorm! All Might shouted. The metal disc that previously hit All Might became encased in a red. It flew up into the air before zipping over to the other 4 and attaching itself to the end of the line. The line of discs flew backwards through the air and connected with a new figure making their entrance. The new figure in question being another one of the medium-sized robots, albeit one without arms. The line of metal discs took the place of its right arm and became a perfect match to the identical line of metal discs that stood in for its left arm. What a patchwork of a thing! All Might said. Yeah, and it messed up by showing itself. Now I have a clear shot. Firestorm launched another fireball at the machine, this time aiming to destroy it completely. However, right before the attack could connect, the discs on its left side flew off its body. They became bathed in the same red light as they flew into 5 separate spots and shot red lightning at each other. They became connected in an electric pentagram that floated in front of the robot and completely nullified the attack when it connected. That had to have been how the last attack was blocked, All Might surmised. So that's how he blocked my last attack, Firestorm concluded. The robot shot off the remaining discs towards Firestorm. He fired another blast at it, but the discs separated and flew away to avoid the blast. Firestorm, as if he knew that they were going to act like that, quickly shot a thin stream of fire from each of his fingertips at each disc. Each beam hit its mark, but unfortunately, said marks enveloped themselves in the same red lightning from before, once more nullifying Firestorm's attack. It is resourceful, isn't it? Firestorm said to no one as he raised his right arm into the air. Well, if it's come down to this dash. Before Firestorm could finish his sentence, the discs turned in his direction and fired all of their lightning at him. The suddenness of it gave Firestorm no time to react, and he was hit with every blast. As he shouted out in pain, the bolts of lightning spread out away from his body and formed a barrier of red electricity around him. The other 5 discs wasted no time on joining in, adding their own lightning to intensify the overwhelming power of the barrier. The overwhelming power of a barrier that was slowly decreasing in size as it closed in around Firestorm. Damn it. Barrier's keeping me paralyzed. I can't move. Firestorm said in between shouts of pain. Hold on, I'm coming. All Might shouted. No, you'll just get hurt. Leave me, keep going ahead and tell Izuka dash. Not another word, Firestorm. There really wasn't any choice in the matter, All Might told himself as he ran back down the stairs. Now wasn't the time to keep secrets under lock and key, All Might told himself as smoke bellowed out of his body. Someone needs saving, so someone needs to be saved, All Might told himself as his muscles started bulging. Not another word, Firestorm, for I am here. All Might shouted as he fully activated One for All. Firestorm's eyes widened as much as they could underneath all the pain. Even the robot seemed to be stepping back in shock, though not enough to be able to avoid All Might's haymaker and prevent itself from being sent flying into a wall. Now for you little grievances, All Might shouted. He turned towards the still captive Firestorm and threw a rapid series of punches, blowing away each disc without any hesitation and freeing Firestorm from his imprisonment. Are you all right, Firestorm? Yeah, relatively speaking, Firestorm said as he slowly stood back up. More importantly, you're All Might. You're really All Might. I can't believe that sickly old man was All Might the whole time. Well, I had my reasons for wait, old. I understand sickly but old. No, sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just really surprised and really excited, that's all. Shut up, it's All Might. I'm allowed to be happy about this. Excuse me? Wasn't talking to you, it was just, oh, god damn it. All Might turned around and immediately spat out a similar sentiment. The robot, despite having a large hole in its side and bits of wire dangling out, was getting back up on its feet. In tandem, the metal discs started slowly floating back up into the air, positioning themselves for another attack. Tough little bastard, isn't he? All Might asked. This time though No. Leave this to me. Firestorm cut in. This was my fight, so I'm gonna finish it. Firestorm brought his right arm into the air as he did before, only this time he wasn't interrupted. Now, fully able to do whatever it was he was doing, crackles of green lightning formed around his hand, swirling around it like a miniature tornado. He then slammed his hand down on the ground, releasing all of the electricity out in a massive wave of energy that encompassed the entire area. Much to All Might's surprise, he felt nothing when the wave made contact with his body, yet when it touched the robot and the discs, they all started convulsing for several seconds before falling down onto the ground, completely motionless. Wait, was that an EMP? All Might asked as he walked over to the robot and stomped its head flat. Yep, Firestorm said as he started melting the metal discs with a wave of fire. I would have used it earlier, but this quirk takes a hell of a long time to charge up between uses, so I was saving it on the off chance that Midoriya would be in trouble when we caught up with him. That guy was really annoying, though, and I really didn't want to take any more chances with it. Understandable. What I'm mostly curious about is the existence of the quirk at all. Really? It's not anything that special. That's true. Among all the various quirks that exist, something like being able to produce an EMP isn't something completely out there. However, if I'm not mistaken, I had heard that Firestorm was in possession of a fire-based quirk. I am. Then are you telling me that you're able to use two quirks at once? All Might asked. Pretty much, Firestorm said, doing so much more easily than All Might thought he would have. As you know, my body is that of two separate beings fused together on a subatomic level. Despite this, each of our consciousnesses are still perfectly functional. I'm one person, but at the same time, I'm two. Because of that, I'm able to use both my quirk and my partner's quirk at the same time. Most people think the EMP is just another power I get from being Firestorm. I'd rather have them keep thinking that. I already have enough people trying to learn my identity so they know who to threaten for the Firestorm Matrix. Can't have that number doubling out of a doomed to fail desire to have multiple quirks. Just doomed to fail. Definitely something that isn't in any way possible, All Might said, laughing a little to himself. Hey, he's allowed to act a little weird, he's All Might for crying out loud, Firestorm said to no one. Anyway, we can't waste any more time here. We need to hurry over to young Midoriya, pronto. Don't have to tell me twice. As the two raced up the stairs, All Might indeed did not have to do that. What do I know about Endeavor? Midoriya asked. Well, he's the number 2 hero in the world, one spot below All Might and one spot above Wonder Woman. He has a really powerful fire quirk and has the world record for most crimes solved by a single person. You'd think that everyone would love him, but he has a really bad attitude, often getting angry with people he works with or too violent with villains he's apprehending. Because of that, his fans are mostly men between their 20s and 40s, so women and people outside of that age group tend to be more critical of him. He's basically the dark hero of the Trinity, kind of like the first Batman when he was compared to Wonder Woman and Jay Garrick when the Justice Society was still around. Some other interesting stuff about Endeavor is that his favorite food is kuzumochi. His blood type has a cis-AB mutation. He graduated from UA in the same year as Snatch and Mistelti Dash. Okay, so you know a lot about him, Ultrahumanite said. In retrospect, I should have specified that I wanted cliff notes, not a Wikipedia entry. Do you always ramble on and on like that? No, Midoriya lied. Well, no matter. The point is that I don't have to waste time divulging what should be rather obvious information. As an added bonus, you were aware of Endeavor holding the record for most crimes thwarted by a single hero. 6 of those were mine, by the way. Did you know that they're commemorating that achievement later this year at the Tokyo National Museum? They are? Midoriya asked, surprised to discover a gap in his seemingly endless knowledge of all things relating to heroes. Yes, really. Come this summer, the TNM will have an entire exhibit hall dedicated to Endeavor. An entire exhibit hall that used to exclusively house some of the finest Greco-Buddhist art and artifacts of the Silk Road. I guess that's kinda bad dash. You guess? Ultrahumanite snapped his fingers, and the T-Rex robot increased the pressure it was putting on Midoriya's body. Your country's cultural heritage is being superseded by someone like Endeavor, and all you can do is shrug your shoulders? Well, I don't really have any room for shrugging dash. And do you know what happened when I tried to find out how long the exhibit would go on for? Ultrahumanite asked, cutting him off. What happened was that I found out that the exhibit would go on indefinitely. Indefinitely? Unbelievable. Has our society become so enthralled with heroics that the people would put the arts second to men who don't even know how to keep their homes in check? Midoriya didn't know how to respond to that. Partly because he was having trouble admitting that someone like the Ultrahumanite had a point, partly because he didn't really understand the last thing he said. Naturally, I couldn't let any of that stand, so here I am in Japan with a myriad of stolen SR Labs technology, ready to destroy the museum for their betrayal of their own ideals. Why are going to destroy the TNM? Just because they're getting rid of some good-looking art? Midoriya asked. That's so stupid. But because I'm not trying to rob a bank or assassinate a political figure. Not every scheme has to have such cliched criminal agendas. But what about the art that's still there? You're just going to destroy everything because of this one thing you don't like. Ultrahumanite stared at Midoriya before snapping his big gorilla fingers. That's a good point, boy. Might as well steal the most valuable exhibits before I destroy the museum so I can sell them on the black market and finance future endeavors. Thanks for bringing that up. You're welcome, Midoriya said dryly. What about the people in the museum? Are you just going to kill people who have nothing to do with this? I'm not so crass. I'm obviously going to call in a bomb threat to empty out the facility before I strike. I guess it would still be possible for people to be in there, though. Well, if they actually enjoy going there, then they'll simply be getting what's coming to them. Midoriya grit his teeth. The Ultrahumanite casually said he didn't care if people died in the process of his petty endeavor. He knew how callous villains could be about the lives of others, but seeing and hearing it up close and personal was far different. Then he started patting the spaceship. Maybe I'll even figure out how to get this thing up and running again in time for the assault. He patted the ship again. Might be a little fun to destroy the errors of our society with the brilliance of another. He patted the ship again. That would probably put me in the perfect mood to tear this thing apart and figure out how it ticks. He moved his hand down towards the ship, once more. Stop touching that! Midoriya shouted. The Ultrahumanite did, indeed, stop touching it, but only to glare at Midoriya with what he could only assume to be annoyance. How annoying, Ultrahumanite said. Children these days really don't know their place, do they? Well, I've explained my plan to you, boy, so now it's time for you to die. Robot minions, you know what to do. As if voicing some form of acknowledgement, the female robot screeched and the T-Rex robot roared. The T-Rex robot turned its head downwards towards Midoriya as smoke bellowed out of its mouth. Midoriya gave it no time to attack, though. He released a gust of wind from his mouth, the force strong enough to send both him and the T-Rex robot up into the air mere seconds before it unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. The T-Rex robot slammed into the ceiling, stunning it as the flames spewed out. Midoriya kicked off of its underbelly to propel himself downwards towards the Ultrahumanite, only to be launched into a wall when the female robot blasted him with a laser beam. Fortunately, his reaction time was quick enough for him to put up a guard with his arms, nullifying a good deal of the impact. Still alive, are we? Ultrahumanite asked. Well, if you want. Something done right. The Ultrahumanite pulled what looked like a large gun out from the bag next to him and pointed it at Midoriya. He pulled the trigger and released a stream of teal light from the weapon. Midoriya jumped out of the wall and dodged, but his mouth fell agape when the beam collided with the wall and created a hole at least 3 times his height and width. Ionic disruptor cannon. I don't have the time to explain the specifics, so let's just say it's a really powerful gun and leave it at that, shall we? Ultrahumanite fired another round at Midoriya. Midoriya, in turn, fired a blast of heat vision at it. The energies clashed against one another, neither one giving an inch, neither combatant able to move. In an attempt to take advantage of that, the female robot and the T-Rex robot, the latter now regaining its bearing, moved in to grab Midoriya. Knowing that he couldn't hold off the Ultrahumanite in this way while simultaneously fighting the robots, Midoriya deactivated his heat vision and ducked down with enough speed and precision to avoid the blast. As it collided with another wall, the two robots, unable to stop themselves, ran into each other, and Midoriya took advantage of the confusion by kicking them each to the ground. "Curiouser and curiouser," Ultrahumanite said. "Your power is far more exemplary than it should be." "I just have a strong quirk," Midoriya said. "Clearly. I have a strong quirk, as well, and I've been using it since I set foot in here, yet it doesn't seem to have any effect on you." "Huh. That didn't sound good. It makes me have doubts about your alleged humanity." "Huh." Midoriya was right to think that it didn't sound good. "You're obviously not a robot, I would have noticed by now. Can't be Atlantean, none of the telltale signs for even a halfling. Amazonian's a possibility, though I've never heard of an Asian one before. Very peculiar. Oh, well, I can figure it out after you're dead." Before Midoriya could question what he was talking about, the female robot and the T-Rex robot tackled him to the ground and pinned him there. He realized too late that all the talking was mainly a means of distraction. "Figure it out from whatever's left of you, anyway," Ultrahumanite said as he aimed the ionic disruptor cannon at Midoriya. "I'm going to try and keep the damage to a minimum, but it's hard to control how much this thing tears apart, you know." The ionic disruptor cannon started charging energy as the Ultrahumanite kept it locked on Midoriya. Midoriya was going to be blasted in the face in no time at all, and with the combined weight of the robots on top of him, he didn't know if he could break free in time to save himself. Fortunately, he didn't have to ponder the logistics of his speed at all. Before the Ultrahumanite could fire, a fireball flew in from the right side of the area and hit him square in the arm. He didn't fall or move from his position, but his arms were moved by the sudden impact, causing the blast to be redirected to the wall once more. Midoriya, taking advantage of the sudden intrusion, threw the robots off of him and got back up from the ground. "There won't be any more evildoing going on today, villain," a familiar voice shouted. "For we are here." Another familiar voice shouted. "I've always wanted to do that." "All Might. Firestorm." Midoriya cheered. "Sorry we're late, young Midoriya. Hope you didn't have too rough a time on your own." "Not from lack of trying, mind you," Ultrahumanite said, dropping the ionic disruptor cannon to the ground. "I'm not surprised that someone like you managed to stay alive, Firestorm, but I do wish that you were just a little bit more maimed. And you're here too, All Might. What a surprise that that sickly old man was the symbol of peace. What a thrill it is to think about how much praise I'll get back in the States when everyone finds out that I managed to kill you." "Only in your dreams, Ultrahumanite," All Might shouted as the robots started recovering. "Midoriya, go somewhere where you won't draw attention to yourself," Firestorm said. "Okay," Midoriya said. "All Might, I'll take care of the rust buckets. Ultrahumanites all pumped up about fighting you, so how about you show him what happens when people try that?" "My sentiments, exactly." All Might charged at the Ultrahumanite. Firestorm blasted at the enemy robots. The robots evaded Firestorm's attacks to the best of their abilities. Midoriya started running off to the side to let All Might and Firestorm take care of things. The Ultrahumanite just stood still with a smug expression as All Might barreled towards him. "That can't be right," Midoriya thought to himself. Sure, Ultrahumanite is clearly arrogant and full of himself, but All Might is attacking him. He's not even flinching at the sight of him. Is he that confident in that laser cannon of his? Maybe it's not his weapons that he has faith in. Maybe it's his natural abilities that he's betting on. Come to think of it, he was just talking about how his quirk should have been working on me if I was human, and considering that All Might and Firestorm are both human. All Might wait. Midoriya was too late. All Might had already closed in on the Ultrahumanite and threw his signature Texas Smash at him, an attack that could destroy a skyscraper in an instant and leave nothing but rubble. That was the kind of attack All Might used, and the Ultrahumanite was able to block it with just one hand. What? All Might shouted. Well, at least I know that there's nothing wrong on my end, Ultrahumanite said with a smirk. All Might threw his left arm at him, but he caught that one, just as easily. Then, as if to further emphasize how incredibly powerful he appeared, the Ultrahumanite effortlessly lifted All Might off of the ground and tossed him into the air, All Might's body hitting the ceiling with a tremendous crash. What the hell? Firestorm shouted. In his moment of distraction, the T-Rex robot was able to hit him with a swing of its tail. He blocked All Might like he was nothing. Midoriya shouted. Compared to me, he might as well be, Ultrahumanite laughed. With a tremendous shout, All Might broke out of the ceiling and landed on the ground with a powerful stomp, creating a large crater that the Ultrahumanite unfortunately wasn't caught in. All Might wasted no time in launching a flurry of punches, but Ultrahumanite dodged every one of them effortlessly. What's wrong? Am I too fast for you? Getting slow in your old age. That's wrong. Well, it's right and wrong. Midoriya told himself. All Might is definitely moving slower than usual, but his age shouldn't have anything to do with it. What's more, Ultrahumanite is a mad scientist-type villain, so he shouldn't have the physical ability to keep up with All Might at all. This has to go back to his quirk. His quirk that didn't work on me because… All Might, stop. Midoriya shouted. You won't be able to hit him. Ultrahumanite, he's using a quirk that weakens his opponents. You can't do anything about it, but I can. I can do something, because I'm not human. All Might stopped in his tracks. Midoriya knew that it had to be because he couldn't believe that he just said what he said out loud for all to hear. Oh, so that is what's going on here, Ultrahumanite said. Midoriya assumed that he was grinning for the exact same reasons. Ultrahumanite. Quirk. Overman. When this quirk is activated, every human within a 100-meter area of the Ultrahumanite has their physical abilities decreased by 75%. Considering that basically everyone on the planet is human, it's hard to see this quirk as anything but overpowered. Oh, so that is what's going on here, Ultrahumanite said. Just from looking at him, All Might was able to put 2 and 2 together and figure out that he had put 2 and 2 together. On top of knowing his true form, one of the most dangerous villains in history now knew the truth about Midoriya. It was safe to say that All Might had had better days. I can't do that, All Might said. Just then, the Ultrahumanite threw a punch at All Might's head. He caught the attack, but he struggled to maintain a guard. Are you sure about that? You're not exactly showing your best effort right now, Ultrahumanite said. He's right, All Might. Go help Firestorm. I'll try and do something about the Ultrahumanite. Midoriya said. I could use help, but that's still a terrible idea. Firestorm said as he was blasted in the chest by the female robot's laser beam. There's no way that I'm going to leave you to deal with someone this dangerous by yourself, All Might said. I suppose this is the classic moment of the hero making himself a martyr. Ultrahumanite didn't get the chance to finish his remark. All Might let go of him and kicked him hard in the stomach, or as hard as he could manage, anyway. That's why we're going to take him down, together. What? Midoriya asked. Is that right? Ultrahumanite asked. He didn't appear very fazed by the attack, but that would hopefully change. Even if I'm not at my best right now, I'm still the symbol of peace. You'd have to be an idiot to think I'd leave a kid to handle a villain, all by himself. So let's take him down together, young Midoriya. Okay. Midoriya dashed over to All Might and the Ultrahumanite, throwing an uppercut at the latter as All Might threw another kick to his stomach. Ultrahumanite deflected All Might's kick with an elbow attack. Not surprising. He also dodged Midoriya's uppercut and threw a punch into his face that sent him back a few steps. Far more surprising. What? Did you think I was completely powerless without any of my toys? Ultrahumanite asked. In most of my other bodies, you'd be right to assume so, but how could you look at this body and keep thinking anything of the sort? Midoriya never responded to the rhetorical question. The Ultrahumanite grabbed Midoriya by the arm and swung him like a bat into All Might. All Might knew that Midoriya had a tough body, but he never would have guessed it to be tough enough to send him flying off of his feet. All Might! Midoriya shouted. I think you have far more to worry about than him, boy. Ultrahumanite said, hitting Midoriya with an uppercut to the jaw. All Might wanted to respond in kind, but he was too busy being caught in the jaws of the robot T-Rex. He had only just gotten trapped inside, yet he could already feel a blazing heat enveloping his lower body. He didn't let that deter him. He used the legs of that very same heated lower body to kick down on its lower jaw and open its mouth up wide, letting him slip out just as a cloud of fire came forth. My turn. Firestorm flew in right in front of where All Might landed and shot a fireball into the T-Rex robot's gaping mouth. The attack was swallowed whole, and a split second later, its sides burst apart in an explosion. Smoke bellowed out of its now slacked jaw as it fell over on its stomach, defeated. Nice one, Firestorm, All Might said. Compliment me later. You need to get back to Midoriya now. All Might turned his head in Midoriya's direction. He had broken free of the Ultrahumanite's grasp and launched another punch at him. It hit, but just barely, as he managed to jump back before full impact. That gave him enough time and space to punch Midoriya once more. All Might really did need to get back there. He nodded his head at Firestorm just as he dodged a strike from the female robot and ran off in Midoriya's direction. He had hardly moved 3 steps, however, before a glowing disc landed right in front of him and exploded into a blast of light that knocked him back. What was that? All Might asked himself. Rather quickly, he found his answer. The object, most likely some sort of bomb, was thrown by one of the 5 smaller robots in the area. They had been immobile since All Might and Firestorm first showed up, so he ended up completely ignoring their presence. A truly amateur mistake. The consequences of said mistake continued onward as the 5 robots grabbed more weapons from the bag and fired them all at All Might. Laser beams, explosives, plasma whips, all manner of high-tech weaponry was thrown at him in an effort to take him down. All Might dodged the attacks, but thanks to having his power so severely dampened, it was always by the skin of his teeth and the breadth of his hair. Sheet! All Might shouted. He really cleaned Star Labs out of house and home. This wasn't the time for wit, though. Midoriya and the Ultrahumanite kept trading blows, but Ultrahumanite was getting in far more hits than Midoriya was. He and Firestorm couldn't keep wasting time with the robots, but that was easier said than done, even more so when a plasma whip grazed All Might's arm. All Might! Midoriya shouted. You should be worrying about yourself, boy, the Ultrahumanite said. All Might saw him take advantage of Midoriya's distracted state of being by kicking him against the wall of the cave. Then, with speed that you wouldn't expect out of the body of a gorilla, he picked up off of the ground what All Might could only assume to be an ionic disruptor cannon. I've enjoyed our time together, boy, but I do have other things on my schedule. Don't think I've forgotten about your little bombshell from earlier, though I'll be sure to thoroughly dissect whatever's left of your interstellar corpse. He pulled the trigger. The beam flew out. All Might tried to jump in the way, but he was held up by his opponent. Firestorm screamed as he tried to fly over, but he was stopped by his opponent. Neither one of them could break through. Neither one could do anything when the beam hit Midoriya square in the chest with enough force to send him straight through the wall. Neither one of them could do anything when the Ultrahumanite, to add insult to injury, was tossed an explosive from one of the robots that he quickly threw through the giant hole in the mountainside. And oh! All Might shouted. Keep it down, will you? Ultrahumanite asked, cupping an ear. I'm trying to hear the dash. An explosion sounded off, the terror greatly contrasting the pleasant glow of sunlight flooding the room. Ah, there it is. That's what I love about doing battle in nature, no cleanup required. Well, outside any. The layers still end up stained with blood. Speaking of which, get on that please. The 5 smaller robots each picked up a beam sword and rushed All Might. He barely paid attention to their weapons, though. What they were holding didn't matter to him as he slammed his fists against the ground as hard as he could. Even with his decreased power, he still managed to accomplish his goal of releasing a shockwave powerful enough to knock them all on their backs, their rotund bodies creating an immediately apparent difficulty in getting back on their feet. Ultrahumanite. I won't forgive you for this. Take away 75% of my power, 85%, 100%, even. You won't ever escape from here. Let's take him down, Firestorm. Firestorm said nothing in response. Firestorm? Firestorm said nothing in response. All he did was stand in one spot, completely motionless. Looks like he's taking an ordinary death of a child a little hard. As expected of his generation, Ultrahumanite said. His smirk didn't give any indication that he felt at all threatened by All Might's rage. Not that he needed to be, with All Might still severely weakened and the female robot firing another laser beam at Firestorm. Firestorm. Firestorm said nothing in response. All he did was stand in one spot, completely motionless. He did nothing at all as the beam made contact with his body and turned into a pile of dust. What? All Might gasped. Don't lecture me, old man, Firestorm said to no one. The female robot charged at Firestorm and grabbed him with one of its claws. A split second later, the robot vanished, replaced with a pile of rocks. You unbelievable! All Might thought to himself. This must be Firestorm's transmutation, the power to transform one object into another object of equal mass. I don't need you screaming in my ear right now, Firestorm said. Face contorted into something of pure rage, he started slowly walking towards the Ultrahumanite, the ground beneath his feet transforming into a different gemstone with every step. Don't tell me to calm down. I'm going to kill this bastard. Right here. Right now. And I don't care if I have to turn this whole mountain into a pillar of salt to do so. All Might had never seen so much anger and fury within a young hero before. He wanted to step in and say something, but he couldn't find it in his power to move from where he was standing. Even the Ultrahumanite wasn't looking as confident. His smug smirk devolved into a legitimately nervous expression as he slowly moved a finger to the side of his vest. It was right before Ultrahumanite could touch anything that a shadow broke through the light. A shadow that, once it covered Firestorm, somehow made him stop moving and put his face into an ever so slight calm. All Might truly had no idea what was going on. When he turned in the direction of the shadow, though an act done simultaneously with the Ultrahumanite, the source of the shadow became abundantly clear. It was Midoriya. Midoriya, blocking the sun with his dirty body. Midoriya, still looking like he was ready to fight. Midoriya, suddenly floating in midair. He can fly. All Might asked. He can fly. Firestorm asked. He can fly. Ultrahumanite asked. Midoriya blinked twice before looking himself over. I can fly. Midoriya shouted. Izuku Midoriya refused to die. He knew that he was just blasted with an ionic disruptor cannon, but he refused to die. It helped that it surprisingly didn't hurt that much. He knew that some sort of high-tech bomb was thrown at him as well, but he refused to die. He knew that he was falling farther than anyone should ever have to fall, but he refused to die. Not when he was so close to the end. Not when the answers to everything were so close. With a scream as his conviction, he decided to keep fighting, and his rapid descent came to an immediate halt. He grabbed the explosive out of the air and tossed it aside before he started heading back up to the fight, an explosion creating an appropriate backdrop to the scene. In no time at all, Midoriya had returned to fight, floating behind the very hole he was blasted through mere moments ago. He can fly. All Might asked. He can fly. Firestorm asked. He can fly. Ultrahumanite asked. Midoriya blinked twice before looking himself over. Now, with a moment of clarity to gather his thoughts, was when he was able to take in just how he had managed to avoid falling to his death. I can fly. Midoriya shouted. You better believe you can fly. Firestorm cheered with a massive grin. You really didn't know then? Here I thought you were just trying to be dramatic, Ultrahumanite said. Oh, well, not like this changes anything. The Ultrahumanite aimed the ionic disruptor cannon at Midoriya as it began charging. He wouldn't allow it, not again, so he fired his heat vision at the barrel of the gun. The impact created a small explosion that resulted in a small puff of smoke getting in the Ultrahumanite's face. It took him only a second to get rid of it, but it only took Midoriya half as long to shoot himself back into the cave and drive both of his fists into the Ultrahumanite's stomach. The impact sent him flying across the room until he ended up landing on his back. He didn't see it coming. Damn it! Midoriya heard him curse under his breath. Damn it? Midoriya repeated in his head. That was the first time he had heard such a strong response out of the Ultrahumanite. Granted, he was just sent flying across the room, but the overall impact couldn't have hurt him that much. Don't think that you've won anything, boy. Midoriya looked at him with his super-enhanced eyesight. There were beads of sweat seeping through his pores. I still hold all the cards. I still have every conceivable advantage. Midoriya kept looking at him with his super-enhanced vision. His eyes kept darting towards All Might and Firestorm. One tiny slide of luck doesn't change the fact that this mountain is going to become all of your graves. Midoriya looked at him with his X-ray vision. His heart was beating at an unusually fast rate. His quirk isn't working anymore. Midoriya shouted. The way his body is reacting to everything makes it look like he's nervous. He wouldn't be getting like that if he still had the advantage over us, so something must have happened to deactivate it. Oh, come on now. How desperate are you to resort to dash? All Might wasted no time in dashing right in front of the Ultrahumanite. The Ultrahumanite raised his arm for a punch, but All Might hit him in the face before he could move his fist even a little bit forward. As we said, Overman is incredibly overpowered. However, it does have a weakness. If Ultrahumanite is knocked on his back even once, then Overman will deactivate, and he won't be able to use it again for the rest of the day. Now that's more like it. All Might shouted. Looks like you were right on the money, Midoriya, my boy. However, you've done far more today than any child should be expected to do. If it's all right with you, the grown-ups are going to finish up here. Midoriya simply nodded his head in response. There wasn't anything left to worry about. After all Might and Firestorm were here. Ultrahumanite, having been sent flying once more, crawled back up onto his feet. His expression was one not of annoyance or confidence, but pure, simple rage. Rage that, overall, didn't amount to anything. Before he could act in any way, the earth around his feet suddenly shot up and wrapped itself around half of the Ultrahumanite's body, leaving him completely immobilized. The power of transmutation was truly something else. Gotta make sure this son of a beach can't get away, Firestorm said as his right arm became engulfed in flames. Let's go, All Might. Took the words right out of my mouth, Firestorm. All Might and Firestorm charged at the Ultrahumanite, still struggling to break free of his entrapments, to no avail. Georgia Dash, All Might said, raising his right arm up into the air. Surtur Dash, Firestorm said, raising his right arm up into the air. While the Ultrahumanite kept struggling to break free, their two arms found a meeting place, the front and back of his neck. Smash! Impact! His eyes turned white. Spit shot around as he gasped for air. His head fell down, lifelessly. It was over. It was finally over. Almost finally over. And with that, our little impromptu battle against evil came to a close. Villains from the Golden Age are just as tough as I thought they'd be, but it didn't matter. In the end, justice will always prevail. So, naturally, we had to contact the authorities and deliver the Ultrahumanite to them, outside of the mountain and away from all the weird writing, at which point I assured them that it was 100% only Firestorm and myself responsible for his capture, and not a single other person. Initially, young Midoriya, Firestorm, and I were concerned about him revealing the multitude of secrets he had learned, but when he regained consciousness, he said that he wouldn't tell a soul. In regards to my true form, he didn't see the point in telling anyone because it wasn't as if I'd be less invincible in my pajamas. I didn't bother to correct him. In regards to young Midoriya, though, he surprisingly said that he had no interest in making life harder for him. That now that he knew what young Midoriya was, he guessed that he really did know what it was like to have to force yourself to fit in with everyone else. I didn't know what he was talking about, but Midoriya wasn't arguing with him, so I guess I must have missed something between them. If the two of them were able to come to some kind of understanding, then maybe Ultrahumanite isn't so bad as far as villains go. Maybe I'll talk to the museum about making space for both their old stuff and my old pal Endeavor's exhibit. Anyway, the point is that it's finally over. Almost finally over, While All Might and Firestorm talked with the police about the Ultrahumanite, Midoriya, who had stayed out of sight so no one would get into trouble for his vigilantism, had carried the spaceship far up the mountain, leaving it in a rocky area completely devoid of people. It didn't take that long for him to do it, now that he had the benefit of flight. He couldn't stop himself from feeling a little giddy about it. Flying. Just like Wonder Woman or Martian Manhunter or Starman or any of the Hawk people. Feeling the wind rush around his body as he soared above everything was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. At the same time, though, it's kind of scary, Midoriya said to no one but the spaceship. I mean, when my powers first came in, all I could do was jump really high and punch people way too hard. By the time I was 10, I could shoot lasers out of my eyes and knock people down just by exhaling. Now I'm 14 going on 15, and all of a sudden, I can fly. Am I just going to keep getting more and more powers, the older I get? When I'm 18, are bones going to start shooting out of my fists? When I'm 20, is my body going to turn into electricity, and I'll just zap everything around me? Is it ever going to end? Am I even going to be able to control it, forever? Of course you will. Midoriya turned around to see none other than All Might behind him. All Might in his skinny form riding piggyback on Firestorm, to be more accurate. Even if you end up with a million different powers, there will always be a way for you to control yourself, All Might said as he climbed off of Firestorm. I'm not going to say that it'll be easy, but you already don't want to hurt anyone, right? If you ask me, that's the most important step there is. Still though, Midoriya said, looking down at the ground. Don't get like that. Kid, Firestorm said. He just said he believes in you, didn't he? That's the second most important step. Even if you have no confidence in yourself, never forget that there will always be people who care about you. Midoriya couldn't argue with that. He couldn't argue with any of that. So long as he wanted to prove he deserved to be a hero, he didn't plan on letting his powers get the better of him. So long as people like his parents and All Might and even Firestorm cared about him, he knew that he'd always have a reason to do his best. That's right. Of course that's right. Thank you both. Don't even sweat it, All Might said. Shut up, I'm allowed to be corny if I want to. Firestorm said to no one. All right, now it's time to do what you came here to do, isn't it? Yes. How do we do that? All Might asked. I don't know. It's a mystery to me too, Midoriya said. Although, come to think of it, after talking with the Ultrahumanite, I think that we were able to get inside the mountain because I was the one touching the wall. So maybe if I find the right spot, something will happen? Worth a shot at least. With All Might's approval, Midoriya prepared to start rubbing his hands across the ship in an attempt to try and get something going, no matter how long it would take. The time it would take was apparently 0 seconds. As soon as Midoriya turned back towards the ship, the same deadly metal claws he saw in the video shot out and lifted the ship up into the air. All Might activated his quirk, Firestorm made flames appear around his hands, and they both stepped in front of Midoriya, but Midoriya quickly sidestepped around them. Not because he wasn't nervous for his own safety, as he truly couldn't stop himself from shaking, but because he knew that he had to face this head-on. As if to respond to this, the ship bent downwards until the bow was only a meter away from Midoriya's face. A second later, the same mechanical voice from the video came out of the spaceship, uttering a completely unintelligible phrase. Arashbem, hu. W what? Navrata w kawaja? I don't know what you're saying. Please just tell me what you are. Just tell what I am. Nothing came out of the ship in response to that. Nothing save for a few beeps, a humming noise, and a faint green glow around the bow of the ship. A minute passed without any conversation taking place. When the minute was up, the beeping ceased, the humming stopped, and the glowing faded away. Primary host language adapted. The ship said, now speaking perfect Japanese. Are initiating initial phase. Hello Kello? Did you mean me? Indeed. I am the alpha model of the Kryptonian Education and Life Enrichment Xenosaculuthos, or KX Alpha, for short. I am an artificial intelligence saved onto your spacecraft with the directive to assist you once your ship reached the third planet orbiting the sun of the Milky Way galaxy. Unfortunately, my programming was damaged upon landing, and you were taken away from me before I could successfully perform a reboot. However, I had maintained enough processing power to analyze the individuals who had taken you and determined that they would make excellent hosts for you, so I concluded that there was no immediate need to locate you. You what? Did I not acquire the correct language for you to understand me, huh? KX asked. No, you did. This is a lot to take in. Okay, you're an AI, I get that, that's pretty self-explanatory. But, I mean the other stuff is just, I don't know. Kryptonian, and analyzing people, and Xenosaculuthos? I really don't understand that on top of all the other things I don't understand. Understood. Initiating Phase 2. What's Phase Dash? A sixth claw, one much smaller than the other 5, shot out of KX and clamped itself around Midoriya's forehead. Midoriya dash. Everything went white for Midoriya. His vision came back, but everything was still white. No All Might, no Firestorm, no cakes, nothing but an endless expanse of white. What is this? Where'd everyone go? Don't be alarmed. Your body is still exactly where it is. All of this is a virtual program being transmitted into your mind at a speed tens of thousands of times faster than normal reality. By the time everything is finished here, only a few seconds will have passed in real time. Someone was talking to Midoriya. Someone who sounded nothing like Kalex. Who's there? Again, please do not be alarmed. There's nothing to be worried about. Kalo? A mass of green pixels appeared in front of Midoriya. They all started shuffling around in the air until they took on a shape, the shape of a person. Slowly, the green coloring faded away until there was a clear-cut person standing in front of Midoriya. A person with a pair of glasses on top of an aged face, a mustache and beard cut with precision, and a nice, clean head of black hair. All very normal. Less normal was the thin, yellow headband displayed on his forehead, the black bodysuit draped by a red robe, and the chest that bore the familiar black pentagon containing the English letter S. That symbol dash. Our symbol. My name is Jor-El of Krypton. I am your father, and it's so very nice to meet you again. Since I don't think anyone would get it, Jor-El's appearance is based on Hikaru Hanada, the Japanese voice actor who voices Superman in the Japanese dub of the DCU. Now, before you leave, enjoy this short piece by my very good supporter, the infamous man. Hope carried 1,000 years by the infamous man. Let me go! Shouted a man in a red bodysuit, his face covered with a glass green dome and a now smoking device covering his right wrist. The person behind him brought his arms back, and with a flick of the wrist they were restrained by cuffs that appeared to be made of pure data. The person behind him was bald and also had orange skin as well as 2 antennae coming from his forehead. He was wearing a white jumpsuit with blue highlights and a black belt that had a golden buckle on it. Within that buckle was a stylized L on it. Well, since you asked politely, the alien-looking humanoid said with a roll of his eyes. I have rights, you a-hole. Well, if you had succeeded, chances are those rights would have been voided. An orange-haired teen with milky white eyes said with a smirk. He wore a blue bodysuit, but with silver boots and gloves. 2 yellow lightning bolts came from his shoulders and met at his abdomen, pointing at the same belt buckle his companion wore. As he said this, lightning danced from his fingers and on the silver rifle comprised of components that didn't have names. Not in this time. As the rifle squawked and hissed, the smell of burning hardware filling the air, the boy finished. What with the high chance you wouldn't have been born in the first place? Time assassination is a pretty big offense after all. I would have been protected, unlike you little punks. So what makes you think that? A young blonde-haired woman wearing a red jumpsuit with a white stripe running down the middle, the yellow image of the planet Saturn in the center of her chest. You can either tell us, or I dig in there and find out myself. I don't want to do that, but it's your choice. These 3 were Chameleon Boy, Lightning Lad, and Saturn Girl. Their real names were Reap Daggle, Garth Rands, and Imra Ardeen respectively. They were part of the organization known as the Legion of Superheroes. They were also from the 30th century. When their quarry did not answer, Irma sighed. All right then. Just remember that I gave you a choice. She placed her hands on her temples and closed her eyes. That will not be necessary. All four of them turned their heads to see an individual stepping out of a glass sphere, silver discs flying from behind him and placing themselves underneath his feet as he acted like he was coming down some stairs. He wore a dark brown button-up shirt, pants, and shoes. His coat was a deep dark purple, as was the bow tie he wore. His hair was a rich blonde and combed to the side. His skin was also completely green. He was called Brainy by his friends, even if he hated it. His name was Brainiac 5, and he preferred to be referred to that. The remnants of radiation within bleed space is that of adapted apocalyptian technology. It's a bit too good of a job to have been done by the Legion of Supervillains, therefore I deduce that we're dealing with Libra and his cult of evil again. Brainiac then bent down as his feet touched the ground, picking up a glowing green bullet. One of the metal discs morphed into a cube, which Brainiac dropped the bullet in before it closed, likely trying to ensure his master's rightful success down the timeline. I hate this crap. Garth groaned as he hoisted the gun over his shoulder. Especially when it's our shift. How come so many people want to go back and assassinate Superman? Don't they got anything better to do? Like, commit crimes in our time? At least we can kick the crap out of them in a place that isn't so freaking backwards. Oh, so you're saying you'd prefer to be on duty to stop those who try to assassinate those Hitler or Kennedy guys? Reap asked, causing Garth to shiver. No way. I pity those poor BSTRDS. Did you hear about the guys who had to stop that 21st century Midnighter, from assassinating Hitler during Earth's First World War? As the two continued talking, floating along with their captive to the glass sphere, Brainiac stood beside Irma as she stared in the distance. Stared at Mount Fuji. You want to see him? Brainiac stayed simply, and Irma sighed. Can you blame me? We're just a few miles away from him. Back when he discovered his origins. It's the stuff that's shown in holovids everywhere. With that, Irma touched her wrist and a picture appeared in the space in front of them. A picture of Izuku Midoriya descending from his jump with his mentor Toshinori Yagi. Two living legends, even in the 30th century. Plus, he could use some friends before he enters his training PRD. Yes, he could. Brainiac agreed. But not yet. He needs to find himself first, and when he does, he'll take the first steps needed to make our future. A future that's moved past this fairly ugly time. Brainiac then took out a white napkin from his coat pocket and began wiping his hands. And unsanitary. So can we go now, please? I feel the need to begin stating the periodic timetable to keep my mind occupied from all the pollution we are currently inhaling. I mean, really? Fossil fuels? Do they have any idea how horrid it all smells? And don't get me started on those glass bottles I saw on the ground in our Arriva Dash. All right, Brainy. All right. Irma giggled before floating up. Don't short-circuit on us. Let's go home. As they floated to the time sphere, Irma glanced back at the mountain. He reached out with her mind, and felt his. She felt doubt, nervousness, and fear, but also determination, bravery, and hope. It was the mind of Izuku Midoriya. This was the mind of Superman. I hope we do meet him, one day. For real this time. Irma told Brainiac as he began pressing on holographic images within the sphere. He simply smiled. We will one day. Brainiac said as the sphere glowed. It's only a matter of time. As the three other legionaries groaned, the sphere glowed as bright as a star. And then disappeared from existence, as if it were never there in the first place. Midoriya always wondered what his father would look like. Not the man who raised him, obviously. He knew what he looked like, even if he only saw him once or twice a month. It was the man, the alien who sired him, that he was really curious about. What did he look like? What kind of person was he? Why did he send Midoriya to Earth? At the very least, the hologram standing in front of him gave him the answer to the first question. Not much like him at all. Their faces didn't match. Their eyes were alike only in color. Their builds, while both skinny, were still of different varieties, Midoriya having far less muscle. If this man Jor-El hadn't said that he was his father, he'd be hard-pressed to come to that conclusion on his own. Though there was the possibility that he would start looking like that when he got older, which he supposed was all right. At the very least, he was glad that they didn't look different because he had blue skin or 3 heads or anything like that. You've been silent for quite some time, Jor-El said. Oh, sorry, Midoriya said, only then realizing how lost in his own thoughts he had been. It's just, this is a lot to take in, you know? You're really my father? Indeed I am. At the very least, Jor-El seemed like a calm person. Midoriya didn't know what he'd have done if his father was some sort of galactic warlord. He seemed like the person that was good to talk to. Like the kind of person you could feel safe giving a hug to. Midoriya tried doing the latter, but he found himself walking through Jor-El as if he was air. Again. This is all a virtual program. That includes myself, who is nothing but a hologram. Apologies if that was unclear. A voice boomed from all around the endless white expanse. Alex. Is that you? Affirmative. As the one initiating this program, I am overseeing everything that takes place. I will present to you any and all imagery that would be appropriate, but I cannot proceed until you say what you wish to know. Midoriya swallowed. This was it. Now or never. If he didn't get anything here, then he'd never get anything anywhere at any time. He had to go all in, or else nothing would come out. Please, tell me who I am. Tell me what I am. Tell me why I'm here. Midoriya shouted. Jor-El looked down at the floor for a few seconds before lifting his head up to meet Midoriya's gaze, once more. You are first son of the House of El, and the last son of Krypton. Midoriya was silent as he took a step back. Last son? If I'm the last son, and you're just a hologram, then is Krypton, is my homeworld, are all the people like me completely destroyed, yes. Oh. Midoriya fell down to the ground. He didn't know what he was expecting. It wasn't as if this was a huge surprise to him, or anything. He'd been on Earth for almost a decade and a half, so if anyone was looking for him, they should have shown up already. There were only 3 reasons he could think of for why that hadn't happened yet. There simply wasn't anyone who wanted him, the people looking for him were being held up by something, or anyone who would want him was dead. None of this was beyond what he thought was possible, but that didn't mean it was any easier to take in. Are you all right, Kello? Jor-El asked. Diagnostics indicate that this is less physical trauma and more emotional trauma, Alex said. Yes, I think I got that part. I'm fine, Midoriya said, standing up. As fine as you can be when you find out you're an endangered species, at least. I just wish I could have seen Krypton, right? I just wish I could have seen it, once. We can do that. Alex, initiate orbital view. Affirmative, Alex said. The white expanse started spinning all around Midoriya. It shifted above his head, rotated under his feet, all with no feeling whatsoever. When it all stopped, it looked as if Midoriya and Jor-El were floating in space. The environment was dyed black, save for a multitude of tiny white specks that had to be stars. Off in the distance, there was a giant red star, completely different in intensity from the yellow sun of Earth. Floating a little away from it was what looked like a crescent moon, but with a large mass of rocks and debris floating by it. Said moon and floating debris were orbiting around a planet that surprisingly looked a lot like Earth. There were 2 masses of ice at the northern and southernmost points of the planet, and it was covered mostly in water, but unlike Earth, the continents seemed to be divided into 2 land masses, not 5. That's it, isn't it? Midoriya asked. Yes. What you're looking at is none other than our homeworld of Krypton, Jor-El said. The star is our sun, Rao, named after our primary deity, and the space debris you see is our moon, Wekther. I've seen this view countless times, yet it never ceases to amaze me. I can see why. It sits beautiful. But, is the moon supposed to be like that? No, it is not. That's a story for another day, though. Back to today's story, Krypton. Look at it. All it took was a little space gas expelled from Rao Dash. The star, not the deity, Alex said. And 10,000 years of evolution for the most promising race in the Andromeda Galaxy to be born. We had our fair share of struggles, internal and external, but we always toughed it out. Maybe that ended up being something of a bad thing, though. As Jor-El said the last sentence, Midoriya couldn't help but notice his father's eyes dropping to the floor before his mouth closed shut. How advanced this technology had to be if it could showcase such sadness in its projections. Is it all right if we go down to Krypton? Midoriya asked. Yes. Yes, of course, Joel said, looking up to meet Midoriya's gaze. Kyliex, if you would. Affirmative. Initiating shift to Lurven continent, Kyliex said. Once more, the environment was sent into a spin. The inky blackness of space soon became replaced with a blue sky, not unlike the ones on Earth, and a surrounding view with even more to behold than the orbital view of the planet. The surrounding view was that of a city far grander than anything Midoriya had ever seen on Earth. Buildings of gold and blue coloring, mostly gold, could be seen all around him, with some being so large that they went up above the clouds. Near said clouds were what could only be flying cars, something that Midoriya didn't think was actually possible, yet there they were. People dressed similarly to Jor-El repeatedly passed Midoriya by, and sometimes passed through him, creating a brief particle effect similar to the one Jor-El formed from. This is Krypton? Indeed, Joel said as he motioned for the two of them to start walking. Right now, we're on the Lurven continent, the largest continent between Krypton's two. The city we stand in is none other than Kryptonopolis, capital city of the entire world. Trivia: while the topic was heavily disputed, there is a 74.6358% certainty that your ancestor was responsible for constructing Kryptonopolis, Kyliex said. Really? Our family built this? Midoriya exclaimed with wide eyes. Impressed, are we? Jor-El asked. Yeah. It's amazing. I've never seen buildings this big or built so high-tech. And hover cars. You have hover cars. On Earth, we can barely do anything with them on the ground. And over there, there's people using hologram technology like cell phones. Oh, you don't know what that is. A cell phone is this square-shaped device that you can use to talk to people all around the world. Those disc-shaped things people are using look like they work in the same way, but we haven't gotten hologram technology to work on such a widespread and commercial level. We only ever use them for special recordings, and they can only hold up to a few minutes of video, plus the audio tends to come out a little scratchy dash. Kyliex, are you in the midst of having a seizure? Kyliex asked. Midoriya stammered out an apology as his face went red. Jor-El just chuckled to that, but it was sensible enough for Midoriya to know that he didn't mean anything by it. Yes, I suppose an outsider would react to it in such a manner, Jor-El. It's a shame that Earth isn't as advanced as Krypton was. Don't worry though. You've already seen the similarities between the two planets. I'm sure that Earth will reach this level in a few millennia. Too bad I won't be around to see that. In all likelihood, you most certainly will, Kyliex said. Wait, what? Let's pick up the pace, Jor-El said. Can we back up to that last thing? We have a lot on the agenda, son. Yeah, I get that, but if I heard right, it sounded like Kyliex said that I'm imo-dash. In an instant, Midoriya dropped the subject in its entirety. Not because he lost the desire to press the matter further. This was definitely something that would occupy his thoughts for weeks on end. No, the reason he dropped the subject was because something passed through him, actually, that was surprising enough to steal away all of his attention. Was that a dog? Jor-El's eyes, for reasons Midoriya didn't understand, seemed to light up in response to that. Why yes. Yes, it is a dog. Kyliex, he knows about dogs. Oh, and here I thought you knew nothing of your heritage. I don't. Why are there dogs in space? I'm sorry? I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that, Jor-El said, looking at Midoriya as if he had a second head. An answer would suffice. What, are you telling me that you have dogs on Earth? Midoriya nodded his head. Next you'll tell me that you have cats and monkeys too. Midoriya just stared at him. Really? Even monkeys? I really feel like this should be reversed. A minute of awkward silence emerged between Midoriya and Jor-El before they agreed to drop the subject entirely. From there, Jor-El kept guiding Midoriya around Kryptonopolis and telling various historical anecdotes. He explained how not far outside the city was the gold volcano, a massive mountain made entirely out of gold and other precious metals that shine like a rainbow when the sun hit it just right. He told him about the statue commemorating all of the houses that helped defeat their would-be conquerors, the Vrangs. Though there was no symbol for the House of El, Jor-El assured him that they were major players. He pointed out a butcher shop that always used to give him a good deal on sandwiches whenever he came in. It was all very good, but Midoriya couldn't stop himself from paying more attention to something that was rather obvious. Everyone's skin tone is different from ours, Midoriya said. I mean, everyone has light skin, but compared to us, it's a little different, isn't it? The explanation for that is simple. You, Tho, and the patriarchal line of the House of El originate from Twanks, Alex said. Twanks. Twanks is an island nation located not far from the Lurvan continent. The House of El was founded there at the beginning of Kryptonian society and stayed there before immigrating to the mainland 2,000 years prior to Krypton's destruction. Going by the ethnic cultures I have learned about during my time on Earth, the inhabitants of Twanks would be nearly indistinguishable from Earthlings originating from East Asia and, in some cases, Earthlings of Hispanic origin. So does that make us minorities, then? It does. Are you not one on Earth, Kel? Juralest? No. Not where I live, any. I would be if I moved to somewhere out west, though with how people's bodies have changed over the years, race isn't really seen as being as big a deal as it used to be. That's rather fortunate. Jor-El broke into a smile, but it looked like one brought about by obligation rather than one made from feeling the appropriate emotion. In the history of Krypton, the House of El had been involved in turning points of the planet hundreds of times, yet it was hardly ever acknowledged because of our race. Everything we did was either downplayed or attributed to some other house, all because people were afraid of being shown up by someone not from the mainland. I never let that slow me down, though. If anything, it became a source of motivation for me. It pushed me to work harder than my classmates. It pushed me to amaze all of my professors with my ingenuity. It pushed me to earn the honor of youngest member of the Science Guild, regardless of race. That's amazing, Midoriya said, his words punctuated with a bit of laughter. I do not understand the humor of Jor-El's words, Alex said. No, it's not funny like that. My dad, my Earth dad, he's a scientist too, so it's just kind of neat that both of my dads did the same kind of stuff. Fascinating. What kind of work does your host father do? Juralest. He's a nuclear physicist. Nuclear physicist? I remember when I was learning about nuclear physics. I couldn't have been any older than 9, 10 years old. Why you don't say? It appeared that Midoriya's dads actually didn't do the same kind of stuff. Don't feel embarrassed for the man. It's not his fault that Krypton was more advanced than Earth, for all the good it did us. No point in bragging about my own accomplishments, either. Couldn't make a difference where it mattered, after all. Are you talking about Dash? Before Midoriya could finish his sentence, the ground started shaking. It was different from when Alex would change the environment, as the scenery was still that of Kryptonopolis. Yet the shaking still persisted. People fell to the ground around him. Buildings vibrated until their windows shattered and sent glass everywhere, until chunks of their structure broke off and fell to the ground below. Tables and trees broke apart as cracks formed in the ground in an attempt to swallow them whole, an attempt that was also repeated on the people at random. What was that? A recording of past events, Alex said. Midoriya looked over to Jor-El. The light was reflecting off of his glasses in a way that hid his eyes, but his face said enough. The way his wrinkles scrunched up, the way he tilted his head down, the way he had his fists clenched, it all made it perfectly clear. This was part of Krypton's destruction. Take us home, Cakes, Jor-El said. Affirmative. Initiating Shift 2 House of El Residency, Alex said. The world shifted for a third time. Midoriya didn't know how he felt about getting used to that, but he was left with no time to contemplate as the environment fully settled. The two of them were now inside a building of some kind, standing in a room that was as big as Midoriya's entire apartment, with windows large enough to capture the entirety of Kryptonopolis. In the center of the room was a massive green couch, far bigger than any couch Midoriya had ever seen. Sitting on one cushion was what looked like a white Shiba Inu lying flat on its stomach as it chewed on a red-colored bone. Sitting next to the dog was a woman who looked impatient. Her cheeks had freckles on them, just like his own. A spit curl shot out of her black hair, just like his own. She wore the same kind of Kryptonian garments as the other people he had seen, and like Jor-El, bore what he now knew as the symbol for the House of El, only hers was on her stomach. A stomach that was clearly far along with a PRGNCY. That's her, isn't it? Midoriya asked, asking an obvious question. It is, Jor-El said. Lara Lorvan. My wife, and more importantly your mother. Mother. The word hung heavily on Midoriya's mind, but not in the same way as it did when he first met Jor-El. Maybe it was because his adoptive father was always working, but he never gave a lot of thought to what his birth mother was like. Going by today, maybe a part of him always knew that it would be Jor-El who would give him his answers, so he subconsciously pushed thoughts about his birth mother to the deeper corners of his mind. Regardless, taking one look at the woman made him instantly regret not thinking about her more. She's my mother, Midoriya said. I believe that has already been established, Kiex said. I know, it's just what was she like? Was she a scientist like you? Hardly. The poor girl couldn't tell her Charnian cyberprocessors from her Daxamite photon destabilizers, Jor-El said, laughing to himself at what Midoriya assumed to be a joke. No, your mother was actually head priestess of the Temple of Rao. Like myself with the Science Guild, she had to work through a heavy deal of discrimination and prejudice brought about as a result of her Twank's heritage, but she pushed through it all and worked twice as hard to succeed 3 times as well as her peers. I think it was that determination of your mother that first attracted me to her. A smile appeared on Jor-El's face, one Midoriya hadn't seen on him before. It was loving, it was wistful, and most unfortunately, it was regretful. Midoriya wanted to probe further, but then he heard a door open and slam shut. Unbelievable! It was Jor-El's voice saying it, but Midoriya didn't see his mouth move. Instead, it came from a second Jor-El who had appeared on the scene, one who walked right through Midoriya as if he wasn't there. Let's let the story play out on its own, for a while. Unbelievable! Jor-El shouted as he entered his home. He did his best to keep his expression calm, half because of his character, half because of who else lived there, but he couldn't stop his anger and frustration from completely leaking out. What's unbelievable this time? Ever so slightly, it faded away when he heard her voice, when he saw her face, when he saw what they were going to create. You know exactly what it is, Lara, Joel said as Lara Lorvan stood up from the couch to greet him. Did you not feel that tremoring? That was the 3rd Kryptonquake this week, and yet everyone still has their heads up their buttes. You can't be serious. Didn't you refine the hypotheses with data collected this very morning? Didn't you showcase real-time photography of Krypton's core? None of it mattered. They brushed it off just like they always do. Selfish ingrates, the whole lot of them. Don't care about a DMN thing that doesn't line their own pockets. That's why this is happening in the first place. Jor-El found himself screaming. No words, just noise born from frustration. Noise silenced by the soft hand of Lara on his shoulder and the soft fur of the dog rubbing against his leg. Good boy, Crypto, Jor-El said, petting the dog before it ran off somewhere with a bark. Kiex, drink please. Right away, sir, Kiex said. A square hole opened up in the floor next to Jor-El, and out through it came a glass of wine sitting on a floating plate. He took the glass off the plate and drank the contents in just a few seconds. I work harder than anyone to get to where I am, yet they never listen to me when it counts. I bet they'd take me more seriously if I was a mainlander. Honey, I've gone through the same trials and tribulations as you, so believe me when I tell you that that's bullshit, Lara said. After what happened with Candor, you can't possibly think that the Council would want to give attention to anything other than damage control. At the rate things are going, there won't be anyone alive who can control things. But you're right, no one can be blamed for that. I understand that, but I was finally gaining some momentum, only for it all to go to waste. I just don't know what I can do. What you've been trying not to do all this time, stay strong, Lara said. Our society values wisdom over everything, But heroism teaches us that what has the most value is an appreciation for ourselves. So long as you don't lose sight of what makes you proud to be alive, anything is possible. I'm proud that I was blessed with parents who never stopped loving me. I'm proud that I'm blessed with a husband who tries so hard for people, even when they don't care. I'm proud that I will be able to bless this universe with the life we created, together. That's 3 things I'm proud of, 3 reasons for why I keep moving. You're smarter than me, smarter than everyone, so there's no excuse for you not having more than that. Lara kissed him. Juro kissed her back. For all the higher-level intelligence he was gifted, Juro could never surpass his wife when it came to knowledge of the heart. I can take pride in a lot of things, Juro said. There's one thing that I should especially take pride in. I can take pride in having a last resort. KX, pull up the hidden files. Right away, sir, KX said. In an instant, holographic screens appeared in the air around Jor-El and Lara. In any Kryptonian home, this wouldn't be anything special, it would just mean that someone was watching television or conversing with someone on some other part of the planet. Jor was doing neither of those things. Instead of people, the holographic screens displayed a series of pencil-sketched images and lengthy formulas. Jor, these schematics, these formulas, are they for a spacecraft? Lara asked. That they are. We've had our difficulties, but Z's good for something when I need him to be, Jor said. Lara put a hand to her mouth. Space travel has been forbidden for 2 centuries. If the Council finds out about this dash, if we just do nothing, we'll all be dead, anyway. With this though? With this, at least we have something. That's what Rao cares the most about, isn't it? Lara nodded her head. What do you need me to do? You have enough on your plate already. Just leave this to me. I'll make sure that Hope will survive. The scene that Midoriya was watching with sad eyes suddenly began speeding up. Lara and the second Jor-El kissed again, then the second Jor-El started working on the spaceship, all of it happening at an incredible speed. This part is rather boring, so I thought it'd make more sense to montage it, Jor-El. Oh, you probably don't know. See, a montage is when you take a series of scenes and condense them into a multitude of small, quick shots. This allows for someone to get from point A to point B without making the audience bored with unnecessary details, and you have montages on Earth, too, don't you? Yeah, Midoriya said. Well, this day has certainly been eye-opening for the both of us. That really should have only been the case for Midoriya. So, Krypton's destruction. It sounded like that was something the people brought upon themselves. That's correct. As Krypton evolved, we needed to find new ways to maintain our ever-growing technology. Older sources of energy were inefficient, but 200 years ago, we found one that would work, the energy of our planet's very core. This worked stupendously, until, of course, it didn't. The constant harvesting of Krypton's core over the course of 2 centuries left the planet unstable. The Kryptonquake you saw was a constant side effect of that. I was the only one to discover this, but no one would believe me when I tried to tell them. No one would believe me when I said that we needed to evacuate. The people of Krypton refused to own up to their mistakes, and as a result, well, you know the results. Krypton blew up and everyone died. Everyone except the baby sent hurtling through space to some random planet. That statement, excluding the last part, is entirely correct, KX said. Your arrival on Earth was not random. It was highly calculated down to the last decimal, Jor-El said. What? KX is right, Jor-El said. You didn't end up on Earth by chance. I sent you there because I knew of what it could do for you. What do you mean? KX, display solar radiation experiment number 52. KX voiced its approval, and the environment began to shift, though less so than the previous instances. At the end of it, the montage of construction was still there, but on the other side of it was what appeared to be a laboratory, albeit one far more high-tech than any that Midoriya had ever seen. Naturally, there was a third Jor-El inside dressed in a lab coat, although it was green instead of the standard white. The third Jor-El was holding a knife in his hand as he walked over to a table that 2 trays sat on, one tray also being beneath a lamp. Are those eels in those trays? Midoriya asked. Fresh from the Scarlet Jungle. Quite delicious when prepared properly, but they weren't my lunch. Watch what I do with the first one. Midoriya did. What he saw was his father cut open the eel and drain all the life from it. He didn't understand what he was looking at. I don't understand what I'm looking at. All you did was cut open an eel. Yes. You wouldn't think that anything else would happen, would you? Keep watching, Ko. Midoriya kept watching. Just as he thought, the third projection of his father walked over to the tray containing the second eel and brought his knife down upon it. Not at all like he thought, the knife, instead of cutting into the eel, broke apart upon contact. What in the world? The knife. Why did that happen to the knife? Exactly what should have happened. Exactly what would have happened if you were stabbed with a knife, correct? Midoriya nodded with slight hesitation. Through years of research, I discovered that Kryptonian cells, both organic and inorganic, absorb solar radiation in a way that's far different from other life forms. All matter absorbs solar radiation, but Kryptonian matter does so in a way that grants the main body incredible power, depending on the type of radiation it's subjected to. The red sunlight projected by Rao does nothing, but the sunlight of a younger star, a yellow star? I discovered that this makes Kryptonians not only incredibly strong, but can also grant them abilities that should be far beyond the scope of our biology. Abilities like heat vision, super powerful breath, and in flight? Exactly. Those are all ones within the field of possibility. When I began construction on the spacecraft, I knew that I needed to find a planet with a yellow sun that contained the same atmospheric conditions as Krypton and could be reached with the limited amount of fuel available. And Earth was the only planet that filled the bill. Not exactly. There were actually several planets that would have worked, some that were even closer to Krypton than Earth. However, when I was observing Earth, I discovered that the vast majority of the population had enhanced abilities of their own. Most were different from the ones you would obtain, but I knew that you wouldn't turn any heads if you were sent there. Not only that, but the people of Earth seemed to dedicate their lives to protecting each other, like some sort of hyper-competent police force. Yeah. We call those people heroes. With all the powers I got, I guess you knew that I'd be able to be like them. Joel shook his head at Midoriya. Never crossed my mind. Not even once. If you wanted to be like those people, fine, but the reason I cared about that was because I knew you'd be safe there. Really? JLIS speaking with 100% honesty, Kilex said. Look at this, Joel said, pointing to the symbol of the House of L on his chest. The mark of a house is more than just a fancy symbol. Every single one of them means something important. For the House of L, our symbol means hope. That's what your mother and I wanted you to take with you to Earth. Hope that you would live a long and happy life. Hope that you would never have to be punished for your predecessors' mistakes. Hope that you could just be safe. To Midoriya, it looked like Jor-El was about to cry. He tried to put a hand on his shoulder, but it went right through him. He was just a bunch of pixels, Midoriya needed to remind himself. Kalex, where are we in the montage? Approximately 13 minutes and 48 seconds before Krypton's destruction, Kalex said. That works. Let's return to that Okay, Midoriya said. Midoriya turned his head away from the fading laboratory to look at the larger scene of Jor-El and Lara. He then quickly turned away once he realized that he was witnessing his own birth. He really didn't need to see that. Krypton was minutes away from destruction. The sky, now dyed blood red, was littered with storm clouds bringing lightning down upon everything below them. Kryptonquakes of incredible magnitude tore Kryptonopolis apart at the seams, destroying every building and landmark that had stood proud for centuries. The death toll couldn't be measured unless you tried to count all the screams that were puncturing the air. In the case of Jor-El, he could only hear one scream at the moment, the screaming of his newborn child. I don't know if it's because of bias or because I still have some morphine left in me, but I'm pretty sure our little Kal is the most beautiful baby in the universe, Lara said. I'll have to agree with you on that one, Jor-El said, looking down at Kal with a smile. The world's going to hell all around us, yet we're still able to see something as beautiful as this. Warning, 10 minutes until planetary destruction, Kilex said. Yes, thank you for that, Kilex. The couple's faces lost the happiness they were forcing out. I guess it's time then, Lara said. She kissed Kal-El square on his forehead, right below his little spit curl, and he immediately stopped crying. Lara, you don't know how hard I tried, Jor-El said. I wanted so badly to make the rocket at least able to accommodate the both of you, but there just wasn't enough time. If I had started building the rocket a week earlier, I might have been able to make it large enough for the two of you and still able to function, but no. By Rao, there wouldn't be enough fuel reserves to carry you both to safety. Even if I did start earlier, the available material wouldn't work for a rocket meant to carry two people. It might have been possible if I looked for better resources, but even finding what I was able to find was an ordeal in and of itself, and if I spent too much time looking for higher quality material when I needed to just construct the DMN thing dash. Warning, 8 minutes until planetary destruction, Kilex cut in. Sheet. It's fine really, Lara said. We knew the risks that were involved, but we kept moving forward regardless. We kept moving forward because we knew that this was about something bigger than the two of us, even if not in a literal sense. We're both going to be gone, but in a way, we'll still always be with him, you know? I know. Jor-El kissed her for what would surely be the last time. When the kiss broke, he took Kal from her arms, holding him for the first, last, and, as evidenced by him placing the baby into the rocket, the only time. Warning, 6 minutes until planetary destruction, Kilex said. Kal is now within the pod. Do you wish for me to continue providing updates on Krypton's destruction? That won't be necessary, Kilex. Do you have everything ready? Affirmative. All of your requested files have been successfully loaded into my system, so Ka may be taught everything you believe would be necessary for him to know. Good. Now then, download your programming into the spacecraft. Affirmative. A soft humming appeared and lasted for 10 seconds, a ding announcing its end. Programming downloaded. 10 seconds until artificial intelligence is locked into spacecraft. La'un. IT has been an honor serving the House of L-. Abruptly, KX stopped talking. In tandem, the lid to Kal-El's spacecraft started to slowly close. There's so much we wanted to do with you, Ka, Jor-El said. We wanted to take you camping in the Scarlet Jungle. We wanted to take you to Twanks so you could see where your ancestors hailed from. We wanted to be there when you decided on a guild to commit yourself to, making us proud with whatever you decided upon. But most of all, we just wanted a chance to be your parents. We didn't get the chance to raise you, but someone out there will, Lara said. Make sure you're a good boy who treats them and everyone around you with respect. Jor-El says that the people of Earth have special abilities too, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with your own. You don't have to use your powers to be special, but you can't use them to spread chaos. Try and make lots of friends, get a girlfriend or two or however many they let you have at a time, have a good diet so you grow up big and strong, and remember Dash. We will always love you. The spaceship closed shut, cutting Kal off from Jor-El and Lara. A second later, the rocket shot off of its platform and into the sky. Up, and away it flew until it was completely out of sight and on its way. Jor-El and Lara kept watching, hopeful for the future of their son, even if he might never know how much they loved him. Midoriya watched everything in silence. He knew from long ago that, in all likelihood, it went down something like this. He knew this, yet he still found himself stunned into silence, not even saying anything when Jor-El had KX return them to an orbital view. What's your mother like? Jor-El asked. My mom, Midoriya asked. I just realized that we only ever talked about your adoptive father. Tell me a little bit about the woman who raised you. Oh, well, she's a really nice woman. Yeah, really nice. My mom used to work as a designer before she married my dad, but she still does some freelance work from time to time. She's not a scientist like you or my other dad, but she's still really smart, always knowing the right thing to say when the rest of us get tongue-tied. She's not religious like my mother was, but no one's moral compass is better than hers. She always knows the right thing to do, and Dad and I are always happy when she can act when we don't know how to. If I'm being honest, I couldn't ask for a better person to be my mom, but I still would have loved to know the one who gave birth to me. I would have loved that too. As Jor-El smiled at him, Krypton blew up in a fiery explosion. Green lights flew off across the cosmos, waves of fire were sent off in all directions, and in the midst of it all, a single spaceship flew off with precious cargo. There you have it. That's the story of how you came to Earth. Jor-El pointed at Krypton's remains. Doomed planet. Jor-El pointed at himself. Desperate scientist. Jor-El pointed at Midoriya. Last hope. Jor-El pointed at a new image. A projection of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya from the night that they found Midoriya as an infant. Kindly couple. Do you have any further inquiries, Kello? KX asked. And no, not right now anyway, Midoriya said, shaking his head. Very well. In that case, the simulation shall cease operation, momentarily. Am I going to see you again? This programming will remain within KLEX, always available for access and guidance, if you desire it. Oh, that's great. I mean, it'd be nice if you weren't just a hologram, but still, Midoriya said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Jor-El stared at him for a bit, Midoriya unable to read his expression. KLEX. Yes, Jor-El? Temporarily redirect power for hard light processing. Affirmative. Midoriya let out an inquisitive gasp, but Jor-El didn't respond to it. All there was more humming and beeping from KLEX, the telltale sign of it doing something. What that something was, Midoriya had no idea. He had no idea until his father, who was supposed to be just a hologram, managed to bring him in for a hug. Until we meet again, Cal. Before Midoriya could say anything, the world went white all around him. My boy! When Midoriya's senses returned to him, the first thing he heard was All Might shouting at him. The first thing he felt was the metal claw from the ship separating itself from his forehead. The first thing he saw was that he was still on Mount Fuji. Just like Jor-El had said, hardly any time had passed in the real world, even though it had felt like he was in the virtual world for hours. There is no need for alarm, KX said. Kao was never in any danger. I was simply transmitting vital information about his heritage directly into his consciousness. We're just supposed to believe you? Firestorm asked, hands still covered in flames. No. It's true, Midoriya said. He didn't do anything bad to me. I'm perfectly fine, honest. If that's true, then why are you crying? What? Midoriya felt his face. It was completely wet. Oh, I didn't even realize. That's I don't even dash. All of Midoriya's words failed him. The only thing that could come out of his mouth anymore were wails that encompassed everything that he had just learned. Midoriya calmed down within 5 minutes and spent another 5 telling All Might and Firestorm everything that he had learned over the course of a few seconds. All Might, having gone back into his skinny form, was in tears just the same as Midoriya was. Firestorm, on the other hand, maintained a neutral expression. Come on, All Might, stop crying. Firestorm said. It's fine if the kid wants to cry, but you're just a third-party observer, you don't need to react that badly. How can a man who burns so hot have a heart so cold? All Might shouted through his sobs. It's a lot easier than you might think. I honestly would like it if you stopped crying, All Might, Midoriya said. I'll see what I can do. In spite of this comment, All Might was able to stop crying rather easily. If the three of you are finished with your emotional dialogues, I would like to inform you that I am finished with my task as well, KX said as he floated above the three of them. Wait, what? What were you doing? Midoriya asked. While you were talking, I was erasing the Kryptonese writings that I had carved into the interior of this mountain over the last 14 years. My initial plan was to use the area as a place to teach you everything that Jill had left for you, but recent events have brought me to the conclusion that this is not the most ideal location for that. Yeah, that's probably true. What do you want to do, then? I don't live on a farm or anything, so I can't take you home with me and hide you there. Understood. In that case, I must retreat to a location on this planet where Earthling population is minimal and there is little to no chance of being detected by the inhabitants of this planet. KX started humming for a few seconds. Destination located. I shall relocate myself to this planet's Arctic continent. To the North Pole? I can't just go to the North Pole if I want to talk to you. Understood. which is why I have already taken appropriate measures. Before Midoriya could say anything, he heard a beeping sound come from his phone, of all places. He couldn't imagine anyone other than his parents texting him. He was in the middle of life-changing stuff, but on the other hand, a text from his mom or dad was probably important, so he gave a quick apology as he pulled out his phone. Surprisingly, there wasn't a notification of a new text, but a notification of a new app being downloaded onto his phone. Curious, he scrolled through his phone to find a green square labeled with a capital K and a lowercase r. The symbol for Krypton. What's this? I have linked my programming to your telecommunications device in the form of an application. Because of the primitive nature of the technology, there was no difficulty involved in the process, Alex said. Primitive? Firestorm asked. The question went ignored. So I can just activate this app to talk to you, even if you're all the way up in the North Pole? Midoriya asked. Affirmative, Alex said. I look forward to teaching you all that has left you. The ship turned towards the sky as flames shot out of its exhaust port. Far, far faster than a speeding bullet, the ship shot into the air. It soared high above the three of them, high above the mountain's peak, and just before it went out of sight, a green vortex appeared in front of it. The ship flew into the vortex. The vortex closed with a pop, and all traces of the ship had vanished. Looks like some kind of advanced warp drive. That explains how it was able to get past the Green Palace, at least, Firestorm said. Looks like we won't have to worry about anyone else discovering it, All Might said. Hopefully, Midoriya said. He looked up to the sky with a wistful expression. He stretched out his arm until his hand was at the spot where the ship had vanished. Must be a lot to take in. All the stuff that computer told you, Firestorm said. I'm sorry about your parents. Probably would have been nice if you could have met them on some space colony and gone on space adventures with them. I guess, but I don't think I would have done that, even if they were still around. As fun as that would be, there's no way that I could just abandon my parents. Really? Even if they were your real ones? My mom and dad didn't make me, but they're the ones who raised me. They're the ones who taught me right from wrong. They're the ones who always tried to make me feel okay with being, well, me. Jor-El and Lara Lorven gave me life, but as far as I'm concerned, Inko and Hisashi Midoriya are my real parents. Firestorm stared at Midoriya for a few seconds before grabbing his head and ruffling up his hair. It was unbelievably warm, half because of Firestorm's natural abilities, half because of pure and simple affection. You're a good kid, Midoriya, don't ever forget that. I gotta head back to the States, so see you when I see you. Okay. Goodbye, Firestorm. Until we meet again, friend. All Might said with a smile. Firestorm smiled back at the two of them, shot streams of fire out of his hands, and took off into the dusk sky. It's getting pretty late. We should probably head back home soon, All Might said. Unless you need another minute or two. No, I'm fine. Let's go back to the car then. Traffic will probably be heavy at night, and, well, my car will probably need a few minutes to start up. Yeah, okay. With nothing left for them there, they made their way back down the mountain. All Might reactivated his quirk and ran down at incredible speed, and Midoriya followed along by floating above the ground. All in all, this was a pretty good day, right? All Might asked. We got into a fight with a super dangerous villain, Midoriya said. Yeah, but besides that. No, I was just listing things. As crazy and as scary as that was, fighting one of the oldest bad guys in history was pretty exciting. Glad you think so. Then there was the stuff we actually came here for. All the stuff with KX and my dad and my planet. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of it, but still. I finally know who I am. Why I'm here. What I'm supposed to do. And what's that? Whatever I want to do. Whatever I think will make me happy. Midoriya turned his head up towards the sky. The sun had gone down enough for the Green Palace to become visible. Midoriya's eyes were locked right on it. And that means being a hero, no matter what. Far away from Midoriya and All Might, Firestorm flew through the night sky with a smile on his face. Yeah, this went a lot better than I thought it would, Firestorm said to no one. Yeah, I know I need a better handle on transmutation. Why do you think I never used that power? Can't blame me for getting like that, can you? This really did go off in a completely crazy direction, didn't it? I mean, fighting a villain was definitely on the table, even if we didn't think it'd be the Ultrahumanite, of all people, but then there was, well, you know. Well, I knew this was gonna happen one of these days, just didn't think it'd be today. What matters is what happens after this. I mean, sure, I don't know what that is, but I gotta make sure it's nothing bad. Oh, here's your stop. Firestorm began his descent towards the ground of central Asakusa. The district was fully embracing the start of Golden Week, coming to life with a swarm of tourists engaging in food and sights. Even with that, Firestorm was able to land on the ground without drawing a large amount of attention to himself, an unintentional perk to not being very active in Japan. However, low activity wouldn't prevent his identity from being exposed, so he ducked into a nearby alley as quickly as his feet would allow him. In there, no one was witness to the intense glow that shot out from his body. No one was witness to Firestorm turning from one person into two. Now that was exhausting, one of the people said, the person being a bespectacled old man with green skin and a pair of bolts sticking out of his neck. How are you tired when I was the one doing all the work? The other person asked. Clearly you don't have enough experience trying to talk with you. The two laughed at each other for a bit. In all seriousness, though, it is getting rather late. We should turn in for the night and get back to work in the morning. Sounds like a plan. Talk to you then, Professor Stein. The two men shook hands and went off in separate directions, Stein towards his hotel, the other man towards the train station. The train arrived with little delay, and for 40 minutes, the man was allowed the peace and quiet he needed to think about the day. Why am I feeling so stressed out about this? The man asked himself. I'm not the one who had a bomb dropped on his head, and the guy who did is taking it well enough. I guess that just means I've been doing a good job for the last 14 years. Here's hoping I can keep at it for however many years there still are. Once the train stopped, the man got off and took care to not draw attention to himself. As he walked away from the station, he made two quick but important stops. He stopped at a flower shop where the cashier flashed him a familial smile, then he stopped at Donburi restaurant where one of the chefs chatted with him as his takeout was being prepared. It was nice being back home, but these weren't the familiar faces he was excited to see. The ones he was excited to see were behind the door he now stood in front of. Showtime, he said. He unlocked the door, stepped inside the apartment, and headed over to the living room just like he had done countless times in the past. Just like in all of those countless times, the two most important people in his life were there waiting for him. I'm home. Dad, Izuku said as flew off the couch and brought him into a hug. Welcome home, dear, Inko said as got up and added her own hug into the mix. Oh, the rare double hug? I should come home with takeout more often, he said with a laugh. Izuku, go set this down. I have a feeling you're going to like what's inside. Izuku let out an okay, and took the bag of Katsudon takeout from him, still floating above the floor as he did. Those flowers wouldn't be for me, would they? Inko asked. What, these? No, they're for Izuku. Mind handing them to him? Inko laughed as she was handed the bouquet. All the way up until she got on her tiptoes to kiss him. It's good to have you home, Hisashi. Always good to be home and see my two favorite people, Hisashi Midoriya said. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but notice that you're literally walking on air, Izuku. Huh? Izuku asked. As if his concentration was shattered, he stopped floating and fell down onto the floor. Oh yeah, I guess I am, was. That's why I'm really glad you're home, Dad, because I have a lot that I need to tell you and Mom. Lay it on me, Hisashi said, even though he already knew everything Izuku was going to tell him. It didn't matter. He'd listened to it 1,000 times because it was the most important story ever written. It was the story of how he got his son. Tsukachi felt a little morbid about smiling at the scene before him. There shouldn't be anything amusing about discovering that a 100-year-old villain had carved out the inside of a national landmark for their secret lair, but at the very least, it got him out of the house. Golden Week was usually slow for people in every form of either side of the law, so there was usually nothing for him to do, especially now that Makoto had moved out. Police work was the only thing he had going for him, so he always welcomed it, no matter the circumstance. The hell you smiling for, Tsukachi? Even if he had to share it with company that wasn't very welcoming. No real reason, just kind of feel like it, I guess, Tsukachi said. Smiling doesn't move things along, you know, don't waste time on that when you could be doing your job. Whatever you say, Dan Dash. And stop calling me then. It's Danichiro. We ain't friendly enough for you to go throwing nicknames around, got it? Got it? Sorry, Tsukachi said, wondering if there was even anyone that Shitsujin allowed to be friendly with him. As he thought about it, he saw Shitsujin light a cigarette between his pink lips. Danichiro, I know I've mentioned that I have a problem with smoking dash. It's a big forest. It was, indeed, a big forest, and with the mood as it was, Tsukachi decided to take full advantage of it. There wasn't that much to look at, though. Just police officers and a few local heroes surveying the area. There was only so much he could do without actually going inside the mountain. Too bad we can't actually go inside the mountain though, a familiar voice said. Oh, Nokajiri, I didn't see you there, Tsukachi said to the person who had been standing next to him for who knows how long. Yes, it is a shame that they're not letting us go inside the mountain. We're supposed to be searching the surrounding area for anything that the Ultrahumanite might have left behind, but it doesn't look like we're going to find anything. Not like we can really help it, though, Tamako said. The whole area was already covered the day All Might and Firestorm took the Ultrahumanite down, so there's not much left to look at 2 days later. Not much for us, anyway. I'm pretty sure they're still letting some heroes go inside to investigate. Of course they fucking are. Much to Tsukachi's surprise, it was Shitsujin who said that. Not at all to his surprise, he was still smoking his cigarette, though he did get rid of it after Tamako glared at him for a few seconds. At least he thought she was glaring. It was always hard to tell with her. Leave it to you to always show up when someone's talking about heroes. Is that your quirk, or something? Don't get smart with me, Nokajiri. I ain't in the mood for it. When have you ever been in the mood for it? Tsukachi asked. Shitsujin scowled at him. Sorry. Better be. Already got all these heroes making a joke out of us, don't need my own coworkers doing the same thing for a fraction of the price. I wouldn't say that heroes are making a joke out of us. I might think it, but I wouldn't say it, Tamako said. That's the problem with your generation, no one wants to do anything on their own, Shitsujin said. You kids don't care about getting the short end of the stick, 'cause you're always thinking, oh, some guy in spandex is gonna clean everything up, so who gives a shit? Don't try to tell me I'm wrong. You're wrong, they both said. What did I just say? Well, what do you want to do about it? Tamako asked. I'm not a huge fan either, but it's not like they aren't better at saving people than us. We are pretty awesome, aren't we? A fourth person asked. There might be some people who look down on us, but it would be better to just try and ignore it, I think, Tsukachi said. Making a stink really wouldn't get you anywhere, the fourth person said. Just ignore it, he says, like it's the easiest thing in the world. I remember when I was that naive, Shitsujin said while rolling his eyes. It's a wonder you can remember anything at all, the fourth person said. Hey, there's no need to be excuse me. Words failed Tsukachi as he finally acknowledged that there was a fourth person occupying his small group. Tamako's look of bewilderment and Shitsujin's expression of annoyance told him that they were just as confused as him. Where the hell did you come from? Shitsujin shouted. Everywhere. Mostly there, though, he said, pointing in various directions before eventually stopping at Mount Fuji. So you're one of the heroes working on the investigation, then? That explains the outfit, at least, Tamako said. Looking at the man in front of him, Tsukachi agreed that it would be hard to see him as anything other than a hero, or at least someone pretending to be one. The latter was extremely possible, given how silly and garish his outfit was. A bat-shaped visor covered his eyes, said visor also being attached to a black helmet adorned with spikes. His outfit was a red bodysuit with what looked like gold Ws adorning various parts, a pair of silver gauntlets, and a flowing blue cape covered in white stars. The costume was clearly trying to combine the signature aspects of the first Batman and Wonder Woman, doing so without paying any attention to what made their styles work. Hey, I know you. You're one of Ultiman's sidekicks. Wonder Bat, right? Tsukachi asked. Most excellent Wonder Bat. You've got to remember the most excellent part, otherwise you're not truly selling me, Most excellent Wonder Bat said with a cocky smirk. I really don't give a shit, kid. Now what do you want? Shitsujin asked. Oh, right, I guess I should get to that. Well, I was looking for the detectives in charge of the case. Some of the other guys said that it was you three, so I'm just here to tell you that you and everyone else can go home. No one needs to do any more investigating. You guys done or something? No, I just don't want you on my property anymore. What? I own this place. What? When you say that you own this place, what do you mean? Tamako asked. Exactly what I said. I own Mount Fuji now, Most excellent Wonder Bat said. What? Shitsujin shouted. Are you shitting me? How the hell are you gonna tell me that you bought Mount Fuji? It's very simple. My quirk makes me so rich that I can do anything. If you have a problem with that, well, I don't know what to tell you. Why you little dash? Easy there, Dan, Tamako said as she pulled on Shitsujin's arm and dragged him away. Tsukachi, I'm gonna calm this guy down. You try and make sense of whatever this is supposed to be. Okay. Tsukachi said as the two of them went away from the scene. So, Most excellent Wonder Bat. You really bought Mount Fuji? Yep. I won't bore you with all the legal stuff, but if you want it, I'm obligated to talk about it on the next episode of my talk show. I guess my next question, which really should have been the first question, is why you would do this. Why would you do this? Why not? Most excellent Wonder Bat said with a shrug. The longer answer is that Big Science Action needs a new base after the old one got destroyed in that battle with Morgane Le Fay. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. It'll be available on Blu-ray in June. Anyway, we needed a new base. I saw that this place's market value had reached an all-time low, so it made sense to take advantage of it. Low market value? Come on, everyone knows that no one's really cared about Mount Fuji that much since that alien landed here a decade and a half ago. Then we have the Ultrahumanite tearing up the insides to do who knows what with it. No one's gonna want to go to a mountain that a villain turned into their lair, especially when it could explode at the drop of a hat. When it could what? Yeah, he rigged the whole place with explosives. Real nasty ones too. Could blow up the mountain and all of the surrounding area if they went off. I know it's Villain 101 to make your lair capable of self-destructing, but still. Anyway, you won't have to worry about any of that now that the mountain is property of Big Science Action. If you've got any questions, here's my card. Most excellent Wonder Bat, despite not having any visible pockets, pulled out a business card and handed it to Tsukachi. The card read, Most excellent Wonder Bat, the richest, most fabulous hero who will ever save your life, and listed a social media handle of MosexBat. You're quite humble when it comes down to it, Tsukachi said. It's a gift, I know. I'm done here, so just tell all of that to the stone lady and the old guy, assuming the old guy doesn't have an aneurysm, of course. See you the next time I save the day. Most excellent Wonder Bat touched a spot on his right gauntlet, and 3 seconds later, a stylish silver-colored car zipped over to his side. Tsukachi recognized it as the Wonder Wagon, the signature vehicle of Ultiman's 5 sidekicks, the super young team. The closest thing any hero could ever have to their own Batmobile, or so the team liked to say. Regardless, the top opened up, Most excellent Wonder Bat jumped inside, and the Wonder Wagon sped off towards who knew where. And that's basically it, Tsukachi said to Tamako and Shitsujin as he concluded recounting his encounter. God damn it, Shitsujin cursed. The world we live in where some punk-ass kid can just up and buy a national landmark. And for what? Just so he can throw a party every DMN day of the week. That's probably not it. He wasn't lying when he said that Big Science Action needed a new headquarters. Ultiman's the number 7 hero, so he probably wouldn't let it be used for anything stupid. Then there was the part about the bombs that the Ultrahumanite left in there, which makes me think that he did it so no one would be around if they ever accidentally went off. The guy might be pretty full of himself, but deep down he's not a bad person. Is that right? Didn't know your quirk was mind reading, Shitsujin said, lighting another cigarette. As Tsukachi backed away from him, Shitsujin started walking away in the opposite direction. Is he going home? Looks like everyone is, Tamako said. Looking around, Tsukachi saw that the number of police officers and heroes on the scene had drastically gone down, and more were walking away. Guess word got around that the mountain was under new management. Dan's got a stick permanently lodged up his butt, but he's not wrong about how crazy this is. I mean, if heroes can just do stuff like this, how long until they really can do whatever they want? That won't happen. I've met enough heroes to know that the good ones will always outnumber the bad ones. There shouldn't be anything to worry about, Tsukachi said. Tamako nodded her head with a smile. Well, anyway, I'm gonna head home too. My wife doesn't know I'm done early, so it'll be fun to surprise her. See you tomorrow then. Tamako waved at Tsukachi as she walked back to her car. Tsukachi, meanwhile, stayed where he stood and looked at the mountain that now belonged to just one person. For better or worse, the world had definitely changed over the years. Hopefully he and All Might would be able to keep up with it. Hopefully. Spring. The time of year when the birds are singing. The time of year when the bees are buzzing. The time of year when some other third cliché is taking place. Normally, this is the time of year when people, mostly children, are finally able to leave their homes without worrying about the cold and embrace the outdoors for all that they have to offer. I'm not one of those people. The main reason for that is that the outdoors disgust me, what with all of the dirt and defecating animals and dumb people everywhere. Even if I could bring myself to ignore all of that, I still wouldn't ever be outside because of another annoyance. Should sum up our quarterly investments for the end of last year. An annoyance called board meetings. We're still behind Wayne Powers in sales, but at the very least, the difference is smaller than last year, Suit number 2 said, as if that were something to take pride in. Yes, and they've barely changed in productivity. I think we can use that to win that military contract with SHAD. Can sell the idea that we're still making progress while Wayne Powers is always staying the same, Suit number 3 said, catching the stupidity of Suit hashtag why would anyone care about how well we're doing if it's still not the best there is. I mean, I certainly wouldn't, but I guess no one feels like thinking like me. What are your thoughts on this, miss? Oh, Suit number 1 is talking to me. Gotta be professional. I wanna go home and watch anime. Oops. Excuse me? What did you say, Miss Dash? I mean, the fan sub of Burn the Witch, the movie is probably out now, and that's all everyone's going to be talking about for the next 2 weeks. The quality of the story will probably just be that of an average anime movie, but you just know that there'll be a ton of Sakuga moments and great insert songs dash. Will you shut up about your Chinese cartoons already? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your parents are away. You sure? I mean, it's my company after all. And yet you choose to not treat it with a single ounce of respect. So that's it. So that's where we're going with this. Actually forcing me to take my head off the desk and look you in the eyes. Are you really going to say that I'm the one not treating this company with respect when you miscalculated our quarterly growth by 12%? What? That's dash. All the suits started shuffling through their papers. It took 23 seconds for their jaws to start dropping when they realized their mistake. 23 seconds longer than it should have taken. Are you really going to say that I'm the one not treating this company with respect when you think we'll get that contract when you forgot to account for quirk fatigue and quantum destabilization? There's no way we could have dash. Once again, they all go back through their work in a frenzy. Once again, they all find themselves shocked at the discovery of mistakes that never should have been. For the first time, I find myself being forced to my feet. All the better to berate them. Are you really going to say that I'm the one not treating this company with respect when you think it's okay to still be behind Wayne Powers? I silence him with a dramatic point. I kill for that stuff. There isn't any point in progress if we're still only second best. That's not even progress, it's stagnation. We're stuck in an era where people can group us with the likes of Queen Consolidated, Holt Holdings, and Fry's Financial, and you think that isn't a problem simply because we're above those small fries. Pathetic. You're all pathetic. It's not 20XX anymore, it's 20XX, for crying out loud. Be better than this and don't bother me when all you have to offer is mediocrity. They all sputtered out fearful apologies as I left the room. I deserve that and more after all that they forced me through. You got out of there pretty fast. How many were fired this time? There she is. My faithful companion in a world of stupidity. Always by my side, even if she does stand a foot above it. No one, I said. They clearly want to keep their jobs, and I respect that. However, at some point in the day, they'll get it in their heads to apologize right to my face, and anyone who does that is gone. I don't need beggars around here. My money's on the bald one cracking first. What about you? I don't really care. Just take me home to my anime. She gave me a salute as she led me out of the building. What a girl. Truly the best thing I have going for me. At the moment, anyway. Just one more year. Just one more year. Spring. The time of year when the birds are singing. The time of year when the bees are buzzing. The time of year when people decide to put the past behind them and make new starts for themselves. Hopefully, I'm going to get to be one of those people. After spending my whole life wondering what I am. I finally got the answers I was looking for. I'm the last living member of a planet called Krypton. My father, Jor-El, sent me to Earth moments before Krypton's destruction so I could live when we were all supposed to die. The symbol that was on my spaceship represents everything my parents wanted me to carry for them. Hope. Hope that I can live my life to the fullest, even if they're not around to see me do it. More than anything else in the world, I want to honor that wish. They sent Cal off to do whatever he wants, and Izuku Midoriya is going to do that by showing everyone, including himself, that he deserves to be a hero. In a corner of the Aldra Junior High Library, Midoriya read through a newspaper, his enhanced speed allowing him to get through it in a matter of seconds. An equal matter of seconds was also all it took for Midoriya to put it down atop a pile of other newspapers, all originally printed nearly 15 years prior. He picked up another one, sped through it at the same speed, and put it down just like the last. Still nothing, Midoriya said with a sigh. Before he could pick up another newspaper, he heard a beeping sound coming from his phone. He knew what it was before even pulling his phone out of his pocket, so he wasted no time in plugging in his Beats by Canary headphones to engage with his phone. What are you doing, Ko? Or, more specifically, the highly advanced AI that was inhabiting his phone. Just doing some research, Kalex, Midoriya said in a whisper, creating as few chances as possible for someone to overhear him. That much is easy to discern, but what is the topic of your research? All of these periodicals on your desk, and the ones on this device you claim to be a computer, are quite old, and none of them appear to have a common subject of discussion. Furthermore, the majority of your material appears to be tabloid publications dedicated to printing false stories designed to excite life forms of lower intelligence. Lower intelligence compared to what somehow constitutes average on this planet, anyway. I know that, but it just seemed like a good place to look for any information on alien sightings. I do not understand. From what I have gathered, it is common knowledge that extraterrestrials no longer use Earth as a dwelling, and any who try are forced away by one Alan Scott, often resulting in death. I know that, but I got here, didn't I? Affirmative, but not every species has access to Kryptonian dash. KX went silent. Midoriya tapped his screen to see if his phone was frozen, though he wondered if something like KLEX could even become frozen on his phone. Dash. Are you under the impression that there might be other Kryptonians on Earth? KX asked, hitting the nail on the head. Why yes. I would suggest that you cease doing so immediately. I know with utmost certainty that you were the only Kryptonian sent away from Krypton before its destruction. Your time would be much better spent on studying GL's files or training your body to become one of those peace officers you refer to as heroes. Well, how do you know for sure that I'm the only one? If my father was able to get parts for a spaceship, then that means other people could have, right? While that is true, I would have detected another ship being deployed if that had indeed occurred. But what if they didn't want to be seen? Couldn't they have blocked themselves from detection, somehow? KX didn't have an immediate response. 10 seconds of silence passed by before Midoriya heard anything from him. IT would not be out of the realm of possibility, but there would only be a 36.952678306% chance of another ship being able to cloak itself from my detection. That's not impossible then. Like, maybe that Z guy who helped father with my ship had his own ship, and it was a lot better because he kept all the good stuff to himself? Who's Z, anyway? Unknown. My data has no record of Jill ever meeting or discussing anyone he referred to as Z, outside of the recording you witnessed last week. Really? On the one hand, there was no way for Midoriya to not find that odd. Alexis was supposed to know everything about Jor-El, yet he couldn't identify someone Jor-El had a close enough relationship with to address with a nickname. On the other hand, Jor-El and Lara did say that space travel was forbidden on Krypton, so this could simply be something Jor-El did to protect his friend, for all the good it did. I guess it's kind of a moot point, though, Midoriya said. I've already gone through dozens of papers published around the time I came here, and none of them say anything that could be interpreted as an alien ship landing here. I've even gone through papers written in other languages, but going off of the pictures and the little I could translate with the internet, still nothing. As I said, IT would be best to give up on what is certainly a meaningless endeavor. Maybe. It just would have been nice if someone else had survived. The hell are you doing, Deku? Midoriya jumped out of his seat in surprise. School was still in session, but he didn't expect anyone else to be in the library at that time of day. In hindsight, he should have known better than to expect Bakugo to act like everyone else. Kaken. W, what are you doing here? I'm the one asking that, Deku. W, I'm just, killing time until lunch is over. Yeah. Midoriya said. As he awkwardly laughed to himself, he used his speed to hide the newspapers and exit out of his browser faster than Bakugo could notice. While there wouldn't be anything inherently wrong with Bakugo seeing him looking at things relating to aliens, he'd have to come up with a reason for why he was looking at them, and the few lies he'd already told were stressing him out enough as it was. By doing what? Listening to music while other people are talking to you. Huh. Midoriya grabbed his head and felt that his headphones were still on. Now he needed another lie, which was truly fantastic. No. I was, watching a video and I paused it when I saw you and I just forgot to take off my headphones. Let me see, Bakugo said, grabbing at Midoriya's phone. For the second time in a row, Midoriya was able to use his super speed to hide his activities. He exited out of Alexis's app, pulled up YouTube, then started the last video he was watching, all in the time it took for Bakugo to grab his phone and unplug his headphones. Good afternoon, listeners. There was a bearded man on the screen. He wore a waistcoat with a collar larger than his head and held a cup of tea that was being spilt everywhere. It is I, Gentle. The wondrous, romantic, gentle criminal. Normally, I would be showing off my latest exposure of society's sins, but today is the one day where I make an exception. Why yes? Well, it's because today is none other than the birthday of my wonderful assistant, La Brava. I wish it was your birthday, though. The camera turned around to show a short, pink-haired girl looking flustered as she stood next to a giant vanilla frosted cake. Nonsense, La Brava. You're turning 20, which means you're officially an adult in society's eyes. As of this moment, the world is completely open to you, so it's your obligation to embrace it. As long as I can embrace you, I'll embrace anything. La Brava shouted as she grabbed onto his leg. That's the spirit. Gentle said while patting her on the head. Now then, I asked you, my proud tens of followers, what La Brava and I should do to celebrate this momentous occasion. Allow me to go through all of your excellent suggestions at random. With a flourish of his hand, Gentle pulled from his pants pocket a knife and from his chest pocket a wax-sealed envelope. In a single slash of the knife, Gentle cut open the envelope, and with the hand that wasn't bleeding, he pulled out the contents. Ahem. Turn yourselves in. Obviously not. Make a woman out of that a pay lowly. Okay. I'm throwing her a party. What else do you expect me to do? La Brava's face contorted into an odd mixture of joy and disappointment. Finally, shave your beard. I think not, good sir, madam, or however you choose to identify yourself. Tasteful nudes for everyone. Gentle's body doesn't belong to you people. My sentiments, exactly. Set La Brava free. I don't understand this one. Let La Brava dump you. There it is. Let the poor girl go. Please escape, La Brava. You two should get married. Yes. So La Brava can divorce you. La Brava slid down Gentle's leg until she was lying on the ground, face first. I just have the best fans in the world. It was at that point that Bakugo stopped the video and threw the phone back to Midoriya. Your taste is garbage, Bakugo said. Please tell me you didn't come here just to insult me, Midoriya said. Oh no, I got a bone to pick with you. Earlier today, I got called over to the faculty office to talk about my UA application, and wouldn't you know it, there's apparently someone else thinking of going there. Oh, so they told you about Dash. Are you shitting me? All those years saying you didn't want anything to do with heroes, then that crap from the beginning of the year, and now you're saying you're going to UA out of nowhere. I swear to God, Deku, if this is some kind of prank Dash. I'm serious. Midoriya shouted, moving to meet Bakugo at eye level. I know that it doesn't make a lot of sense, given how I've been acting the last 10 years, and I know this doesn't change things between us, but I don't want to be a hypocrite anymore. That's what you've been telling me all this time, isn't it? So I'm going to UA, and I'm going to become a hero. Don't think for a second that I can't. Bakugo looked like he was going to say something, but instead he just growled at Midoriya, turned around, and headed for the door. You better get your butt in shape. I don't care how strong you think you are, Deku. If you think you can just breeze through the exam when you've done sheet all nothing for 10 years, you're an even bigger loser than I thought. Midoriya had no idea how he was supposed to respond to that, but Bakugo saved him the trouble by already being out of the library. Once he was out of sight, Midoriya fell into a string of quick breaths punctuated by a sigh, followed by wordlessly plugging his headphones back into his phone. Was that the individual known as Katsuki Bakugo? KX asked. Why yeah, Midoriya said. I do not mean to offend you, Call, but it appears that you are not highly skilled when it comes to choosing associates. Probably not, Midoriya said with a tiny laugh. Still, this, Kaken, was correct in his assessment of your mediocre combat abilities. If this school you wish to attend truly has such high standards, it would be best for you to start training yourself as soon as possible. You're right. Midoriya would put the search for other possible Kryptonians to bed for the moment. The problem is finding a good place to practice. Public gyms won't really do any good, and All Might's gone back to work, so I don't want to bother him. Can you not simply use your environment as a training ground? Civilians aren't allowed to use their powers in public, especially in a big city like Mizudafu. I could try going to a forest somewhere, but I could run into hikers or a park ranger and get in trouble. You wouldn't happen to have any ideas, would you? If you are looking for a training environment where you can freely use your powers without hurting civilians or angering law enforcement, then you could relocate to one of this planet's large desert areas. I was really thinking more along the lines of somewhere I can get to by train. You excel at making things difficult, though. Midoriya neither confirmed nor denied that with his silence. What he did do was go back to browsing the internet, less for the sake of trying to find other members of species and more for the sake of just taking his mind off of things. The first thing to catch his eye was a news report about one of Ultiman's sidekicks, Most Excellent Wonderbat, buying the entirety of Mount Fuji so it could be turned into Big Science Action's new lair. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at how he had a part in getting the number 7 hero a new base of operations, even if people would only know of All Might and Firestorm's part in the matter. Ultiman. That's it. Midoriya screamed in his head. I know where I can go. When school finally let out, Midoriya made his way to the train station where, after getting on an express train, he rode in relative silence for 3 hours. At that point, he had reached his destination of Nagoya, the capital city of the Aichi prefecture. Midoriya knew that there were a lot of fun places he could be visiting at the moment, such as Legoland, Sakae Town, and Nagoya Castle, birthplace of Oda Nobunaga. If today went the way he hoped it would, he'd probably be going to all of those places and more, but for now, he only had a single destination in mind, one that no one would ever even go near. Do you think this will work, KLEX? Midoriya asked while holding his phone up in front of himself. What is this, Kao? KX asked. The object Kelly-X was referring to was what Midoriya had reached after sprinting out of the city and onto a deserted beach, though it wasn't actually on the beach. It was about a kilometer off the coast, yet even someone without Midoriya's enhanced sight would be able to see it thanks to its massive size. It was one of the benefits of being a gargantuan rotting kaiju corpse. The corpse was magenta in color and had 3 shark-like heads sticking out of its neck, each one with 10 pairs of eyes. Some were still present, some had rotted into dust, and some were only partially rotted. Its torso was portly and covered in spikes, save for the gaping hole in its chest, and its tentacle-like limbs were long and solid enough to keep the majority of the body suspended above the surface of the ocean. That is Kurusan Island. 3 years ago, this kaiju came out of a dimensional tear in the ocean and started attacking Nagoya. Ultraman and Big Science Action were quick to respond, and after a few hours, they were able to kill it. Unfortunately, after the kaiju died, its body started releasing a deadly transparent gas that it's still releasing to this day. Anyone who gets too close to it will die in a matter of seconds. All known earth metals melt just as quickly, and it's even immune to magic, so no one's been able to get rid of it. When I was reading an article about Ultraman, it reminded me of this, and I realized that this is the perfect place for me to train. The massive size of Kurusan Island means that I can use my powers as much as I want, and since no one can come near here, the cutoff point was actually about half a kilometer ago. I won't have to worry about getting in trouble for using my quirk in public. It's perfect, right? Affirmative. This is an ideal location with regards to your criteria of being able to reach it by train. You should commence training immediately. Right? Oh no. I just realized that I can't take you with me. If I did, my phone would get destroyed and dash. There is no cause for concern. I have already modified your telecommunications device TO. Allow TO project a Kryptonian-based electromagnetic field. TO nullify the corrosive effects of the gas. KX said. Oh, nice. With that, Midoriya was off. It took a little under a minute for Midoriya to fly and land on the head of Kurusan Island. He wondered if that was a personal best for him. He stopped wondering about it when he stepped onto the rotting flesh and felt how squishy it was, like he was a Tuscan stomping grapes to make wine. Training should commence, effective immediately, KX said. Query, what powers do you currently possess, Thal? Well, a lot, Midoriya said. I have super strength and super speed, though I doubt that the latter is speedster level. I can release breaths powerful enough to knock things down, and I'm also as durable as I am strong. I have enhanced sight, heat vision, electromagnetic vision, X-ray vision, a bunch of other visions. I can fly. You were there when I started doing it and, continue. I also have super hearing, but I don't want to use that power. I do not understand. It is an ability you gain naturally from living on this planet. It would be illogical for you to not embrace it. It's just that it's really powerful, and whenever I try to use it, I always hear lots of stuff from all over and, well, none of it's very good. To what extent? Murder? Suicide? Illness? Starvation? Torture? Sex alveolati dash. Look, I just don't want to use it, okay? Midoriya shouted. Understood. I will not press the issue further. Begin your training however you see fit. Thank you. Midoriya put his phone in his pocket and did his best to bury the previous conversation. That wasn't what he wanted to be thinking about, not now, not ever. Let's start with heat vision, Midoriya told himself. The few times I've had to use it, I've only ever done it in a straight line, but there shouldn't be anything stopping me from firing it in simple shapes. Midoriya closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He exhaled, opened his eyes, and fired his heat vision at the flesh in front of him, the beams concentrated on a single spot. Slowly, Midoriya moved the beams upwards in a line, if you could call something so jagged a line. At a certain point, he turned the beams to the right, then downwards, then to the left until he reached the original starting point, creating a crooked square. I sincerely hope that Jul and Lara Lorvan never intended on you joining the Artists Guild, KX said. That's why I'm here, isn't it? To get better? KX offered an acknowledgement, and Midoriya continued with his training. He jumped high into the air, Then, putting all of his strength into his legs, he slammed down on the square he carved into the flesh, causing it to break apart and allowing him to go directly inside the head of Kurusan Island. Wow! Inside the head was most of what Midoriya had expected to see: rotting flesh, shards of bone, decayed brain matter, those sorts of things. What he hadn't expected was to get such a clear picture of it all, such a thing being made possible thanks to what appeared to be luminescent crystals protruding out of the walls. For a decaying kaiju head, it wasn't all that bad. For a decaying kaiju head, this isn't all that bad, Midoriya said. I'm here. What should I start with? Practice against a moving target, Kiex said. Come on, there's nothing alive in Dash. Cutting Midoriya off was a cackling sound. Strange, animalistic, like a cross between a hyena, a humpback whale, and a smaller hyena. Most importantly, and most worrying, it was the sound of something that was neither Midoriya nor Kiex. Slowed down by hesitation and fright, Midoriya turned to face whatever was there. In all honesty, he didn't know what he was expecting, but it certainly wasn't a red-colored shark head sitting atop a bundle of tentacles. It was hard to expect something like that. Kuya! The beast shouted as it charged at Midoriya. Midoriya, like any good person would, immediately ran away from it. Why didn't you tell me there was some kind of monster in here, Kiex? I do not detect any abilities that would allow it to harm you, so it did not seem necessary. Shouldn't I be the one to decide that? Kuya! In the midst of his escape, 3 more monsters jumped out in front of Midoriya. In a panic, Midoriya punched one of them in the side of its head, knocking it into the other 2 and sending all 3 to the ground. He jumped over them and kept running before the 3 could get up and join the first one. What are these things? Analysis indicates that they are the asexual spawn of Kurusan Island, another side effect of its death. So there's going to be a ton of giant monsters, soon? Negative. Reverse chrono-analysis of the environment suggests that it took thousands of years for it to reach this size. However, this does not change the fact that there are a great number of its children present here. As if to emphasize that fact, over a dozen of the creatures appeared before Midoriya, all giving the same animalistic cry. Both the mob in front of Midoriya and the few behind him attacked with tentacles and sharp teeth, but he managed to dodge by flying up into the air. Then, utilizing his strength and speed, he flew through the mob of monsters, knocking them all aside as he kept flying forward until he hit a wall of flesh, his fists slamming into it with such great force that they tore a hole through the flesh, allowing for Midoriya to return to the outside world. This isn't good, Midoriya said as he looked back towards the hole. Even if it's going to take thousands of years for them to reach giant size, they're still dangerous like this. If they make it to the mainland, they'd cause tons of damage to people and cities. It'd make sense to tell the authorities about this, but if I do that, I'd get in trouble for being here. Even so, the needs of the many outweigh my own, don't they? Wait. Even if I tell someone, no one could get close to here without dying, so heroes or the government wouldn't be able to do anything about this. Plus, telling people about this would bring up the question of how I was able to be here and not die, and there's no way that I could explain Dash. There is no cause for alarm, Kiex interjected. If they were capable of causing destruction, that would have already happened, would it not? That's a good point. Although, that does beg the question, why haven't they done anything? Still looking at the hole in the head of Kurusan Island, Midoriya saw the monsters gathering around it. Appearance-wise, nothing had changed about them, but their expressions had lost all traces of rage and were filled with, of all things, anxiety. One monster slowly stretched out a tentacle through the hole and down towards the water. Before the tentacle was even halfway out, the monster brought it back inside and the entire group started whimpering of all actions. They can't swim, Midoriya stated. It would appear so, Kiex said. Their inability to traverse the water below means that they are not a threat to the general populace. Yeah. Midoriya looked at the now not so terrifying monsters and couldn't stop himself from feeling pity for them. They were just little kids who wanted to see the world, but there was nothing they could do to leave the confines of their home. Even if they could get out, no one would accept them for what they were and they'd probably kill them on sight. In that regard, Maybe it was less that Midoriya was pitying them and more that Midoriya was empathizing with them. The thought stayed in his head as he gently floated back to the hole. Quiya. The monsters all regained their ferocity and screeched at him. No, I don't want any trouble, Midoriya said, waving his arms defensively. The monsters stopped their screeching in response. I'm sorry about breaking into your home like that. I didn't know that anyone was living here, and you were probably just as freaked out as I was. I'd like to just leave here and go somewhere else, but I need to use this place for some things. You were all here first, so I'll go to a different head, but, if you're ever feeling lonely, I think we could come up with something fun to do. The monsters stared at Midoriya with eyes he hoped were filled with joy. A second later, they all growled at him and slithered away from the hole, so in all likelihood, their eyes were filled with mere contempt. That went about as well as I expected, Midoriya said. Agreed, Gilix said. Let us continue your training, Kyle. Summer. The time of year when people are allowed to shirk their responsibilities for a little bit. The time of year when people can indulge themselves in more meat and fried food than they might normally do. The time of year when people do some other third thing that will be bad for them in the long run, yet they still end up doing it. I'd like to say that I'm in the midst of one of those, but that's probably just my natural pessimism talking. No, wait, the toast points aren't equilateral. This is definitely going to ruin me in the long run. Something wrong? My faithful companion asked. Nothing more than usual, I said. I could be anywhere in the world right now, and while there are hardly any places I'd actually go, this hardly place is highly on the list. I can imagine. Who in their right mind would want to be at a fancy gala with tons of free food, right? The struggles of the bourgeoisie are truly incomprehensible. We are an enigmatic bunch. The two of us clink champagne glasses that we're probably too young to be drinking out of. Probably. It's fine, though, she made a witty comment, after all. If anyone else tried talking to me like that, I'd have them thrown to the curb and make sure the curb was then lit on fire, but I suppose I've known her long enough to not get offended by most of the things she says. With her here, I can probably put up with an evening of being forced into a dress to celebrate the achievements of someone other than myself. Oh, there's the girl of the hour, my companion said, clearly catching sight of the aforementioned someone other than myself. One look around the banquet hall told me that she wasn't the only one, so with a faux smile, I pretended to be under the same spell as all of them. Happy birthday to you. Great, now we're all singing. Happy birthday to you. I usually don't care about having to do these kinds of things, but why does it have to be for her, of all people? Happy birthday, dear Victoria. Why not someone I can actually get along with? I know the world doesn't revolve around me, but that doesn't mean we can't put effort into making it do so. Happy birthday to you. I join in on the applause, a necessary action for the evening. I stop at the same time as everyone else so she's free to give out her series of thanks for the song, the girl smiling brightly all the while. I feel like I have diabetes all of a sudden. Victoria Fries, granddaughter of Victor Fries, and future head of Fries Financial, a company that somehow manages to compete against my own. I must admit, for a girl I can hardly stand the sight of, she can make herself look pretty good for special occasions. That white dress of hers contrasts nicely with her ice blue skin and hair, and her lipstick did a decent job of complementing her pure red eyes. I could at least admire that she made herself look good for people. But I guess that's why they call it a cold gun. Oh, I guess she was telling a joke. But seriously, thank you all so much for coming out here. I know that we're all celebrating my birthday, but every year, I think it's more important to celebrate how I'm able to have one in the first place. If it wasn't for the tremendous good my grandfather did for the community, and if it wasn't for Batman giving him the opportunity to do so, nothing that my family built, including myself, would have been possible. So let's give all of that a big round of applause, okay? Sure enough, everyone did. Everyone except for me, of course. She says this every other year, and we all don't need to be reminded of it. We all know the story of how Nora Fry's cryotube was accidentally broken in a fight between Mr. Freeze and the team of the first Batman and the fourth Robin, said Robin eventually becoming the fourth and current Batman. We all know that after Nora didn't die a minute later, the three of them discovered that she was apparently a first-generation quirk user and had awakened to a self-healing quirk that cured her of her disease. We all know that Fries, having his mission in life finally realized, quit his life of crime right then and there and allowed himself to be arrested. He then spent 15 years in Arkham as a model inmate, never causing trouble for anyone, even helping stop a few breakouts. He was then released on good behavior, went back to using science for good, started a major company, blah blah blah. Heard it a million times. You'd think that someone descended from a notorious villain, even a reformed one, would be less upbeat all the time. Look who it is. I'm so glad that you could come to my party. Before I know it, the overly upbeat girl is standing right in front of me. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Victoria. I tell her, faking as much enthusiasm as I can let. I love that dress you're wearing. Please, it's only half as good as yours at best. Is it even possible for you to not look good in green? If you think green makes me look good, you should see me in purple. I wish I could pull it off as well as you do. Well, I wish I had your svelte figure. I wish I had your jawline. I wish I had your megawatt smile, we said in unison before erupting in laughter. It was almost like we actually were friends, and going by the smiles I could see and the comments I could hear from the crowd, everyone else thought so as well. We're both teenage girls set to inherit two of the biggest companies in the world, so why shouldn't we be getting along, right? Say, do you want to go look at the Green Palace for a bit? Victoria asked. It always looks amazing on summer nights. Plus, it's getting pretty noisy in here, and I know how much you hate having to listen to people talk. More people need to understand the meaning of irony. That sounds great, I said, not knowing a good way to get out of it. I turn to my faithful companion and tell her that I'll be back in a few minutes, and she gives me an okay, as she stealthily puts finger food in her purse. Am I not paying her enough, or is she just that kind of person? Whatever it is, I don't have much time to dwell on it as Victoria drags me out of the banquet hall and into an elevator. In less than a minute, the two of us are on the roof, completely away from all the noise. The only thing surrounding us is the darkness of the night that's lit up ever so slightly by the stars and the Green Palace above us. I know what you're doing, Victoria said after nearly a minute of thankful silence. I didn't know you knew things, Victoria, I said with a smile. She glares at me with her big red eyes. It's quite unsettling. I know what you're planning to do next year. It hasn't gotten around to the general public. You're welcome, by the way, but it's not as big a secret as you think it is. Are you expecting me to be happy that I have such a huge weight lifted off of my shoulders? I'm being serious. I know you've always been inclined to do whatever you want, whenever you want, but this? Why this, of all things? Of all times? If you can't understand it without an explanation, you can't understand it with an explanation. So you're just not going to tell me then? I put a finger to my nose. Fine. Be that way. I guess I was stupid to think you could actually be civil with me. That's a very good dash. It's a wonder that you're able to be sincere with anyone with such a bad personality. She cut me off, and now here I am, standing with my mouth slightly agape. In all honesty, I'm more impressed than I am furious, though I am quite livid. We never have gotten along that well, have we? Victoria shook her head. That's weird though. We're both young, attractive women set to inherit powerful corporations established by reformed villains. What makes us so different? For one thing, my grandfather paid his debt to society. Your grandfather, on the other hand, merely paid his off. Yes, I suppose Victor Fries was a sentimental old fool. No quick comeback from Victoria, that time. Nothing but a scowl before she turned her attention back towards the Green Palace. I hope I'll be able to miss you, she said. I probably wouldn't mind missing you, I said. I really wouldn't. Just 9 more months. Just 9 more months. Summer. The time of year when people are allowed to shirk their responsibilities for a little bit. The time of year when people can indulge themselves in more meat and fried food than they might normally do. The time of year when people are given the freedom to spend their time on whatever they think is most important. For me, there's only one thing that's truly important to me right now, training. Ever since I remembered Carusan Island, I've gone there every day after school to hone my abilities. Strength, speed, and flight aren't a problem for me, and I've gotten more control of my heat vision. Alexis says I'm still not good enough for the Artists Guild, whatever that is, but I've definitely made improvements and figured out things I never thought were possible. Now that school's out for the summer, I have even more time to devote to preparing to UA. I'm getting the hang of this, but there's no way I'm taking any chances. And smash! Midoriya shouted as he slammed a fist against a wall of flesh in front of him. How was that? Your attack sent a portion of flesh 3 times as large as yourself into the ocean. It is more than deserving of proper merit, Alexis. Yes. This marks 5 hours of successful physical training. I would suggest that you now take a break for some time and focus on your studies. That's a good idea. Midoriya stepped away from the hole he made in the wall and sat down on the decaying ground. He pulled out a container of instant ramen, poured a bottle of water into it, and heated it with his heat vision. As he waited for the ramen to settle, he pulled out the study guides for the UA entrance exam and readied himself for self-study. I was not referring to your primitive Earth texts, Kale. Of course not, Midoriya thought to himself. Sighing, Midoriya pushed his study guides to the side and pulled out his phone. He went into Alexis's app and pressed the screen a few times until a long string of text was visible. The Vrang's cruelty seemed to know no bounds. Once the ruling parties of Krypton were killed, they exiled established a dictatorship of all of Krypton. Men were tortured, women were carried carted off like cattle, children were forced to embiggen embrace. This is too hard. Midoriya shouted. No one said learning languages was an easy endeavor, at least in regards to this planet's lackluster education system. I know that, Alexis, English isn't my best subject, and we all had to take a semester of German. Kryptonese is completely different. There's so much complicated syntax and sentence structure, and all the writing looks like hieratic text. It's too much to try and figure out on top of all of my other stuff. Would it not be prudent to learn this sooner as opposed to later? Furthermore, do you not see learning the history of your people as a crucial endeavor? I do, but it's just a lot that's being thrown on my plate. Besides, can't you just translate all of this stuff into Japanese so I can learn the history and culture now, but the language later? A series of beeping and humming noises came out of Midoriya's phone. Well, it is indeed possible, but not highly recommended. Because of the differences between the Kryptonese vocabulary and the vocabularies of Earth languages, translating Kryptonese documents of this length and depth would result in an incomplete translation that misses approximately 68.507153457404% of the original text. In such a situation, the documents are virtually worthless. Are really? Affirmative. Everything that I am attempting to teach you is all that I thought was vital for you to learn. I would highly suggest that you do not take that lightly. Midoriya knew that Alexis was right. As hard as learning Kryptonese was, it was important that he gained an understanding of everything Jor-El wanted him to know about Krypton. Simply knowing where he came from was fine, but it would be a waste to not understand where he came from. If he wanted to do that, then he truly did need to put more effort into learning the language. Should be ready. For now, though, he was going to put his effort into eating his all-might miso ramen. Is this something worth devoting time to? Alexis asked. I have to eat. Arguable. If you do not wish to focus on your studies at this juncture, you should return to your physical regiment. Easier said than done, Midoriya thought as he blew on his lunch. I keep practicing with my powers, but there's not much I can add to them besides just making them stronger and gaining better control. I have a lot of powers, but they're all pretty simple like that. Midoriya put another breath to his ramen, taking care not to accidentally use his super breath and blow everything to bits. He let out a third breath, more than enough to make it cool. He brought his chopsticks up to his mouth, but before he started eating, he stopped. All of a sudden, various words that seemed to have no relation to one another, were flying through his mind as if they were part of a larger puzzle. Breath. Cool. Super. It all came together in a polymerization that led to Midoriya coming up with a brand new idea for something he could do. Midoriya turned his head towards the newest hole in the wall and started releasing his super breath in its direction. There was nothing for him to hit, but he still kept blowing in its direction. Focus. Concentrate. Midoriya kept blowing harder and harder, his lips getting tight, his cheeks getting red. All for the sake of trying to realize a random hypothetical. All of a sudden, though, it started to come across as not so random. All of a sudden, solid matter started coming out of Midoriya's mouth. All of a sudden, it started spreading out further and further until the hole Midoriya had created was covered in a wall of ice. It worked. It really worked. It was just a random thought that popped into my head, but I can really do it. I really have ice breath. That's amazing. Filled with joy, Midoriya started jumping around in celebration, forgetting that he was still using his newly discovered power. By the time he remembered that and proceeded to turn it off, the walls were covered in ice and, more importantly, his lunch was trapped in a block of ice. How very unfortunate, KX said. I guess I'm getting lunch in town today, Midoriya said with a laugh. As he started packing up his stuff, he noticed that he had drawn a crowd. It was the monsters of Kurusan Island. Ever since the initial encounter, there hadn't been any conflict between Midoriya and the infant kaiju. They hadn't become friends as Midoriya had hoped, but there were many occasions where they would show up and observe him from a distance. This seemed like one of those occasions, only they were much closer to him than usual and weren't staring at him. Oh, that's right. You've been living here all this time, so you've probably never seen ice before. Well, here you go. Midoriya tossed the block of ice that held his old lunch into the middle of the crowd. The kaiju growled at it for a while, but soon enough, they were tossing it around with their tentacles like a volleyball. Midoriya couldn't help but smile. It wasn't much, but it was progress. With a combination of flight and super speed, it took Midoriya very little time to make it to downtown Nagoya for lunch. Actually deciding where to eat was a more drawn-out process. He had been coming to Nagoya nearly every day for 3 months, but it was always for training, so he tended to spend little time in the actual city. As a result, he knew nothing about where he was and was essentially fumbling around like a tourist who had their face stuck in a guidebook. Coincidentally, Midoriya had lost the guidebook he had bought at the train station. You should simply pick an establishment and eat there, KX said. But there's just too many to choose from. What if I pick one place over another place, but the place I pick isn't that good, and I can't go to the other place because I already spent my food budget for the day? What do I do if something like that happens? Midoriya asked. Accept reality. Midoriya let out a groan. This entire endeavor comes across as rather meaningless. Thanks to the effects of yellow solar radiation, your body should not require food to maintain vitality. So you said, that's not something that I can just start doing though. Initiating a fast might help you become adjusted. Okay, goodbye. Midoriya exited out of KLEX's app and took off his Beats by Canary headphones. In hindsight, there really wasn't any reason for him to think that KLEX would be able to help him find a place to eat. Only someone who actually cared would be able to do that, even if they were incredibly indecisive about the whole thing. What to do, what to do, what to do? Someone who wasn't Midoriya asked. What to do indeed? Someone who was Midoriya asked on reflex. Do you need something? The someone who wasn't Midoriya asked. The someone who was Midoriya looked around and caught sight of the person he assumed he was talking to. It was a girl who looked about his age wearing a white blouse with a lightning bolt running down the middle. She looked at him with a stern expression and had long black hair tied into a ponytail and a rather curvaceous figure for someone her age. Not that Midoriya was looking or trying to look. No, I was just walking around, and that's all. But, it sounds like you might be in some trouble? Well, it's not anything serious. Tripped over a crack in the sidewalk a moment ago, and while I'm perfectly fine, I accidentally dropped my cell phone into a storm drain. I could probably retrieve it with my quirk, but I'm having trouble deciding what the best course of action would be. Oh, if that's all, I can get it for you. No, please, there's no need to trouble yourself. Midoriya didn't give the girl a chance to finish as he got to work. The storm drain cover was solid steel, but something like that wasn't an issue for him, and with little effort, he had pulled the cover out of the pavement. The phone, one that was clearly the latest model and far superior than anything Midoriya or his parents used, was in sight at the bottom of the storm drain. Midoriya's arms weren't long enough to grab it, so he opted to use an inversion of his super breath a super inhale to lift the phone into the air until it was close enough for him to grab it. Once it was grabbed, he put it down on the sidewalk so he was free to put the cover back in place, sealing the broken portions off with his heat vision. I should probably still leave a note, Midoriya said. He picked the phone back up, turned to give it to Ponytail, and nearly jumped back when he saw her suddenly flashing him a large smile. That was amazing! Ponytail exclaimed. You were able to use all of those abilities with such incredible precision. Was that a quirk? Metahuman ability? Some sort of magic or genetic mutation? The first one, Midoriya lied. Most impressive. I've never seen someone use so many different powers at once. It was like I was watching a live performance from Princess Shazam herself. I don't know about wait, Princess Shazam? You're a fan of Princess Shazam? Of course. She's been my inspiration since I was a child, Ponytail said, pointing to her blouse. Oh wait, that shirt's based off of the white outfit Princess Shazam started wearing after she joined the Super Buddies. I can't believe it took me so long to recognize it, even if it was one of her less famous team-ups. Even still, she had some truly magnificent battles while working with them. Like when the Super Buddies were fighting against the Monster Society of Evil Dash. And Chain Lightning tried to depower her with a lightning bolt dash. But it was a trick because Elongated Man had transformed into Princess Shazam Dash. So the attack did nothing, and she had an opening to take them all out in one fell swoop. Midoriya shouted, giving the air a diagonal chop to further emphasize it. That was too much, wasn't it? Maybe a little. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. You are. Izuku Midoriya. Well, Midoriya-san, once again, I must thank you for helping me retrieve my phone. Is there anything I can do to repay you? You really don't dash. A rumbling noise came out of Midoriya's stomach. Do you know a good place to eat? I think that can be arranged. Nagoya, as Midoriya knew, was one of the biggest cities in Japan. Yaoyorozu, based on what Midoriya could gather from her well-mannered speech, expensive phone, and high-tailored clothing, the last serving as a great contrast to him wearing a shirt that said, shirt, had to be someone who came from money. It would have made sense for her to take him to a fancy restaurant of some sort, so he didn't know what to say when they ended up at a small hole in the wall for lunch. I honestly don't know what to say, Midoriya said. Jetstar is a far better establishment than its appearance lets on, Yaoyorozu said. Come on then. Yaoyorozu opened the door for Midoriya, and in an instant he found himself being swallowed by the smell of grilled meats and cheap beer. The restaurant was filled with men and women of varying ages, though it was mostly older men, and when the two of them walked inside, most of the patrons turned towards them and greeted them with a simultaneous, Momo. Well, look who managed to drag herself out of the library. Guess summer's finally in full swing. A reptilian, multi-armed man from behind the counter said. Always good to see you, Jomasan, Yaoyorozu said with a small bow. Oh, and you got company too. Little Momo finally managed to snag herself a boyfriend. Huh? Midoriya thought, the thought being so powerful that his brain was doing somersaults. Why you got dash? Hardly. We met on the street, bonded over a shared love for Princess Shazam, and now we're getting lunch. That's all, Yaoyorozu said in a single breath without even flinching a little. Midoriya felt like he should have been happier about that than he actually was. That's a relief then. Last thing I need is two kids acting like that Girl Scout has anything over Wonder Woman. Much to Midoriya's surprise, Yaoyorozu started scowling at Jomu. It didn't last very long, but it was still rather unpleasant to look at. I'm with someone, so I'm not going to do this today. Midoriya-san, what's your favorite food? Katsudon. Jomu-san, 2 red miso katsudons, please. Come in here right up, Momo. Jomu walked into the kitchen, assumingly to start preparing the food. Yaoyorozu sat down at the counter, and Midoriya, on pure reflex, sat down 2 seats away from her. Please don't tell me that stupid joke is going to make you nervous around me, Yakuza said. And no, that's not it. Well, and maybe a little, but, I just don't have a lot of experience talking with girls my own age, so I'm just feeling a little anxious. What a coincidence. I don't have a lot of experience talking with boys my own age. This should be a good learning experience for the both of us, then. Midoriya couldn't argue with that, so with a healthy amount of hesitation, he got up and relocated to the seat on her immediate left. So, you seem to be pretty well known. I guess that's what happens when you're a local, though. Oh no, I don't live here. You don't? My mother's moved from here to Tokyo when I was a child, and I don't have any strong memories of living here before then. However, every summer my mother's and I come here to visit family, so I've gotten to know the people here quite well. It's a nice little thing we do before spending the rest of the holiday in Europe. Just when Midoriya thought he was connecting with Yakuza, she casually tells him how radically different they are. What brings you here, Midoriya-san? Yakuza asked. I'm, doing some training at a gym. I'd go to one back home, but the one I'm using here has a lot better equipment. If someone with your strength is able to get anything out of it, I would sure hope so. Every little bit counts. I can't leave anything to chance if I want to get into you. You're applying to UA? Yakuza asked, once more smiling brightly. What a coincidence. I'm also planning to attend UA. Really? That's great. Have you been practicing for the exam? Yes, but not the same one as you. I've qualified for a recommendation into UA, so I won't need to take the same exam as you and the other normal applicants. Yakuza kept smiling for a few seconds before it fell upside down. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to brag. You're probably working as hard as you can, and I'm just my status in your face dash. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you can get in on a recommendation, that must mean you're truly talented, right? Oh, thank you, Yakuza said with a softer smile than the ones she had previously used. Moving on, since my exam will be less intensive than the regular one, I've had a great deal of free time on my hands, which made it easy to go on vacation with my family. It's even given me time to start drafting my hero costume. Really? That's so cool. Do you have the designs on your phone? Can I see them? I suppose that would be all right, Yakuza said with slight hesitation. She pulled out her phone and handed it to him after moving her fingers across it for a few seconds. Midoriya stared at the screen and got an eyeful of what had to be rough sketches for Yakuza's costume. There's a lot of skin, Midoriya said. It couldn't really be helped, Yakuza said. My quirk lets me produce non-living material from my body, so it's more effective if more of my body is exposed. I guess that makes sense. But wait, if that's it, then Yakuza-san, is there a correlation between the size of the object and the amount of exposed skin? Naturally. If I'm trying to create something particularly large, I need more space to work with to allow it to come out of my body. So then, isn't having your back covered like in these sketches counterproductive? Won't you just destroy your costume every time you need to create something big? Perhaps, but it would only take a few seconds to create new clothing dash. Can a hero really afford to waste time on something like that? Midoriya cut in. At the same time that Yakuza gave him what had to be an annoyed look, Midoriya felt his hand clamping over his mouth on instinct. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be criticizing you when we barely know each other. Midoriya said after removing his hand. Even if I disagree with you, it's rude to be so blunt with my opinions so soon after getting to know you. That being said, the only reason I said what I said is because I admire heroes so much, and a true hero, to me, needs to be able to save as many people as they can. It's not like you wouldn't be able to do that if you had to spend time repairing your outfit, but I couldn't stop myself from thinking that that would be a waste of time, and I think you're a really nice person, so I want you to succeed at being a hero dash. Midoriya-san, please, Yakuza cut in. It's fine, you don't need to apologize for speaking your mind. You especially don't need to apologize for being right. I don't? And I am? Yes to both. Like you said, a true hero shouldn't go out of their way to delay themselves when there are people who need protecting. If a costume such as this would impede my process even a little, then I can't allow myself to use it. I can't help but thank you for the advice. No problem? His first extended conversation with a girl, and he somehow hadn't managed to ruin everything. Midoriya was having a good day. Hey, do you mind if I send this to my mom? She used to work as a designer, so she might have some advice. That would be wonderful. Go right ahead. With lightning speed, Midoriya emailed the pictures of Yaoyorozu's costume to himself and texted them to his mother with an explanation of what was going on. A few seconds later, she sent out a reply. Wouldn't having her back covered be counterproductive? Yeah, we already talked about that, Midoriya texted back. Do you have any ideas for improving it? Give me a minute. Exactly 1 minute later, Midoriya's phone pinged. He looked at the screen for a few seconds before handing his phone over to Yaoyorozu. What do you think of this? Midoriya asked. It looks great. How did your mother come up with this so quickly? She can work really fast when she puts her mind to it. That's just a rough draft, though, so she'll probably come up with something else. Well, whatever your mother makes the final design, I would be more than happy to wear it, and more than happy to pay her handsomely. Why you don't need to dash? Nonsense. I'm essentially hiring your mother for a job, so she deserves some manner of compensation. We can work out the details later, though, because our food should be arriving dash. Order up. Now. Jomo returned from the kitchen and put 2 servings of red miso katsudon in front of Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. To the both of us getting into UA, Midoriya said. Likewise. The two of them started eating, their newly formed bond of friendship fully cemented. It was really good. The time of year when leaves take on a myriad of colors for people to look at. The time of year when people start getting ready for Christmas far earlier than they actually should be. The time of year when people do some other third thing that's far too mundane to even think about. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't in the midst of something mundane myself, but only because of how much I've done it over the years. So what's the time limit for today? My faithful companion asked. A studio I like did an AMA earlier today. That put me in a good mood, so let's go with 3 minutes. You must be in a real good mood if you think you can last dash. I punch her in the face. She looks clearly dazed but not at all upset. I'm truly glad to see that. All's fair in a fight after all. Like sweeping your opponent's leg and knocking them to the ground. I have no right to get upset with her for doing that to me. Don't tell me you thought I'd be that easy. She launched her foot at my stomach, but I managed to roll away in time to avoid it. I get myself back on my feet, grab her by the arm, and try to throw her to the ground. Try, being the important word here. She wasted no time in breaking out of my hold and putting me in one of her one. I, however, was quick with an elbow to the chest, and even quicker to throw her to the ground, complete with furthering. The initial grab into an arm lock. The pressure being inflicted upon her has to be incredible. It would make more than enough sense for her to give up. It would make more than enough sense for her to give up if she weren't someone within my employ. With help from her other arm, she was able to break out of my hold, freeing her to pick me up and throw me against the wall. Nicer is my immediate counterattack, however. I bend down and tackle her away from the wall before immediately going into a kick. She dodges because of course she does, but I'm able to dodge the kick she throws at me in kind. She leaves her leg dangling for a few seconds, a clear attempt to bait me into a trap. I'd never be stupid enough to fall for that, but I know it was only done to confirm that fact, and not out of sheer incompetence on her part. As such, my next move is to send a punch right to her face, just as I did in the beginning. That worked as well as I thought it would. She caught my punch with little effort, then wasted no time throwing her own punch my way. I would have loved to catch it in as cool a manner as she did mine, but I don't have that much confidence in my abilities. That's not to say I simply take the punch though. At the last second, I dodge her punch and hit the underside of her chin with a palm strike. I try to go for another one, but she beats me to the punch. Or rather, strike. Either way, it stung like hell. There was no way I was going to let that slide. She threw out a second one, so I sent out my own. Our hands met in the middle with a clapping sound and a shockwave that upset both of our balances. It took her a split second to recover, but it took me an even smaller split second. My advantage realized, I circled around behind her and delivered a shoulder tackle to her back. She went off balance again, only this time to a much greater degree. I let her fall back into my chest as I grabbed the back of her thighs, lift her off the ground. That's 3 minutes. And then I calmly set her down on the mat. That was a pretty good spar. Nice to know that we've got our patty cake routine down. Too bad neither of us have any sonic-based abilities. Then people would be in real trouble. I laugh at my joke. I'm pretty funny. As I pat myself on the back, my faithful companion tosses me a towel and a bottle of water. What a girl. You've been handling the increased training a lot better than I thought. I know you've never been weak, but you've never exactly broken your family's pattern of putting brain over brawn. You need to keep everything in check to achieve perfection. My grandfather kept to that ideology to some extent, you know. Yeah. My back is turned to her, but I can just hear her eyes rolling at me. Whatever. I wipe all the sweat off my body, down the bottle of water in one sitting, and then head over to the salmon ladder to continue my exercises for the day. Does any of this even put you in his league? She asked. I fly up a rung. It's not about that. I fly up another rung. In the end, the war is never won simply by strength. I fly up another rung. The thing that matters most is having an indomitable will. I fly up another rung. Strengthening my body is just a means of reminding myself of that. I fly up another rung. A means to an end. I fly up another rung. It wouldn't be the only thing to exist for that purpose. I fly up another rung, landing at the top of the salmon ladder. It's exactly where I should be. Just 5 more months. Just 5 more months. The time of year when leaves take on a myriad of colors for people to look at. The time of year when people start getting ready for Christmas far earlier than they actually should be. The time of year when people buckle down to try and get everything done before the year is over. Oddly enough, I'm not exactly one of these people. As of this point, I've been training for the entrance exams for about 6 months. I've spent nearly every day training my powers at Karusen Island, and then nearly every other day studying with Yakuza-san via Skype. I'm really tired. It's not like before when I just couldn't think of anything. I can still think of a lot of stuff that I can do, but I just need a break. I picked a really good time for that, though. After all, today is none other than the UA Culture Festival. As with any culture festival, it's a day where the students of UA High work together to put out events and exhibits for both their peers and the general public. The exhibits range from food stands to haunted houses and the traditional maid cafe, and the events are the classic plays and rock concerts led by girls dressed as Playboy bunnies. It truly was fun for the whole family, one family in particular being the Midoriya family. So then Ronnie comes into lab, and he is just absolutely filthy. His hair's a mess, his clothes are covered in dirt, there's a bunch of those plastic beer rings hanging off the end of his tail, and he's just dripping water everywhere. Naturally, the first thing that comes out of my mouth is, "What the hell happened to you?" He says not to worry about, that it doesn't matter because he got the lab equipment returned on time. Then you know what Professor Stein says? "Raymond, you idiot. I renewed the reservation on that equipment." And then he just falls on the floor and cries, "I don't want to go back in the lake." We love the guy, but he's just so dumb. He sounds fun either way, Inko said, laughing at her husband's anecdote. Yeah, Ronnie's a good kid. So dumb, though, Hisashi said. But enough ranting about dumb lab assistants. I'm not using my few days off for that when I could be spending it with my family. Isn't that right, honey? Inko hugged his side. Isn't that right, Izuku? Yeah, sure, Midoriya said, paying minimal attention to the conversation. You could at least try to fake enthusiasm, you know. Midoriya gave out a quick apology. He knew it probably didn't come off as completely sincere, but he did mean it. He was simply too focused on what was in front of him to pay his parents much attention. That focus persisted as the grip of his fingers tightened and his eyes narrowed, all in preparation of what was sure to come. Sure enough, what was sure to come surely came, and Midoriya's hands and fingers moved more than fast enough to respond to it in kind. Wow, you shot every target. And basically right when they came out of the gate. Nice. Midoriya smiled as he set down the pellet gun and the student running the booth handed him an all-might-shaped water bottle. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize you were in the middle of your annual scamming, Hisashi said. I'm not scamming anyone. It's all completely legitimate, Midoriya said. That's true, but you don't really try to go easy on the poor students, do you? Inko asked. Midoriya didn't want to answer that, especially with the aforementioned poor student having a clearly despondent look on their face. He couldn't help himself. At the height of his self-loathing, the festival games were one of the few things that kept Midoriya going. His only opponents were cardboard, metal, and plastic, so he never had to worry about hurting anyone. It was one of the few ways for him to be able to go all out, and if he was able to get some free All Might merchandise out of it, that was just a bonus. Either way, Midoriya was done with that booth, so he and his parents kept walking around the festival grounds. Just think, in a few months, you'll be one of the kids running a booth that gets decimated by some kid, Hisashi said. Must be pretty exciting to think about. Yeah, but it's still pretty nerve-wracking, Midoriya said. I know I've been working really hard for this, but I know that I could still lose if I mess up even a little, and it's impossible to plan for everything, which just makes it harder to try and get a handle on things. But even beyond that, it's still making me nervous because, well, it's UA. I don't really know how to stay completely calm about this. Hey, being a little nervous isn't a bad thing. Use it to motivate yourself, and you'll do fine. Also might help to remember that you're not the only one going through this. Yeah. Midoriya felt a wave of unease wash through him as he thought about Bakugo again. Your father's right, Izuku. I'm sure Yaoyorozu-san is just as nervous as you are, so it's not just you feeling like this, Inko said. Oh, yeah, right, Yaoyorozu-san. She's probably nervous, too, even though her test is going to be easier than mine. Even so, she's putting all of her effort into trying to pass, and I need to do the same. That's the spirit, Hisashi said. Now then, what do we all want to do next? I think the beauty pageant is starting soon. That could be fun, Inko said. I remember seeing some of the contestants when they were still setting up, and lots of boys were going crazy over this blue-haired girl. Lots of girls too. Yeah, sure. If I remember right, the pageant grounds are a 15-minute walk in the opposite direction. Man, they make this thing bigger and bigger every year. What's a guy gotta do to get them to keep it on the school grounds? Come on, it's not that dash. Midoriya trailed off in the middle of his sentence and put his walk to a halt. He felt his eyes widening up to the size of dinner plates and his mouth opening up until his jaw fully hit the ground. Mom. Dad. It's a Lord Bibo. Hisashi and Inko turned to the left. At that moment, they were seeing what Midoriya was looking at. They were seeing hanging from a hook at a strength-testing booth a blue and furry doll with a portly body and a smiling face. Oh, how cute! Inko said. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff, Izuku, Hisashi said. It's Lord Bibo. He's appropriate for every demographic and fanbase. I think that's a rare one too. You can tell by the slightly different tint in the coloring of his eyes. Well, are you going to keep talking our ears off about that, or are you going to actually win it? Midoriya nodded his head in rapid succession before stepping over to the booth. Whatever sort of game was being offered, his powers would undoubtedly make quick work of it. There was nothing to worry about. Nothing except the hulking man he accidentally bumped into. Huh. The man snarled. Sorry. Midoriya shouted. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, so I didn't see you coming dash. Oh, that was you? I thought someone threw a piece of paper at me. The man laughed. Midoriya thought he was laughing at least. It was hard to tell with the massive plague mask he was wearing. Alright, so dash. If you're done, you can keep moving, kid, Plague Mask said. Huh. I got business here. There's a Bibo doll with my name on it, and I like to take things with my name on them. Plus, I get to do it by punching something, so that's a definite plus. Sir, I actually dash. If you both want the Bibo doll, you're out of luck. There's only one left, was said by the booth operator, a girl with a body covered completely in pitch black skin, with not even eyes or a mouth being made visible. Oh, is that what you were trying to say? Plague Mask asked. Well, yes, but dash. Forget it, kid. I was here first, so you're gonna have to look somewhere else. I mean, I think I was here first, but I really don't mind dash. Actually, from how I saw it, you both got here at the same time, Pitch Black said. You're not helping. Midoriya shouted in his head. How about this? Both of you have a go at the machine, and whoever gets the best score gets the Bebo doll. That sound good? I don't dash. Alright, now you're talking my language. Let's do this, kid. Midoriya turned to his parents in desperation. Inko looked just as nervous and confused as him, and Hisashi was just shrugging his shoulders with a blank look on his face. It was clear that neither one of them would be any help. The only way out of this was to just get through it as quickly as possible. Here we go, Plague Mask said as he stepped in front of the machine. The way you used the machine was simple. You deliver a punch into the cushion receiver, then a screen displays a score based on how much strength you were able to put into it. As Plague Mask walked in front of it, he started swinging his right arm around rapidly before delivering a strike to the machine. After a few seconds, the screen displayed a message. Your punch destroyed an entire city. Not bad, Pitch Black said. Beat that kid. Midoriya really didn't want to, but at this point, backing out would probably cause more problems than he needed. He didn't want to be around this guy anymore. He wanted to get away from him as soon as possible, so he gave the machine a light punch in the hope of quickly losing and getting on with his day. Your punch destroyed an entire country. Pitch Black read off the screen. What? What? It appeared that Midoriya didn't know his own strength as well as he thought he did. Well, I guess we have a win dash. One more time, Plague Mask said, cutting off Pitch Black as he swung his arm with even more rapid speed. I only got a crappy score like that because I didn't put my back into it. Like this. Plague Mask punched the machine again, the force being far above his previous attack. The cushion had a large dent in it, and the machine itself was pushed back a little through the dirt. After a few seconds, the screen displayed the results. Your punch destroyed the entire planet. Just try and beat that. Seriously, try. I saw that wimpy punch you used the first time. Don't think you'll get off easy if you pull something like that again. Okay. There went Midoriya's plan of escape, dashed aside like dust in the wind. He didn't know what Plague Mask was going to do if he half-butted his second punch, and he didn't have it in him to find out. He shut his eyes, swung at the machine with power that far exceeded the love tap he gave it before, and prayed that one of the multitude of existing deities would help him get a low score. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to do worse than this guy, Midoriya told himself. His punch went from destroying a city to destroying a planet. It's just joking around, but that's still a huge leap, and there's no way I could surpass an increase of that magnitude. A few seconds had gone by before Midoriya opened his eyes. When he did, he saw his parents and Plague Mask looking at him in shock. He saw the machine with its cushion completely torn apart and the mechanical parts breaking at the seams. He saw the screen, a glitching mess of a thing, displaying his new score. Your punch ruptured the space-time continuum and rewrote history. I didn't even know you could get that, Pitch Black said. What the hell? Midoriya screamed in his head. What the hell? Plague Mask screamed out his mouth. Well, doesn't get more decided than that, Pitch Black said. Looks like the Bebo doll goes to the kid. The hell it does. Plague Mask, with a single hand, picked up the broken machine and slammed it down in front of Midoriya. Moments later, he slammed his right elbow down on it and pointed his hand towards Midoriya. Why you want to arm wrestle? Let's go. Midoriya turned back to his parents. Once again, Inko looked just as nervous and confused as him. Once again, Hisashi was just shrugging his shoulders with a blank look on his face. Once again, it was clear that neither one of them would be any help. Come on. Just do it already, Pitch Black said. Midoriya tried to put out another fraction of a protest, but Plague Mask had already grabbed his hand and started the impromptu arm wrestling match. Better sit tight, kid, 'cause you're going nowhere. Plague Mask, as far as Midoriya could tell, was putting everything he had into his arm. It was quite admirable. Less admirable, though, when he thought about how utterly pointless it all was. For all of Plague Mask's strength, it barely felt like anything against his own body. His arm had been moved a little, but only because Midoriya hadn't been completely focused when he was thrown into his ordeal. As of now, his arm was just sitting at a 75-degree angle and not moving. Is that all you got, kid? Huh? That all you got? No. This. Not. Whether out of frustration that this man kept forcing him into stuff he wanted no part of or because he was letting himself be egged on, but all of a sudden, Midoriya found himself putting his all into his arm or at least a fraction of his all. Whatever percentage of his all that it was all the all he needed to push completely against Plague Mask's arm and slam him against the machine. The man who towered over Midoriya went flying into the air and hit the ground with a tremendous crash. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? 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 You think this is okay? Plague Mask shot up off the ground. Overall, he looked perfectly fine, save for the fact that his arm was completely twisted around. Ah. You think this is okay, kid? 'Cause if you do, then you're totally right to do so. Before Midoriya could question the man, his arm spun back around until it was in its normal position. What? Got you good, kid? Ah, if I had 100 yen every time I got someone to have that look on your face. Yeah, real funny, Midoriya mumbled under his breath. But seriously, you're something else, kid. You may look like a walking toothpick, but you pack a hell of a punch, and I respect the hell out of that. Could stand to add a little spin to it to give it some extra power, though. Thanks. Hey, I know that I'm interrupting whatever this is supposed to be, but does this mean your de-measuring contest is over and I can just give the kid the doll, already? Pitch Black asked. I guess? You can have the Lord Bebo doll, sir. That's actually what I was trying to say from the start. Midoriya whispered the last part for obvious reasons. Seriously? Plague Mask asked. Whatever, Pitch Black sighed as she handed the Bebo doll to Plague Mask. I can live without it, and you seem to really want it, so it's no big deal, Midoriya said. Well, I don't really need it either. My boss just told me to get a toy for his kid while I was at the festival, but why not go for gold, right? Plague Mask squeezed the doll, and in a rather adorable voice, the doll said, Bebo Lola loves you. The name's Rappa, by the way. When you grow up a little, come find me so we can have a real fight. Yeah, sure. That'd be great, Midoriya lied. The man he now knew as Rappa walked away from Midoriya, whistling the theme song to the old Bebo cartoon from the 19XX, all the while. Oh my god, that was terrifying, Midoriya said as soon as Rappa was out of earshot. Oh my god, that was terrifying. Inko said as she and Hisashi walked over to him. I kept standing there thinking that guy was going to go crazy and try to hurt you. I'm pretty sure try would have been the key word there, honey, Hisashi said. Is that why you barely reacted to all of that? Hey, he seemed fine. You were fine, right, Izuku? Yeah. That Rappa-san guy was really intimidating, but he seemed like he wasn't that bad a guy. In hindsight, I don't think he would have ever tried to actually hurt me. Yeah, for a Yakuza member, he seemed alright, Pitch Black said. I know, wait, what? That Rappa guy. He's in the Yakuza. Inko fell backwards, forcing Hisashi to catch her barely conscious body before it could hit the ground. What's? He was in the Yakuza? Midoriya shouted. Yep, Pitch Black said. The guy's a member of the His family. You can tell by the mask, all the higher-ups of every branch have to wear them. Come to think of it, the mask did look familiar, Hisashi said. Firestorm operates near where I work, and he sometimes has to deal with the rowdier members of the New York branch. Most heroes don't deal with Yakuza, though, so I'm surprised that they're teaching UA students about them. Sure, let's go with that, Pitch Black said with a shrug of her shoulders. So I really became friends with a Yakuza member? Midoriya asked. I don't want to think about it anymore, Hisashi said. Your mother's going to fall into a coma if we keep it this, so let's just go the beauty pageant. Please. Inko cried. And they did. And they had fun. The snow sprinkled down onto Midoriya's head and melted with just the slightest touch. He was dressed appropriately for the weather, but he didn't think there'd be much of a problem if he wasn't. Regardless, no reason to pass up a chance to wear his limited edition All Might beanie. Are you fully prepared, Kel? KX asked. I'm ready. Let's get started, Midoriya said. Excellent. Proceed with spiral maneuvering. Midoriya took in a deep breath before he started spinning around in a circle. He started off spinning slowly, but he gradually started to pick up speed. He went faster and faster and faster still, his appearance eventually becoming indistinguishable from that of a twister that shot downwards and drilled a hole straight through the flesh of Kurusan Island. As quickly as Midoriya started the maneuver, he also brought it to a complete stop with incredible precision and control. Commence Giant Hail Maneuver. Midoriya let out his breath in the form of a powerful burst of freeze breath. He wasn't simply freezing everything in front of him. In the 7 months since he had first discovered the power, he had been working effortlessly to bring it up to the same level of mastery that he had with his other powers. In doing so, he had discovered that if he blew hard enough and moved his lips and tongue in certain ways, he could not only give his freeze breath solid mass, but also give it specific shapes and forms, like a smoker blowing rings with their exhales. Midoriya wasn't making rings, though, just a large block of ice that started falling towards the ground as soon as he stopped exhaling. However, well before it could hit the ground, Midoriya fired his heat vision at the block of ice, starting at point before quickly moving the beams across its surface area. The beams stopped after creating 8 lines across the surface, causing the block of ice to split into 9 sharp fragments that stabbed themselves into the ground. Commence Strong Toss Maneuver. Midoriya jumped up in an arc that ended on top of an icicle with a heavy slam. The force wasn't enough to break the ice, but it was enough to push it even further into the rotting flesh. From atop the icicle, Midoriya used his heat vision again to cut a large square around the bottom of the icicle. He then jumped back onto the ground, grabbed the body of the icicle, and pulled up until he had lifted an entire cube of flesh out of the ground. He spun around in a circle 20 times before releasing the giant cube and sending it flying through the air. The cube hit the nearest wall of flesh with such tremendous force that it blew a hole right through it to keep flying into the outside world before landing off in the distance as a small. Excellent work. You have advanced the majority of your abilities to a phenomenal degree. You should have little difficulty in passing your upcoming exam. You think so? Thanks. Midoriya said. Will you be continuing the strong toss maneuver with the remaining material? I could, but if I'm being honest, I didn't make all of these for myself. Kiex didn't say anything in response. Midoriya knew that he knew there was no need to do so, for they had already shown up as the two were talking. The spawn of Kurusan Island had already arrived, rubbing their tentacles across the icicles and growling with grand glee. During summer vacation, Midoriya had discovered that the monsters responded well to things that they had never seen before. Since then, he started bringing any and all manner of random items to Kurusan Island to entertain them when he had the time. He showed them old video reels of All Might saving people, limited edition Justice Society Nendoroids, photos of the earthbound immortal in the Congo, the kendama with the ball he once juggled for 3 entire minutes, and many more knickknacks and tchotchkes he found lying around. They ate everything up, sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically, and in time, the creatures that were once so cold to him had become an ardent group of supporters. You guys like this, don't you? Qua! Qua! The creatures all cried out. It appears that the OS do, indeed, enjoy it, Kiliax said, using the name Midoriya had started addressing them by. They do, don't they? Midoriya asked himself. After I get into you, I'm not going to have as much time to come here as I used to. I left a bunch of old books and toys for the Migos to play with, but it's still a little sad. If you are done with your physical training, you should resume your studies, Kale. Okay, got it. Even still, I've come too far to stop now. I'm going to get into UA. For Yakuza, for All Might, for all of my parents, and for myself, I'm definitely going to be a hero. The sun had already set by the time Midoriya returned to Mizudafu from Nagoya. The street lights were turning on one by one, adding a little brightness to the streets that was magnified by its reflection on the snow. There wasn't anything new to look at, it was the same scenery he had seen countless times over the years. Only thing out of place was a stretch limo on the side of the street opposite of him, the longest limo he had ever seen. There must be some kind of important politician in town, Midoriya thought to himself. That symbol on the side looks kind of familiar, but I can't really place it. Midoriya shrugged his shoulder and cast the thought aside. At that moment, all he wanted to think about was getting home and eating dinner. His mother was cooking some of Green Arrow's patented chili, and with it being one of the few foods that he had to blow on because it was hot and not because of reflexes, it was something he never liked to miss out on. He kept walking home to try and get to it, but then the limo pulled out of its spot and started driving in his direction. Odd, but not too odd, so he kept walking. When he turned a corner, the limo turned the exact same corner. Odd and also very odd, so he started walking faster. As he did, the limo started moving at an accelerated. Odd, definitely something that warranted concern, so he stopped in place and turned to face the limo. The limo, in response, also stopped moving from its spot. "See, can I help you?" Midoriya asked. One of the windows on the limo rolled down a few centimeters. It didn't create a lot of space, and with the windows tinted black, he couldn't see who was inside. "Hey there, boy," a voice said from the limo. It was in English and sounded like a young woman, not an old man like he assumed was in the limo. "Haharo," Midoriya replied in broken English. "Oh my, that's quite terrible." "Enough of that now," the voice said, this time in perfect Japanese. "Tell me, what are you doing right now? Why do you care?" "So nothing important, then. Wanna step inside and chat for a bit?" "No," he bluntly stated. "Well, aren't you quick to the draw?" "Not quick enough to fully deter me, though. I'd still really like it if we could talk for a bit." "Sorry, but my parents told me not to talk to talking limousines, so I'm just going to go home. Please don't follow me or I'm going to have to call the police." Midoriya bowed towards the limo and went back to walking home. He didn't hear the limo moving, so it seemed like whoever was in there had finally given up on him. "I'd just like to say that I really love your outfit." Midoriya rolled his eyes. She could talk if she wanted to, but he was just going to ignore it. Kind of a light outfit, though. It's almost 0 degrees out, yet you're walking around like it's fall. Midoriya was just going to ignore that. You must be pretty tough to not be affected by this. Midoriya was just going to ignore that. Or maybe it's just a perk of your special biology. Midoriya stopped dead in his tracks. His ears just picked up something that he couldn't rightfully ignore. "What?" he asked. "Don't look so surprised. It's common for people like you to have a bit of an immunity to the elements." "Oh, wait, that's stereotyping, isn't it? I'm terribly sorry, I'm just nervous. After all, it's not every day you get to talk to an alien." Everything in Midoriya's body, his mind, his gut, his soul was telling him to run away and keep running until he was away from everything. He didn't know who this was, but if they knew what they were talking about, then that couldn't be the best way to go about this. He didn't know if walking towards the limo was the better option, but it was the only thing he could think of doing. "That's more like it," the voice said. "Mercy, be a dear and get the door for him." The door to the driver's seat opened up, and out stepped a brunette woman in a black uniform who towered over Midoriya. He only glanced at her as he stepped inside the limousine, but she had to have been around 190 centimeters, possibly even larger than that. "That'll be all, Mercy. I'll call on you again if I need you." Mercy closed the door, leaving Midoriya to wade through over half a dozen bags from Animate, Book Off, and Kinokuniya in order to sit down. Then he was all alone in the limo with the person who knew who he was. Just like he thought, the mystery person was a young woman, though to his surprise, she didn't look any older than him. She had a svelte figure brilliantly showcased by a green and purple pantsuit, a head of dark red hair flowing down her back like lava, and a face containing blue eyes that stared at him as if every part of his person was being catalogued. He didn't like it at all. "Who are you?" Midoriya asked. "Isn't it customary of the Japanese to introduce themselves when meeting someone for the first time?" the girl asked. "Izuku Midoriya." "You. Who am I?" "You really don't know? I know you're just a kid, but that shouldn't be a real excuse for not knowing me. Is my company really falling so far behind Wayne powers that my family can't be recognized that easily?" "Company? Family? What are you dash?" All of a sudden, it all started flying through his head. The red hair, the green and purple outfit, the condescending tone and glare, the symbol that looked like a slanted L. It all flew together through his mind until everything converged onto one irrefutable truth. "Why you're one of them, you're a member of the Luther family, aren't you?" And the last horse crosses the finish line, she said with sarcastic slow clapping. This is bad. Alexis Lois Luther, but my friends, the few that exist, call me Lexi. This is worse. Of all the Luthers, it's the Luther. I must say, you're looking quite pale, Izuku. Are you sick? Can your kind even get sick? This isn't about me. Well, it is, but it's about how you're making this about me. How are you making this about me? All the people who should know about me should be my parents, government people, and the top 10 heroes. How do you know about me? I'm a Luther. Midoriya stared at Alexis for 30 seconds, but nothing else came out of her mouth. Apparently that was the only explanation he was getting out of her. Oh, relax. I'm not evil, I wash my hands just like everybody else. We Luthers have been out of the evil game for decades. Sure, Aunt Nasty took a shot at it, but that was less her wanting to take over the world and more her having a midlife crisis. Then again, why shouldn't a person be allowed to build a death ray when they turn 40? I'm getting off track, so let's get back to making something clear. If I wanted to do something bad to you, you wouldn't even be here for us to talk about it. Midoriya had an audible gulp. He could feel a sincerity and inkling of truth to her words, but that didn't make them any less imposing and intimidating. That's what happens, he supposed, when your grandfather was one of the greatest men to ever live in terms of both heroism and villainy. What do you want, Alexis-san? Midoriya asked. That is the question, isn't it? You see, I came to your fine little country with my parents on a business meeting with some of your tech companies. Then why are there a bunch of shopping bags on the floor? Midoriya asked in reference to the plastic bags from the anime retailers. I'm not allowed to do two things? Just continue. But where was I? Oh, right, being in Japan while my parents get wasted. Whenever I'm forced to go on one of their little trips, I usually just try and find a corner of the room to sit in by myself for a week, but since it was Japan, I decided to break out of that and figure out what was going on with you. Emmy? Why would you ? All manner of words escaped him as Alexis leaned in close and got right in his face. It's not as if you're on constant surveillance all day every day, but those who know about you have a basic idea of what you're doing with your life, Alexis said, leaning in closer and making Midoriya fall back into his seat. You nearly killed your childhood friend when you were 4 years old, traumatizing you so badly that you tried to never stick out in the crowd. Alexis leaned in closer and made Midoriya fall further back into his seat. You did a good job of that for 10 years, give or take, but then all of a sudden, you decided to steer clear of the path that ends with becoming a number-crunching, pencil-pushing salaryman, and you went back to your boyhood dream of becoming a hero. Why is that important again? Why would you go back on that path after so long and after what you did? What reason could you possibly have? At that point, Alexis was leaning in so close that their noses were practically touching, even as Midoriya fell back into his seat as much as was physically possible. Off the top of his head, he couldn't remember if even the Ultrahumanite was able to be this intimidating. It's just like you said. I spent my whole life trying to hide who I am because of what happened when I was a kid, Midoriya said. To me, the only way I could ever make amends was to give up on my dreams, and for a while I thought I was fine with that. But someone made me admit that I was just lying to myself, and that that's no way to live. I haven't forgotten about what I did, but I want to prove that I can be who I am, in spite of all of that. I want to prove that I have every right to be who I want to be, even if everyone says that that's wrong. So long as I'm drawing breath, I'm going to be true to myself and not let anyone stop me from doing what I want to do, even if that person might be myself. The inside of the limo was silent, save for the shaking of Midoriya's body and the small bits of air escaping Alexis' nostrils. At some point Midoriya was too on edge to keep proper track of time. Alexis backed away from Midoriya and went back to staring at him from her original position. Then she giggled. It wasn't a maniacal laugh, it wasn't a villainous chortle, it was a completely wholesome fit of giggling. Oddly enough, the wholesomeness of it made it even more unsettling. Oh my God, I can't believe you actually said all that. Alexis said with a laugh. I haven't heard anything so schmaltzy since Granny Lois' last talk show appearance. But it's not so bad though. It's actually the exact kind of spiel I was hoping you'd give. Now that I know that you're thinking like that, I can move forward with my decision. What's that? I'm going to enter Yue. Once again, silence entered the limo. A silence that remained unbroken for several seconds before Midoriya sent a punch straight through a window. Alexis didn't look like she cared, and he was glad for that. What's? Why, you're going to try and be a hero? No, I have no interest in that kind of work. Why spend your life trying to save the world when you can just rule it? Besides, my quirk isn't really one that's fit for combat, so I'm going to put my talents to better use in the support department. In the spring, I'll start managing LexCorp's Japanese branch here in Tokyo, set up shop at a fancy hotel somewhere, and spend my days living the life of a good little JK. I might even eat toast while running to school, if the opportunity might arise. Mercy might do it too. I'm not running around with toast in my mouth, Mercy said from the driver's seat. Suit yourself. Why? Midoriya asked. Why would you wait? Mercy-san is coming with you? Is she going to be a teacher, then? What? No, she'll be a student. She's the same age as us, you know. She is? But she looks so much older. I drink a lot of milk, Mercy said. As expected of an American weight, we're getting off track again. Why Yue? Shouldn't there be schools in America on the same level, like Gotham Academy, or the one your grandfather made? True, the Lex Luthor Institution of Accelerated Humanity is a fine hero school, but it doesn't interest me. By going to UA, I get to spend my time inside the heart and soul of our society. By going to UA, I can instantly satisfy the needs of all of my favorite hobbies. By going to, I can fully indulge in my latest interest. And me. Who else matters? That is, of course, if you'll let yourself interest me. You probably think the worst of me, but I do want us to be friends, Izuku. What about you? I just want to leave, Alexis-san. Alexis stared at him with a look of contempt before opening the door for Midoriya. Snow flew inside the limo as he stepped back into the outside world. See you in class, Izuku. I'm sure it'll be lots of fun. Midoriya didn't know what he said, but it was probably a rather weak form of agreement. The limo started up again and drove away from its spot. Once it was fully out of sight, Midoriya allowed himself to collapse into the snow. Winter. The time of year when people come together in love and camaraderie. The time of year when all unfinished business gets closed up. The time of year when people put the past aside and set out to make a fresh start for themselves. I'm still doing that, but if I'm being honest, I have no idea what I'm going to do with it anymore. It feels like I'm melting into my seat as I let out a sigh. That's what happens when a plan finally comes to fruition after so long, I guess. Sounds like things went well, Mercy said. They went spectacularly, I said with a smile. He looked like a wimp and couldn't control the conversation to save his life, but when he finally managed to, it was a sight to behold. It did sound pretty impressive. From what I could hear through all the stuttering, at least. I laughed again. Izuku certainly isn't the kind of person grandfather would care about if he were still alive, but that's the difference between the two of us. I don't let first impressions define a person for the rest of their life. You have to learn to move past that to properly crush people, no matter how much you might like them. Winter. The time of year when people come together in love and camaraderie. The time of year when all unfinished business gets closed up. The time of year when people do some other third thing that circles back to some manner of sentimental nonsense. I bet Izuku's the kind of person to come up with a third thing, and well, that's just great for me. When Midoriya woke up the following morning, his feelings of unease hadn't faded in the slightest. Even after getting a full night's sleep and warming himself up with a nice blanket and a bowl of Green Arrow's blazing hot chili, the tension lodged into his chest refused to move. By simple routine, he knew that his mother was telling him to have a good day at school as he walked out the door, but he didn't feel like he heard a single word come out of her mouth. As he walked to school, the feeling made no attempt to fade away into nothing. If he had to hazard a guess, not even running into All Might again would be able to do anything. As if the universe wanted to test the theory, All Might appeared in his skinny form, running towards Midoriya while shouting, "Midoriya, my boy. All Might. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Midoriya said after All Might stopped to catch his breath and wipe blood off of his mouth. I heard you were in Kansas for a week helping ma uncle and her granddaughter fight Tio Moro. How'd that go? Guy tried to trigger a massive earthquake across the Mid-South, but we put a stop to him. Also gave me time to catch up with an old friend. No, this isn't important. All Might said. I have something of vital importance to tell you. I was talking to one of my associates at UA, and there's an absolutely insane applicant for the next school year. The applicant is Alexis Luthor of the Luthor family. All Might blinked at Midoriya several times with an agape jaw. Why yes, that's correct. How do you know about that though? We, kind of met last night. She stalked me, told me she was going to you, and then I passed out in the snow. That's something. You're telling me, Midoriya said. However, it's not the most important thing, I'm afraid. I never told you this before because I didn't want you to stress out over it, but there's a strong chance that Alexis, and by extension the entire Luthor family know I'm an alien. Yeah, they know. She knows. She told me in between the stalking and the passing out. From Midoriya's perspective, it looked as if All Might's jaw was going to be buried in the snow. I'm doing a lot less than I thought I'd be, All Might said. How are you holding up? Did you tell your parents about it? Of course not. If I told them about this, they'd be freaking out as much as I am. Then again, should I even be freaking out? What do you think? That's a pretty tough one. The Luthors have always been a hard group to get a read on, and that goes all the way back to Lex Luthor himself. On the one hand, he spent half of his life being one of society's greatest heroes. He donated to every charity under the sun, used his technology to decrease poverty and starvation on a global scale, and America is still benefiting from the tremendous economic reforms he ushered in as president. Not to mention how instrumental he was in ending World War III. However, that was the second half of his life. The first half, as we all know, was devoted to being one of society's greatest villains. War profiteering in third world countries by selling weapons to both sides, hiring terrorists to help allow his unethical dealings to go through, and all the times he put good people out on the street just for looking at him funny. Not to mention how much damage he did whenever he got the Injustice gang together to try and take over the world. It's probably because of how far Lex went into both extremes that the entire family exudes an enigmatic collective consciousness. One minute, a Luthor will be a kind-hearted humanitarian, but then the next minute they'll kick you to the curb for doing something they think is stupid, and that's a long list for them. Either way, they haven't done anything blatantly evil in decades, so this probably won't spiral into something chaotic. That's what I think, at least. You talked with her, what do you think? A question for the ages. On the one hand, Alexis didn't appear to be lying when she said she wasn't going to tell anyone about him. As intimidating as she was, Midoriya could feel a sense of honesty from her. On the other hand, everything about her speech, her posture, her charisma, her lack of personal space was utterly terrifying. The proof of that shone in how he was still rattled by her hours after their first meeting. On the third, non-existent hand, he still had the UA entrance exam to worry about. That's what needed to be the most important thing on his mind, not hypotheticals about what Alexis might or might not do to him. Personally, I don't think Alexis-san is going to try and hurt me, at least not right now, Midoriya said. I still don't know if I can completely trust her, but if there's no real reason to be afraid, then I need to stay focused on passing the exam. I was hoping you'd say something like that. All Might shouted, exploding into his muscular form. You've got to keep your priorities in check, and letting some haughty girl keep you up at night just has to be near the bottom of the list. You're on the home stretch, Midoriya, my boy, and now it's time to clench your a-hole and jump over to the finish line. Why? I don't really know about that last part, but yeah. Don't worry, you'll get it, eventually. What you need to be getting right now is on your way to school. You're going to be late. Midoriya apologized, said his farewells, and ran off to stop himself from being late on account of his idol. A week had passed, and Midoriya had kept his word to a certain extent. He couldn't stop himself from completely blocking out his meeting with Alexis, a true testament to how some things were easier said than done, but it was no longer torturing him every second of the day, just every other second. It wasn't the best of circumstances, but it was something, however much that actually mattered. It was going to have to matter a lot, Because that day, February 29th, was the day of the UA entrance exam. The day when all of his hard work was going to come together. And no matter what, it has to come together well, Midoriya told himself. He walked forward through the dozens upon dozens of students also heading towards the giant, pristine-looking, H-shaped building, their shared walkway bordered by busts of the Justice Society founding members and later additions. The entrance to the building was divided into 4 lines, which Midoriya figured was because the written exam would have slightly different questions depending on whether or not your powers came from a quirk, the metagene, magic, or some form of mutation. So I guess I'm going in the quirk line, Midoriya said. Sure are a lot of people going in that one. I guess that makes sense when you consider how many people in the world have quirks compared to other powers. Stop standing around and move, Deku. Midoriya jumped back when he heard Bakugo shouting at him. Sorry, Kaken. But hey, let's just both do our best, okay? Last I checked, I'm not the one who has to worry about that. If you F this up, I'll F you up, got it? Bakugo walked away from Midoriya as he offered a meek and stuttered, yes. It was about what he expected. Nothing he couldn't handle. He managed to keep his thoughts about Alexis to a minimum. He could stop himself from getting tripped up by Bakugo being Bakugo. At the very least, he could stop himself from getting tripped up in an emotional sense. Getting tripped up in the physical sense was still on the table, however, as evidenced by Midoriya doing just that. Embarrassing, yes, but it wasn't as if the fall would actually hurt him. He didn't even have to worry about the fall, since it was prevented by his body suddenly floating in midair, and not thanks to power of flight he forgot he had. Hey, you're okay, right? Someone asked him. It was the same someone who put his feet back on the ground and was seemingly the same someone who had stopped him from falling. As he suspected, the person who helped him out was a girl, a brunette who was undoubtedly a fellow applicant. Her outfit was a clean-cut, fancy-looking school uniform awkwardly contrasted with the beat-up scarf around her neck messily embroidered with 2 golden Ws. The face that looked at him was round and innocent, yet at the same time nervous and bearing a closed-off expression. I shouldn't have done that, right? You probably had a way of helping yourself, or maybe you didn't even care about falling. And no, that's not it. I mean, you're not wrong about both of those things, but I should get going. Sorry to bother you. Awkward Scarf walked away from Midoriya before he could get out the proper thanks. He kept his eyes glued on her back all the way up until she entered the metahuman line. To the right of her, a boy with the head of a bird scratched his stomach while he stood in the magic user line. Across the entire scene, a pink-skinned girl bounced back and forth between the quirk line and the mutation line before a black-haired boy grabbed her arm and pulled her into the quirk line. Everyone was getting ready for one of the most important days of their lives. It was about time Midoriya did the same. 2 hours later, and the written exam had come and gone. Midoriya didn't want to come off as braggadocious, but he had no doubts that he got a near-perfect score on the test. He was always near the top of the class in junior high, so he knew the written exam wouldn't be too much of a challenge, but his study sessions with Alexis and Yakuza made it all come even more naturally. No amount of book learning could help him with the next part of the exam, though. After finishing the written exam, Midoriya and everyone else were ushered into a lecture hall, most likely to have the specifics of the practical exam explained to them. They were all sat in order of their exam ID numbers. Midoriya was number 1938, so Bakugo, examinee number 1941, sat a few seats away from him. Okay, boys and girls, time to settle down. It's time to begin today's live performance. Everybody say, shouted a leather-clad man with sunglasses and a speaker system around his neck. There was no response. Guess you're all too nervous to speak. Fine, I'll do all the talking while I give you lowdown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. There was still no response. What? It's just present mic, someone asked. I thought Music Meister always did this part, another someone said. I got excited for nothing. Yeah, well that a-hole doesn't work here anymore, so just deal with it. NG Neil Patrick Harris. Present Mike shouted the last part in English. I can't believe no one's excited about this. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. Midoriya mumbled. I listen to his radio show every week for inspiration. It's so cool that UA and other schools like it can get pro heroes as teachers. Shut up, Deku, Bakugo said. Ahem. Anyway. Present Mike shouted. The screen behind him shifted to display 10 squares labeled I through J, being connected to a single one labeled current location. After this presentation, you'll all be entering 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers in one of 10 different locations on school grounds. Bring whatever you want, you'll probably need it and then some. So we're all being split into groups? Midoriya asked no one. That makes sense. Kaken and I can't be the only people applying who went to the same school. They must do this to split people up and make sure no one gets help from their friends. Damn it. Now I'm gonna have to wait until school starts to crush you, Bakugo said, freaking out the uninvolved persons sitting between them. Each city will be filled to the brim with robots acting as villains trying to crush every idealistic bone in your body. The screen shifted to display silhouettes of 3 different robots. One that looked like it moved on a single wheel, one that resembled a scorpion, and one that looked bulky and had missile launchers on its shoulders. It's your job to get an early start on your future careers and take them down, either by immobilizing them or through pure, unadulterated carnage. You get either 1, 2, or 3 points for each robot you take down, but you get zilch for attacking other people, so don't you dare think about it. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question, shouted a bespectacled young boy with a stern look on his face. You said that we will encounter 3 different kinds of villains, so why does the handout mention 4 kinds? A school as well respected as UA shouldn't allow itself to make such a critical error for something so important. Even more concerning, however, is you. He was pointing right at Midoriya. He only managed to get out a weak yes in response. You've been muttering about nonsense from the very start, distracting everyone in here. Is this some sort of game to you? You're the one. Interrupting the lecture, you know, Midoriya said, the words coming out before he could even process them. What? People started laughing at Glasses as he scowled at Midoriya. This wasn't at all how Midoriya wanted things to go. Okay, that's enough people, no need to worsen the burn, Present Mike said. Examinee number 6591, nice job catching that. There is a 4th villain, 1 for every site, but you don't get any points for beating it. It's just an obstacle. A 4th silhouette appeared on the screen, this one bearing resemblance to an armored knight wielding an axe. You've all heard of that VR game Sentries of the Last Cosmos, right? Think of it as a high-level agent of the Dark Regent. Nothing but a monster causing a mess everywhere it goes. I see. I apologize for the interruption. Glasses said, his face still red from earlier. That's all you need to know, my faithful listeners. Present Mike shouted. A true hero embodies the aspects of wisdom, wonder, mystery, and entropy, and you'll need all of that and more to even have a chance at passing. So throw all you've got in a blender and go beyond. Plus ultra. That actually did earn a response from the crowd. After the lecture concluded, a bus came that drove Midoriya and dozens of other applicants to test Site B. Midoriya, now dressed in green sweats, couldn't stop himself from being in awe of everything. He knew that UA sported a massive campus ground, but he never imagined that it would be large enough to house a massive fake city, let alone 9 more just like it. The other people who would be entering it were no different. Everyone looked so much more confident than him, even after all the lengths he had gone through to prepare himself, and some of them even had weapons to fight with. He didn't need weapons, but they were still cool to look at. As Midoriya kept observing the crowd, he caught sight of the girl from earlier, awkward Scarf. It looked like they would be in the same test site, so he had another chance to thank him for earlier. He took a few steps to carry out the thought, but stopped himself with a quickness matching the thought when it had first emerged. Are you trying to bother that girl over there? Glasses, who was apparently also at test site B, asked. Can't you see that she's busy? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I wanted to talk to her, but it's not that important, so it can wait. Oh, well, good. Glasses said with a flustered face. Midoriya guessed that he was expecting a fight and didn't know what to do now that that hadn't happened. And start. Huh. Midoriya could have sworn he had heard Present Mick's voice. He didn't see him anywhere, but his metahuman ability could easily allow him to project his voice from a distance. But if Midoriya heard right, he was telling them all to start. What? Were you expecting a countdown? This ain't Houston, kids. Get a move on, already. While everything was still swimming through Midoriya's head, the other test takers had already made their way into the fake city. I'm falling behind. Midoriya shouted. He took his own turn at entering the fake city, and with his super speed, the last person in ended up at the front of the pack. After gaining a sizable distance on the people who hadn't scattered off into different directions, Midoriya stopped running to figure out his next move. Okay, it was good that I got ahead of everyone, but now what? Midoriya asked himself. I could keep running around and just destroy every robot I find, but I don't know the specifics of how they function. If their AI is highly advanced, they'd catch on to me pretty quickly and either hide themselves from sight or avoid any area I'm in and go after someone else. If I fly up, I can expand my enhanced sight and X-ray vision to locate a lot of three-point robots and snipe them with heat vision. But they have those missile launchers. They probably have those specifically for people capable of flight, and without knowing the range and destructive capabilities, it might be risky to provoke so many of them at once. Midoriya's stream of consciousness was interrupted by a two-point robot crashing into a building on his left. There was a large handprint in its side, but Midoriya didn't remember hitting it. What do you think you're doing spacing out like that? A person asked. The person, a GI-clad girl with orange tied into a side ponytail, must have been the one to destroy the robot. Was I? I didn't even notice. Yeah, because you were spacing out. Duh. Side ponytail said. You're lucky I was here, otherwise that robot would have cleaned your clock. Really? You didn't have to do that. Of course I did. I know we're all competing against each other, but that doesn't mean we should just let other people get hurt. That's true, and I appreciate it, but you didn't need to do that with me. I don't think that robot would have been able to hurt me. Oh, is that right? Side ponytail asked, hands on her hips as she bent forward towards him. That's a pretty cocky attitude you've got there. We're trying to enter the best hero school in the country, so don't you think you should take this more seriously? Midoriya was about to offer another rebuttal, but before he could, a three-point robot burst onto the scene. It fired a missile from one of its shoulder turrets at the two of them, and in the split second it took Side Ponytail to notice, Midoriya had already jumped in front of her, kicked the missile into the air, and blasted the robot with his heat vision, the robot and the missile exploding at the same time. Hey, my name's Itsuka Kendo. Yours? Izuku Midoriya. Well, Midoriya, it looks like I stand corrected. You clearly have a handle on this, so I won't bother you about it. Good luck and sorry for doubting you. Don't worry about it. And thanks. Midoriya called out as Kendo ran off with a wave of a now giant-sized hand. Okay, I destroyed one robot for 3 points, so now I just need to destroy. Actually, they never said the minimum number of points you need to pass, so I guess I just need to keep attacking them. Midoriya trailed off as he saw a 1-point robot closing in on someone who had tripped over a rock. It didn't look like they were going to get up in time to avoid getting hit, and Midoriya didn't know if he could comfortably look for other robots to fight with this scene lodged in the back of his mind. He had enough things lodged in his head, so he sped over to the fallen applicant and used his body as a shield a split second before the attack could connect. The 1-point robot's claw struck Midoriya without fail, but the sheer difference in power resulted in its claw breaking apart at the seams. Are you all right? Midoriya asked. The applicant said that they were and stood up. Okay, that's good. You got to this one first, or maybe it got to you first. Either way, you can have this one. I'll find another one and dash. Just like a mere moment ago, Midoriya caught sight of a robot, a 2-point robot attacking an applicant. He thought it was an applicant, anyway. There was a pair of gloves floating in the air, but no body that they were attached to while they flew around in a frantic motion. Nevertheless, Midoriya didn't hesitate to run over to the scene, grab the robot by its tail, and put it into a powerful flip that landed it on its back. Okay, you can finish it off now, Midoriya said. Wait, what? You're not going to do that? Floating Gloves asked, apparently being a girl. It was your kill after all. Go ahead. Wow, thanks. Just wish I knew how to, hey, an off button. Sure enough, there was a comically large off button on the robot's underside. Floating Gloves pressed it, and after a few seconds, the 2-point robot stopped fidgeting and completely powered down. Thanks for the help. Floating Gloves cheered as she ran off. Now that she was gone, Midoriya really needed to concentrate on his own exam. He really needed to do that, but then there was another applicant being cornered by not one, not three, but 2 robots. That's not fair, Midoriya told himself as he raced over to the scene. Today had hardly been going as Ida had planned. He had expected the exam to proceed in a completely orderly manner. The calmness with which everyone completed the written exam made it appear as if his hypothesis would be true, and he took a certain amount of pride in that. But then came the lecture for the practical exam. All he did was 2 things: try and question something that seemed illogical and call out a boy with a spit curl for being disruptive. He had the nerve to turn things around and get everyone laughing at him. In hindsight, perhaps Ida could have had better timing with his questioning, but that was neither here nor there. There was nothing but irrelevant annoyances, and here was the practical exam that he needed to stay focused on. From the very beginning of the exam, Ida had been speeding along through the fake city, the engines in his legs ablaze. The exam had been running for a little over 2 minutes, and if his calculations were correct, he had amassed a total of 37 points. That was probably more than enough, but better safe than sorry, he supposed. There! Ida shouted to no one. A 1-point robot was milling about without a single opponent to fight. He'd have to correct that. You're mine! Flames shot out of Ida's engines as he dashed at the robot. The robot tried to strike at him with a metal claw, but Ida was too fast. He dodged the attack with ease, leapt into the air, and hit the robot square in the face with a downward kick. The robot wasted no time in exploding into bits. Alright, that's 38 Destroy! Before Ida could finish his sentence, another robot appeared on the scene. It was a 3-point robot, and at the same time Ida turned to face it, it had already fired a barrage of missiles. Just like before, Ida was more than fast enough to dodge the attacks, but this time, numbers had become a definite issue. He could outpace the missiles, but the sheer number of them was overwhelming. He couldn't make any progress forward towards the robot, he could barely move at all. It didn't take a genius to know that he was going to get hit if he didn't think of something. He didn't think of something. The explosion of the missile sent Ida hurtling to the ground. The damage was manageable, but it was still damage. It was taking him a while to get back on his feet. He might have exhausted himself more than he thought. A quick drink of juice would take care of that, but he didn't have time for that. Didn't have time for it because he was putting all of his effort into standing up. Didn't have time for it because the robot had moved to be right in front of him. Didn't need time for it because Spit Curl, the same muttering boy from the lecture hall, came in out of nowhere and stomped on the robot with enough force to completely smash it to bits. Him again! Ida shouted in his head. It wasn't enough for him to try and humiliate me in the lecture hall. Now he's even stealing my points. Oh no, it got destroyed. I didn't think I hit it that hard. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to steal your kill. Spitcurl said. Excuse me? Ida asked, finally standing up. Oh, you're the guy from earlier. I'm sorry about what happened in the lecture hall. I didn't mean to make people laugh at you. I just have a lot going on, but everyone does, so that's probably not a good excuse. Still, I'm really sorry about that. See you later. Wait! Ida shouted. Why did you do that? I told you it was an accident. I wanted to leave the robot intact enough for you to take care of Dash. Why were you here at all? I was going to get up eventually, and there's no way that these machines would have done any lethal damage, yet you decided to get yourself involved. Well, yeah. You looked like you were in trouble, so I just decided to help you. Because I looked, are you an idiot? We're in the middle of an exam. You can't waste time worrying about other people. But isn't a hero supposed to save as many people as they can? Ida just stared at him, unable to come up with any sort of retort. He felt like he was on the verge of one, but then Spitcurl said that he needed to leave and flew off into the air. That guy really does take me for some kind of fool, Ida told himself as he drank a swig of juice from one of the bottles on his belt. Of course a hero needs to save people. My brother and the friends of our family have made that clear to me ever since I was a child. This isn't the time for that, though. Worrying about other people can be saved for after the exam. Then it hit Ida with enough power to make him drop his bottle of juice. What am I even saying? What kind of hero would want to put off saving people? That's not how a hero is supposed to act. Defeating your enemies is supposed to come second to saving the lives of those around you. If that's the case, then his actions make perfect sense. If UA truly is the greatest hero school in the country, then they must expect their students, even potential students, to exhibit all aspects of heroism. So while we're only officially being tested on how many villains we can defeat, we're also secretly being tested on how many people we can assist. That guy was able to figure out the true purpose of the exam while I was stuck on what was presented on the surface. We might be the same age, but he's clearly far above me in more than just power. A new resolve had emerged inside Ida, one that was going to make him handle the exam in ways he hadn't planned for. At the same time, he caught sight of a girl with frog-like features wrapping her tongue around the tail of a 2-point robot, but failing to bring it down to the ground. "Don't worry, miss. I'll be ready to assist you in a flash," Ida shouted as he dashed over to assist her. As the exam continued onwards, All Might snuck into the private viewing room, hopefully with the stealthiness of a ferocious liger. "You're late," said a man dressed in black with bandage-like objects around his neck. It was possible that ligers weren't the stealthiest creatures in the animal kingdom. "Oh, Aizawa-kun. Sorry about that. I meant to get here on time, but there was a bank robbery, then there was a near car crash, then there was a murder of crows stuck in a well dash. Aren't you supposed to be doing less work?" Aizawa asked. "Oh, don't be too hard on him. There's still a little more than half of the exam left, so there's still plenty that he can contribute," said what looked to be some manner of talking animal. "Sit down and we'll fill you in on everything." "Yes, sir," All Might said with a bow before sitting down next to the creature, Principal Nedzu. For the most part, the exam has proceeded the same as it does every year. The majority of applicants are focused solely on destroying the robots, the results varying from person to person. The one who's had the most success with this is applicant number 1941, Katsuki Bakugo. He's been able to destroy every robot that's crossed his path, and he has yet to show a single sign of fatigue. His file says that he suffered a major injury at a young age that required intensive surgery, but that doesn't seem to be slowing him down in the slightest. Katsuki Bakugo. All Might remembered Midoriya talking about him once or twice. He was the one Midoriya hurt as a child, the other half of the incident that made Midoriya swear off heroism for a decade. It was good to know that both boys were able to move past the incident, even if it was to different extents. However, far more impressive is what's going on at Test Site B. The screens on the wall opposite to All Might and the other teachers changed to show multiple angles of a boy in green saving a purple-haired dwarf from one of the robots. All Might didn't know who the smaller child was, but he was clearly being assisted by Midoriya. "What's up with this?" All Might asked, feigning ignorance. "Examinee #Izuku Midoriya. You know, the alien." There was a surge of grumbling from the observers. All Might couldn't blame them for it. Midoriya-kun's physiology grants him a wide variety of powers such as super strength, super speed, flight, and heat vision. With this power set, you'd think that he'd have dozens upon dozens of robots destroyed, but at this point, he's only amassed a total of 10 villain points. "Only 10? We're surprised too," a bespectacled woman in a business suit said. "Principal Nedzu's been in charge of monitoring Test Site B, but the rest of us have had a few peeks at it, and we can't wrap our heads around his behavior. He's gone around the entire test site twice, but he's barely gone after robots that weren't attacking people." "Really?" Nedzu changed the screens again to display more images of Midoriya with different timestamps. At every one of them, Midoriya was helping someone who was having trouble with one of the robots, even if they were far off from his initial location. All Might couldn't help but smile. It was like watching a young him. "It's not just Midoriya-kun who's doing this," Nedzu said. "Take a look at this." The images on the screens changed again. They were still at Test Site B, but All Might didn't see Midoriya in any of the images. Instead, he saw a boy with engines in his legs helping a frog girl take down a robot. He saw a blonde boy shoot a laser out of his stomach to destroy a missile before it could hit someone in the face. He saw a girl with a nervous expression make several people float in the air to avoid an enemy attack. He saw all of this and many other examples of kids assisting their fellow applicants. It's unsettling, Aizawa said. It's normal to get a couple of people who spend more time protecting people than destroying the robots, but nearly half the people at the site are doing it. We've never once had that many people acting like this at a single site. It's almost like they know about the other part of the exam. As the words left Aizawa's mouth, everyone in the room turned their attention towards Present Mike. Don't look at me. I didn't say anything about it. I wouldn't do that a third time. Present Mike shouted. I bet you wouldn't get on the Music Meister's case like this. Of course not. The Music Meister's an international treasure who never would have done it a single time, let alone 3. Hey. Okay, that's enough teasing, Nedza said. Yamada-kun didn't tell the kids about the other part of the exam. Just like every year, the only method of earning points that people were told about was to fight and defeat the robots. However, all of a sudden the majority of children in Test Site B have started to prioritize helping out their fellow man over their own success. There's no clear-cut explanation for it, but if I had to guess, I'd say that it's because of Midoriya-kun. You think this is because Helian Kyled? What me? Asked a man in a dark bodysuit with a trench coat and a Glasgow smile. Midoriya-kun was the first one to make a habit of protecting people. In this society, good deeds like that become infectious when performed by someone who knows what they're doing, so from watching him, people started to think, if someone as strong as him thinks that this is more important, then I should do it, too. They start following his example, and they, in turn, inspire more people to protect their fellow man. Then those people inspire more people to inspire more people to inspire more people. Well, you get where I'm going with this. All Might certainly did. The boy hadn't even entered you, yet he had already gotten a start on bringing people together under a single flag, on uniting everyone with the strength of his heart and charisma. If All Might ever had any doubts about Midoriya, they vanished into thin air right then and there. However, it's important to know if these kids can keep their ideals and aren't simply blowing smoke. Yamada-kun, do the thing. Oh yeah. Aura. A boy with hardened skin punched the head off of a 2-point robot, a robot that Midoriya had used his freeze breath to pin to a wall before it could skewer him on its tail. Okay, that should do it, Midoriya said. Thanks for the help, man. You rock. Hard Skin said with a toothy grin. Midoriya stuttered something along the lines of, no problem, before answering his fist bump. As he watched the person he saved run off somewhere, Midoriya breathed a sigh of both relief and annoyance. What is wrong with me? Midoriya shouted. The exam's more than halfway done, and I've only gotten 15 points. I should have been able to get hundreds of points by now, but I keep spending all of my time helping other people get their own points. At this rate, I'm going to completely fail. Why can't I stop myself from being a good person? Midoriya gave his hair a good tussling before taking in a deep breath. Now he felt calm. Yes, there wasn't a lot of time left in the exam, but there was still time, nonetheless. He could still find robots to defeat and increase his score to something manageable. He suspected that he'd still get sidetracked by the other people, but he could work around it. Everything was still in the clear. Alien. Or not. What's? What are you? I don't know what you're dash. Get out of the way. We're dead. We're all dead. No one said anything about FING aliens. An entire horde of people started running in Midoriya's direction. He initially assumed that they were an angry mob of anti-alien enthusiasts, but they all completely ignored him. They were running in fear of a supposed alien, yet the actual alien was barely noticed. Where was the logic in that? 2 seconds later, Midoriya saw the logic in that. The logic in that was none other than a giant blue starfish with a single eye in the center of a body that towered far above the buildings. The logic in that was none other than its maniacal laughter as people ran from it in terror. The logic in that was none other than Starro the Conqueror. I'm back, beaches. Starro shouted as people kept running away. Bet you thought Starro was done for good. Idiots. Can't keep a good extraterrestrial telepathic starfish down. Ah. Says Starro. Midoriya fell on his butt, either because someone pushed him or because of his own weakness. It's Starro the Conqueror, the evil alien of evil aliens. He was supposed to have disappeared decades ago. Why is he back? Now, of all times. This can't have anything to do with me, can it? Is he here because of me? Where you going, kiddies? The heroes can't help you, but you're still gonna run away? Man, you humans are even bigger pussies than I remember. Grow a pair and actually make your inevitable doom worth a DMN. Midoriya was a picosecond away from flying away from the scene before he heard those lines. Where, exactly, were the heroes? Ever since the Lantern War, the entire world was on red alert for any and all alien activity, yet no one was coming to deal with this. How could that be? Furthermore, how could Alan Scott let Starro, of all aliens, get past the Green Palace? Nothing about it was adding up, but Midoriya thought he had a way to do the math. He stood back up on his feet, glared at Starro, and activated his X-ray vision. Just as he had suspected, its insides were composed entirely of machinery. Knowing Starro, he would have long since gloated about being an invincible cyborg starfish, so that left only one answer. This Starro was actually the 0-point robot. It's good that this isn't the real thing, it really is, Midoriya said, but I can't stop myself from feeling angry. Midoriya slammed his hands into the pavement, causing everyone around him to stop running and look at him. As he lifted them up, a massive chunk of rock came along for the ride. With every ounce of strength in his body, Midoriya threw the rock at Starro. His aim was off, so the rock missed the intended target of its eye, but it did manage to destroy half of its upper left arm. "Oh? Looks like we've got someone who isn't a total loser," Starro said, its gaze locked on Midoriya. "It's gonna take more than a rock to beat me, even if it is a big rock. After all, you're looking at the new and improved Starro. I don't just rely on my psychic powers anymore." As if they were on a certain cue, dozens of smaller Starros flew into the air and started firing purple beams of light everywhere. "Now I've got lasers, suckers. It's gonna take more than a rock to beat me, even if it is a big rock. After all, you're looking at the new and improved Starro. I don't just rely on my psychic powers anymore. Now I've got lasers, suckers. Present Mike laughed into a microphone. "He sure seems to be enjoying himself," All Might said as he watched Present Mix act with mixed emotion. "This is favorite part of the exam, as dumb as it is," Aizawa said. "Hey, if we're going to pit them against Starro, we gotta go all out," Present Mike said. His head was turned away from his microphone, and his voice was once again his normal voice. "The Starro we had to fight never talked, and it was totally lame. If I can give these kids a better experience than the one I had, then I'm gonna do it. It's still dumb though. You just don't get art, man. Now, where was I?" Present Mike turned back to the microphone and laughed into it, his voice once again matching that of Starro's. Yes, die. I have everything, and you have nothing. Yes, die. I have everything, and you have nothing." Uraraka was starting to regret the choices in life that brought her here. Overall, she couldn't think of anything that was an inherently bad decision, but if those decisions led to her being attacked by a giant alien starfish, even one that was possibly just a robot, then it was hard to see them as the right ones. "Yeah, that's right, keep running. Not gonna stop me from making Swiss cheese out of you nerds," Starro shouted from the heavens. He wasn't wrong. Even if it was just a robot, it was a robot modeled after an alien that could give the Justice Society a hard time on any given day. And they were expected to deal with it? She could only imagine what her parents might be saying if they could watch this. "Oh, hey, quit it, kid." Looking up, she saw Starro being blasted by a shot of heat vision. It came from the boy with the spit curl she met earlier. He was flying around through the sky hitting it whenever he could, dodging laser beams with split-second timing, and deflecting attacks that might hit people who didn't want to try and fight it. People just like her. Some people were fighting off the drones or at least throwing rocks at Starro, but she couldn't even bring herself to do that. If she tried, she'd probably just screw it up, somehow, either for herself or someone else. As the melancholic thoughts ran through Uraraka's head, she tripped over some loose rubble. Apparently, she couldn't even do a good job of fleeing. You know, you are all getting on my last nerves. Just die already. The drones, however many were left, shot out a rapid assortment of beams across the fake city, hitting things completely at random. One of those completely random things was the building next to Uraraka, sending a chunk of it falling down to the ground. Uraraka wasn't nearly fast enough to get out of the way, so there was no doubt in her mind that it was going to land on her leg. A fitting end to everything. Recipro burst. Or not. Uraraka braced for impact, but it never came. Instead, a bespectacled man with engines coming out of his legs came out of nowhere to kick the falling rubble with enough force to turn it into dust and pebbles. Are you all right? Can you stand? Glasses asked. Why yeah, Uraraka said. She dusted herself and got off the ground, still trying to process everything that was happening. This area is dangerous. If you aren't planning on fighting, you should vacate the premises and find somewhere to hide until the exam is over. But dash. Fuanju. Uraraka turned her head up in response to the childish voice. It was one of Staro's drones, and it was charging a laser beam right in their direction. Damn it, not now. Glasses shouted. Hope you realize you're doomed. Oh, I don't think so. From behind the drone, Uraraka saw a girl with an orange side ponytail dressed in a GI jump into the air and increase the size of her hands to massive proportions. She wrapped her hands around the drone, and a second later, it exploded in a ball of fire. Side ponytail's landing was clearly flawless, but Uraraka could see that her hands were anything but. Guess we won't have to worry about that happening to us, exclaimed 3 more Staro drones. Crap. I can't do any more fighting with my hands like this. Side Ponytail said. You're fast, right? Can you get us out of here? She can't fight anymore, Uraraka told herself. Unfortunately, no, Glasses said. The technique I used to get over here stalls my engines, and it will be at least another minute before I can use them again. He can't run anymore, Uraraka told herself. They're both at the ends of their ropes. This isn't good at all. They're both out of options, and it's all because they were trying to help me. No, I ain't okay with that. What? Glasses asked. What? Side Ponytail asked. What? The Staro drones asked. Brown light enveloped Uraraka's fingertips as she ran towards the Staro drones. The drones started charging their attacks, but Uraraka was faster than them. She put her hands against her body and started floating into the air up towards the drones. Once she was close enough, the brown light faded, and she dropped onto the back of one of them. Hey, what are you dash? Let's see how y'all like gettin' zapped in your faces. Uraraka spun the drone around the second its laser was released, causing it to blast another drone to smithereens. Before the last one could react, she turned her captive towards it and sent it to an equally junky grave. She's more capable than I gave her credit for, Glasses said. Same, Side Ponytail said. Hey, you saw her first, so was she always talking in that accent? I don't believe so. When I start talking like I'm back home? Uraraka shouted in her head. Now don't y'all go thinking that some sorta please ignore all of that. That's going to be hard, they both said. Get off of me, you hillbilly, the Staro drone shouted. The drone put its body in a rapid spin that sent Uraraka flying off. She used the same light-enveloped fingers to slow her descent, but she still felt sick when she landed on the ground. You made me kill my buddies. Sure, they were pieces of sheet, but they were my pieces of sheet. Eat laser, sus. There was no digestion of laser beams that day, for before any could be produced, the same kid with the spit curl flew in and destroyed the drone with a single punch. Are you guys all right? Yes, die. I have everything, and you have nothing. The Staro robot was acting exactly like the history books and old movies described him to act like. Midoriya still hated everything about this, but he couldn't help but admire Yue's commitment to authenticity. Yeah, that's right, keep running. Not gonna stop me from making Swiss cheese out of you nerds. Staro shouted from the heavens. You need to stop talking, Midoriya said as he fired a shot of heat vision at the robot. Oh, hey, quit it, kid. Several drones converged on Midoriya's location and fired their lasers at him. Most he dodged, A few he took full force, even if said force hardly felt like anything. Either way, it didn't take much for him to destroy them with punches and kicks. Très bien. How magnificent, someone cheered. Let him have it, dude, another someone cheered. They were just two of many. After Midoriya exposed Starro as a robot, many of the people who were fleeing for their lives regained their resolve and started fighting back against it. Some were trying to destroy the drones, others were simply throwing rocks at Starro, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all rooting for Midoriya to win. It felt good to feel like a winner. You know, you are all getting on my last nerves. Just die already. The drones, however many were left, shot out a rapid assortment of beams across the fake city, hitting things completely at random. Midoriya was able to deflect a few of the beams, but he wasn't quick enough to get all of them. Hopefully the other people would be able to handle themselves, and if not, that they at least weren't seriously hurt. A quick look around, and it seems like everyone's relatively fine, Midoriya said to himself. That could have been a lot worse. The robot must be going easy on everyone to prevent serious injuries, oh no. Off in the distance, Midoriya's supervision caught sight of 3 drones flying towards 3 familiar faces. Awkward Scarf from that morning, Glasses from the lecture hall, and Kendo from the beginning of the exam. They would probably be fine, but he didn't want to risk it. He flew off towards the 3 of them, smashing his way through several drones along the way, and arrived at the scene in little time at all. By the time he got there, there was only 1 drone left, but he wasted no time in smashing it to bits. Are you guys alright? Midoriya asked. Nice save, Midoriya. Kendo cheered. I'll take that as a yes. He turned over to Awkward Scarf. I tried to tell you earlier, but thanks for stopping me from falling before. You really helped me out back there. Oh, you're welcome. Awkward Scarf said with a flushed face. Midoriya-kun, was it? I thank you for your assistance, but the 3 of us are fine now. Glasses said while moving his arms in a chopping motion. You need to refocus your attention on the mechanical Starro. If anyone has a chance of defeating that monstrosity, it's you. Yeah, so go kick all 5 of its buttes, Kendo said, giving him a giant thumbs up. Midoriya just nodded his head before flying back over to Starro. Words didn't need to be said. He was going to finish the fight because that's what needed to be done. Still buzzing around like some kind of buzzing, flying, dumb thing. I'm gonna put you in your place 6 feet underground, and then this whole planet of dorks will belong to me. Dozens of drones flew back to Starro's location and started attacking Midoriya. Their attacks converged into one singular beam, and it was taking all Midoriya had to block it. Everything about this pisses me off, but I understand why they're doing it, Midoriya told himself. Starro the Conqueror was the first major enemy of the Justice Society. His overwhelming power was too much for a single person, and it forced the best heroes in the world to work together. Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Dr. Fate, and Martian Manhunt. If it wasn't for Starro, those 7 would have never understood that there were some enemies they couldn't handle on their own. If it wasn't for Starro, President Roosevelt wouldn't have convinced them to become a permanent team. If it wasn't for Starro, there'd be no Justice Society, there'd be no Heroes Association, our society would be nothing like it is today. Even if he didn't mean for it to happen, Starro is partially responsible for creating our world thanks to being the first true obstacle. Of course UA would build robots in his likeness. They want him to be a roadblock for the new generation as well. So just like how the Justice Society used you to become better heroes, I'm going to use you to get a start on it with everything I've got. Midoriya whipped his head around while firing a blast of heat vision. The beam connected with every drone that was shooting at him, destroying them one by one until there were none left and he was free from the attack. My precious younglings! Starro cried. With a yell from the bottom of his gut and the encouragement of every onlooker, Midoriya flew straight at Starro. His arms were facing outwards, hands flat against the air, a magnificent flying pose. Starro sounded like it might be trying to bargain, but Midoriya wasn't paying attention. He was too busy listening to the sound of steel breaking apart from steel as he tore straight through the center of its body. You think you're all that, but you're not. Starro shouted. Midoriya turned back around to face it and saw it rapidly moving its lower arms back and forth. That's how my people flip the bird. As the robot fell to the ground lifeless, Midoriya couldn't help but be impressed with the school's incredible commitment. Time's up. Present Mick's voice sounded through the air. The exam is officially over. Everyone cheered. For the sake of his ego, Midoriya told himself that they were cheering for the end of the test and not for him. After the exam concluded, Midoriya made his way back to the front entrance, joined by Kendo and the people he now knew as Tenya Ida and Achiko Uraraka. With her hands fixed up by the school nurse recovery girl, Kendo was acting as cool and energetic as ever. Uraraka still acted rather quiet, but once she started talking, there was a clear cheerfulness to her demeanor. As for Ida, nothing about him changed, save for his humility. Not only did he apologize for how he acted earlier in the day, but he applauded Midoriya for figuring out the true purpose of the exam well before anyone else. Midoriya had no idea what he was talking about, but he didn't want to be on Ida's bad side again, and if Kendo and Uraraka were agreeing with him, then there wasn't any harm in rolling with it. Midoriya-san. Out from the main building came Yaoyorozu, as punctual as ever. Oh, Yaoyorozu-san. How'd your test go? Midoriya asked. I have a good feeling about the written exam and the interview, though I'm a little nervous about the physical exam. Though from what I hear, it pales in comparison to what you were doing. Oh? Are people really talking about that? Hey, you should be proud about that. You were totally awesome out there. Kendo said. Why? The way you were punching everything to smithereens and zapping stuff with your laser eyes. And the flying. The flying. That was so cool to look at. Uraraka said. It was truly a sight to behold and an inspiration for us all, Ida said. Midoriya wondered if it was an alien thing to get as red as he was. Your new friends certainly speak highly of you, Yaoyorozu said. I wish they wouldn't. Wait, you don't even know each other. Midoriya said. He quickly introduced Yaoyorozu to Kendo, Uraraka and Ida, and vice versa. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Kendo-san, Uraraka-san, Ida-san, you three being here shows that UA is truly deserving of its reputation. All three of them started blushing, Uraraka the most. Let us all meet again when we're officially students of UA High. Ida declared. Yeah. Kendo shouted. Why yeah? Midoriya stammered. This wasn't how he planned for the day to go, but it was far better than anything he could imagine. I wish I could imagine getting in, Midoriya said to the ceiling of his living room. A week had gone by since the exam. Alexis Luthor was officially declared the new CEO of LexCorp Japan. He knew that would happen, but the news still gave him a stomachache. All Might hadn't contacted him once, but he was probably busy with work, so it was fine. The people he had the most contact with were Yaoyorozu, Kendo, Uraraka, and Ida. The five of them exchanged numbers after the exam, and while they couldn't find time to meet up during the day, they texted and called one another nearly every day. The conversations usually revolved around things like schoolwork, hero news, and the meme of the week, but more than anything, they talked about how excited they were to be entering UA soon. It killed Midoriya to lie to them like that. Everyone kept praising him for how well he did against the Starro robot, but he didn't get any points for that. Midoriya only earned a total of 15 points, and even if he passed the written exam with flying colors, that probably wouldn't be good enough. IT is most fortunate that you applied 2 other schools, then, Kidix said. Yeah, Midoriya said without enthusiasm. If you are unable to enter UA, then perhaps one of the other schools you applied to will have an exam that you cannot fail due to counterproductive altruism. Yeah, I'm an idiot, I know. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. There's nothing wrong with that. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. It really SCKS that I'm probably not going to get in because of that, though. Hopefully Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu's exams don't work the same way. Seijin too, but that's really a backup. It'd be cool to go to Edshot's alma mater, but I don't really want to be an alien ninja dash. Izuku! Inko's shouting interrupted his monologue. Ha! It finally came. In her trembling hands, Midoriya saw Inko holding a wax-sealed envelope with UA High as the return address. This had to be his exam results, the thing that would decide his future. Midoriya took the letter from his mother, picked his phone off the table, and ran into his room. If it was as bad as he knew it was, he didn't want his mother to witness it firsthand. Once the door was shut, Midoriya sat down at his desk and opened the envelope. To his surprise, instead of a letter, the envelope released a metal disc. The second he touched it, a square-shaped beam of light shot out from the top and into the air. "This is a projection," said the familiar voice of All Might, paired with the familiar image of All Might. "All Might!" Midoriya shouted. "This is from UA, isn't it? Why is All Might here?" "You were correct, Kel. The holographic technology of humans is indeed rather basic," Kilex said. Midoriya elected to ignore that. "This might come as a shock to you, but starting this spring, I'll be teaching hero training at UA." Midoriya felt another wave of shock, but one that was considerably smaller. If it was for the reasons he suspected, then All Might becoming a teacher made perfect sense. "What's that? Get on with it already? Save the personal stuff for later? Fine, I got it. As the newest teacher, I've been tasked with informing all applicants of their test results. You performed flawlessly on the written exam, one of the best scores we had. Unfortunately, your score in the practical exam was one of the worst we had. With just 15 villain points, even combining that with a perfect score on the written exam wouldn't enough for you to pass." He knew this was going to happen. He knew it as soon as the Starro robot fell to the ground. He suspected it when he had spent half the exam putting other people ahead of himself. He had an inkling of a feeling well before the exam, and that was why he applied to other schools. He knew this could happen, but being prepared provided absolutely no comfort. Yes, that's definitely not enough to pass, which makes it a good thing that those weren't the only points you earned. "Wait, what?" Midoriya asked of no one who could answer him. While most heroes need to be tough enough to beat down any and all scumbags who cause trouble around them, a hero's job, first and foremost, is saving people's lives. Someone who doesn't even try to do that is nothing but a punk trying too hard to be cool, and the world already has too many of those. Therefore, the practical exam doesn't just test people on how many villains they can defeat. The practical exam also tests you on how many people they can save. You probably spent the whole exam thinking that you were screwing yourself over by giving too much attention to the well-being of others, but you were in the right from the very start. Not only that, but look at this. All Might picked up a remote and turned on a TV behind him. The screen was split into multiple smaller screens, each one displaying recordings of the exam. Within the recordings, he saw images of Kendo, Uraraka, Ida, and some of the people he helped out. Every single one of them, one way or another, was helping someone who was stuck in a tight spot, just as he had done. Your actions were inspiring not just to us adults, but to your peers as well. Dozens of people started following your example and began putting the safety of others above their own success. Because they admired your strength and kindness, they willingly allowed themselves to score fewer points for the sake of performing good deeds. But they didn't actually lose any points, now did they? They didn't earn villain points, but they did earn the secret rescue points, the points we never tell anyone about because, well, you said it yourself. Isn't a hero supposed to save as many people as they can? So that means what All Might saying is dash. Midoriya, my boy, for your constant acts of selflessness, you earned a total of 160 rescue points. Combine that with your meager 15 villain points, and your total score for the practical exam is 175 points. Not only did you pass with flying colors, not only did you get the highest score in the practical exam, but you set a new school record for most points gained during the exam. Beating out my old score by 10 points, I might add, you lucky little. Anyway, you're officially a student of UA High, Midoriya, my boy. Welcome to your hero academia. The hologram shut off. Midoriya jumped up into the air and released a yell of triumph. There was really nothing else that could be appropriate.